Just then, Yufuk carefully slipped into his blanket. But what he didn't expect was to shoot right back out of bed. Two naked women had snuck into his covers. One was Yiloi's wife and the other was Yiloi's eldest daughter. Outside the tent, Yiloi quickly explained that this was the grassland people's custom of borrowing seeds to improve their bloodline. They often did this when they met strangers. This was the first time Yufuk had ever run into a custom like this. Back in the mountains, he only knew about spring gatherings for finding a partner. But he and the guys in his caravan had been pent up for over 6 months. So faced with these chicks, he immediately dove right in. And it wasn't just Yufuk's tent. 2 other large tents for the Han tribe's merchants were set up the same way. Indescribable sounds echoed all across the grasslands. It only quieted down about 2 minutes later. The next day, Yufuk and Yiloi completed the deal. The Tianyang tribe with over 500 people bought about 100 pots and over 1,000 bowls. They also traded for 4 barrels of white salt, and they even bought the barrels too. Yufuk made out like a bandit. He got 50 bulls and cows, 550 white spiral-horned sheep, and 350 horses of all colors, mostly mares. On top of that, there was a ton of cowhides, sheepskins, cow horns, beef tendons, and so on. A haul this huge got the entire caravan buzzing. If they could get all this livestock back to the tribe safely, they'd definitely get a fat reward from the chief, and be hailed as heroes by their people. Yufuk was stoked too. However, they had only sold half of the 2 carts of goods. He planned to find one more nomadic tribe to sell off the rest of the stuff just to put the chief's mind at ease. Yufuk found 2 young guys who were good at writing Han characters and had them use charcoal to write on a sheepskin. They detailed everything they had discovered, including the location of the freshwater lake and the grasslands, the situation with the nomadic tribe, the details of the trade, and their plans moving forward. Then he tied the sheepskin letter to the leg of Achuka, a giant eagle, and sent it flying back to the tribe with the news. Achuka was super sensitive to magnetic fields. Even though the journey back was long, its flying speed was insane. The message would get there in 2 days tops. After releasing the eagle, the caravan hit the road again. They brought along 2 ox carts, 40 zebras and moose, along with the newly bought herd of 950 cows, horses, and sheep. With only 40 people herding such a massive flock was a real pain. Even though the Han tribesmen had herded horses on their tribe's pastures before, they'd never handled a herd this big. Although these animals were domesticated and pretty obedient with so few herders and no sheepdogs, the herd was constantly harassed by wolves and other wild beasts. In just one day, the team lost over 20 sheep. The warriors were equipped with longbows, but since they weren't trained in horseback archery, they couldn't use them effectively. Faced with the harassment from wild animals, they were totally helpless. The wild beasts were crafty as hell, using hit-and-run tactics. The warriors could only watch helplessly as the sheep got dragged off. A lot of the men wanted to turn back. They felt they should take the goods they'd already traded for back to the tribe first. If they kept this up, the losses would just get bigger. Hearing everyone out, Yufuk started to hesitate. He looked at the massive herd and the remaining goods side and decided to push on for one more day. If they didn't find another nomadic tribe by then, they would head back. Everyone in the caravan agreed to this plan. By late afternoon, the group reached a lush green spot by a lake. They let the livestock graze and drink. The caravan members, except for the guards on horseback, took turns resting by the lake, grabbing some food and water. They even shot some waterfowl for dinner. Just then, a few strangers showed up not too far away. The leader was a young guy about 17 or 18 years old, shirtless with ripped muscles, wearing an animal skin loincloth and riding a reddish-brown horse. His name was Lang. He was leading 3 young women also on horseback, 2 of whom were carrying small children. Along with them were dozens of sheepdogs herding a flock of nearly 100 sheep. Lang also came to the lakeside to water his sheep and hunt waterfowl. He didn't interact with Yufuk's group. Lang rode his horse along the shore, drew his bow, and fired at the low-flying wild ducks. Yufuk's warriors saw Lang's arrow fly into the sky, apparently missing the duck, and they started laughing. But just a second later, a wild duck shrieked in pain as the arrow found its mark. Turns out Lang had perfectly calculated the duck's flight path. The injured duck struggled to stay airborne, and a few of the sheepdogs immediately gave chase. They snatched the duck and brought it to Lang, wagging their tails and barking. This whole scene made the guys in Yufuk's caravan super jealous. Someone sighed. "I wonder when those little wolves we're raising back at the tribe will be trained that well." Another guy pointed out, "Wolves and dogs aren't the same. Dogs wag their tails and bark, but wolves just howl." Someone else suggested they should try to trade with Lang for a few of his dogs. They figured the dogs could help guard the livestock, and who knows, maybe they could even breed them with the tribe's wolves to create wolf dogs. Yufuk thought it was a solid idea, and told Duda to take a clay pot and a small bag of white salt to go negotiate. Duda rode his horse over. Seeing someone approaching, Lang defensively drew his bow. Duda gestured that he wanted to trade the clay pot and white salt for a dog. He even tossed the bag of salt over to Lang. Lang caught the bag, opened it, and looked at the white powder inside with a suspicious expression. When he looked up, his pale red eyes startled Duda for a second, but Duda quickly composed himself. He gestured for Lang to taste it. Lang hesitated for a moment, then let one of his dogs have a lick first. Seeing the dog was fine, he tasted a little himself. Realizing it was salt, he smiled at Duda. The two of them started communicating with hand gestures. Duda learned Lang's name, and Lang understood they wanted to trade for his dogs. He was willing to trade, but he had raised all these dogs himself. Even if he agreed they wouldn't follow a stranger. This was just common sense for the grassland people. Helpless Lang tossed the bag of salt back to Duda and waved his hand, signaling that a trade was impossible. Duda returned empty-handed. Lang then led the women and their flock of sheep, getting ready to leave the area. Jia Jai's scout came back and reported the situation to Du Fu. Du Fu frowned. It was getting dark, and their 40 people had to watch over nearly 1,000 cattle, horses, and sheep without any pens. They had no idea how many they'd lose tonight. Du Fu thought for a moment, snatched the bag of salt from the scout's hand, and spurred his horse after Ling's group. Hearing the hoofbeats, Ling stopped. Du Fu tossed the bag of salt to Ling and made a proposition. Bring his dogs over tonight to help watch the flocks, and the salt would be Ling's. Ling got the message and happily agreed. So the two groups joined up and found a safe place to make camp. They used ropes and large nets to make a simple pen, then herded the cattle, horses, and sheep inside. For dinner, everyone ate together. They used the Han tribe's clay pots to cook soup, and since they now had salt, Ling had never tasted anything like it. His tribe didn't have clay pots or much water for making soup. Ling and the women learned how to use chopsticks to pick up meat and drink the soup. They gradually got to know Du Fu and the others, starting to use gestures to communicate. Ling explained that he originally came from a large tribe of 700 people, but because he was born with red eyes, the tribe's shaman considered him a bad omen. Some wanted to kill him while others wanted to banish him. His mother, helpless, had to agree to his exile. When they parted, she gave him 3 grown dogs, a small horse, and a few sheep, telling him not to go too far. Later, when she was out herding, she would secretly give him a few more sheep. Just like that, Ling took those things and began a life of wandering, becoming a man of the plains. Over a few years, Ling taught himself to make bows and arrows and honed his skills into an expert archer. He captured a few wild horses, and his flock of sheep grew to nearly 100. His pack of dogs also multiplied to over 30. When he felt he could support a family, Ling used his sheep to trade for 3 women from some smaller tribes. Now he had 2 children, and another one of his women was pregnant. After hearing Ling's story, Du Fu was moved. Ling was a local who knew many of the grassland tribe's languages, and his horse riding and archery skills were top-notch. To the Han tribe, he was a rare talent. Du Fu started trying to recruit Ling, asking him what his plans were for the coming winter, especially with a pregnant wife and young children. Ling said he knew a small forest with trees for firewood and bushes for the sheep to graze on. But Du Fu told him that the Han tribe had sturdy houses, plenty of food and water, and that it would be safer to join them. Ling suddenly became wary, thinking Du Fu wanted to steal his sheep and dogs. Du Fu just laughed, nodding and then shaking his head. If he wanted sheep, he could just trade for them with the larger tribes. The Han tribe also raised dogs, but not as many as Ling, and they weren't as well trained as his. Ling saw his point and became curious about the Han tribe, asking about their location, population, and the number of livestock. Du Fu said the Han tribe was in the mountains to the north, a journey of over a month by horse. The entire tribe had nearly 3,000 people. Besides the trading party, the tribe currently had a few hundred head of livestock. Ling was shocked. 3,000 people with only a few hundred cattle and sheep would surely starve in the winter. He'd seen tribes of several thousand people with tens of thousands of cattle and sheep. Du Fu explained that the Han tribe's cattle and horses were used for labor to grow grain. The grain was the seed of a type of grass that could be eaten when cooked. The Han tribe also knew how to fish and raise other animals, so they never lacked meat. The chief of the Han tribe was very smart, teaching everyone how to craft things, farm, and raise livestock. Ling didn't really get it, especially the part about growing grain. The idea of people eating grass seeds was just unbelievable to him. Du Fu knew. Ling didn't understand. Luckily, the trading party had brought grain with them. He had someone bring out half a bag of rice, then took a handful of patty and gave it to Ling. This is the stuff we eat. Once you husk it, it's rice, and it's delicious when cooked. Tomorrow, I'll cook some for you to try. Ling took the patty and examined it closely under the firelight. He figured this was animal feed and found it hard to believe people could eat it. Ling said he'd seen this type of grass on the plains before. It grew in dry places, could get up to waist high, and had seed heads on top. Cattle and sheep loved to eat its heads, which also had small spikes. Du Fu was really surprised. He thought the plant Ling was describing could be a grain crop similar to paddy rice. If it could be grown in dry soil, it would be incredibly important for the Han tribe. Du Fu excitedly grabbed Ling's arm and asked if he could lead him to find that grass. He also said that if they found it, he'd give him lots of white salt and pottery. Ling was tempted. This grass was common on the plains and easy to find, so he agreed right away. The next morning, Du Fu had his people cook porridge and made a special pot of rice for Ling's family. Ling was also up early, sharpening arrowheads with a wolf's tooth and fletching arrows. Seeing this, Du Fu took out a bronze arrowhead from the Han tribe and gave it to Ling. Ling took the arrowhead and couldn't put it down, fascinated by its strange material. His own arrows were made from branches with bone tips far inferior in quality to this one. Ling praised the arrowhead of the Han tribe, asking what it was made of. Du Fu said their chief invented it. The arrowheads were made of bronze and the whole tribe used these weapons. He even emptied his quiver to show Ling and told him to try shooting his longbow. Ling gave it a shot and saw that the longbow's range was much greater than his own. Du Fu then mentioned that the chief was currently making a shorter, more powerful bow, and if Ling joined the tribe, he'd be given one. When Ling heard this, he got excited and asked if it was for real. Du Fu confirmed it, adding that the Han tribe didn't discriminate against outsiders. He himself used to be the chief of a small tribe just a few months ago, before leading his people to join them. The two ate breakfast together. Ling and the women ate white rice with wild duck, while the others from the Han tribe had porridge. Ling tasted the rice and couldn't stop praising how good it was, not believing it came from grass seeds. Du Fu explained that grain was easy to get. The seeds from one plant were enough for a meal, and the leaves and stalks could be fed to the livestock so nothing went to waste. Ling thought this was definitely the way. After breakfast, the whole crew hit the road to find another nomadic tribe to trade with and to look for that plant Lang mentioned. Lang's wife and kids were in the cart, while Lang himself rode a saddled zebra. Reins. Lang was a damn good rider, and with the saddle and reins, the zebra galloped even faster. Lang realized just how awesome riding was. It didn't just save energy, you could also pull off all sorts of tactical maneuvers. It was super useful on the battlefield. Lang figured if the Han tribe had decent short bows and this kind of riding gear, they could for sure build a badass cavalry force. The more he thought about it, the more he realized joining the Han tribe was the right call. After hashing it out with his wife, Lang decided to move his whole family over to the Han tribe. He told Du Fu his decision, and Du Fu was stoked, saying the chief is a great judge of character. A guy with your skills will definitely be valued. You could probably even make captain. Lang was totally pumped to hear this. The crew kept moving with Lang guiding them. That morning they had already gone over a dozen miles. Around noon they discovered wheat growing on the prairie. Du Fu confirmed it was a type of grain. He couldn't tell if it was barley or wheat, but that was no big deal, they'd just plant a crop and grind it into flour to test it out. They stopped for 2 hours, gathering 2 huge sacks of wheat heads. They even dug up a few whole plants, stuck them in a clay pot, and planned to bring them back for Han Feng to check out. Then the crew hit the road again. By evening they came across the Oxbone tribe. The chief of the Oxbone tribe, a dude named Arthai, actually knew Lang. With Lang making the intros, Du Fu and Arthai started to trade. Meanwhile, after a 2-day flight, Achuka made it back to the Han tribe. Young Rui spotted the bird, called it down, and found a sheepskin letter tied to its leg. He hurried to get it to Han Feng. Han Feng nervously took the sheepskin scroll. He guessed that Du Fu and his crew had probably found some sheep and sealed a deal. He opened the letter. Despite all the spelling errors, Han Feng got the gist of it. The message said they'd been heading south for over a month and reached a flatland with a freshwater lake and a prairie. They ran into a nomadic tribe and traded pottery and salt for a crap ton of livestock. They still had half their trade goods left and were looking for more tribes to do business with. Once the trading was done, they'd head back home. It also told Han Feng to prep hay and pens for the winter. Han Feng was so hyped his hands were shaking. He never dreamed Du Fu and the crew would score such a massive haul. The other senior leaders in the tribe heard what was up and gathered around Han Feng. When they saw him staring at the letter with shaky hands, they figured something terrible had happened to Du Fu. But Han Feng just grinned and announced that Du Fu and the guys had found a prairie and traded for almost 1,000 head of livestock. From now on, our tribe won't be lacking for cattle and horses to do the heavy lifting or sheep to eat. Hearing this, everyone went wild with joy. Han Feng ordered the sheepskin letter to be hung on the flagpole for every tribe member to see the good news. He also declared they were having a big feast that night. Han Feng then started barking out the next set of orders. The construction team's first job was to fence off the pasture area with a fence, and after that get back to building more houses. A bunch of people were reassigned to the gathering team to collect hemp, chestnuts, betel nuts, and all that. Han Feng also decided to buy up all the straw from the other tribes to use as animal feed, trading for it with pottery or white salt. The price was cheap, but the Han tribe had to send their own carts to haul it all. If they ran short on carts, they'd just make more. They even started weaving branches to make makeshift carts. It was tough work, but everyone was in high spirits knowing it was all for the new livestock. Back with Du Fu, the trading was going super smoothly, all thanks to Lang's help. He scored another 1,000 head of stock from Arthai's tribe. This time Du Fu got fewer sheep, mainly going for 200 cattle and 400 horses. He did grab another 400 sheep, but because he was worried about how hard it'd be to manage such a huge herd, Du Fu also shelled out a hefty sum for 10 young women who were skilled riders and herders. At this point, the trade caravan had pretty much sold all their stuff. They only had 1 barrel of white salt and around 100 pieces of pottery left. They were planning to offload the rest with the small mountain tribes on the way home. Their business on the prairie was wrapped up, and the entire caravan started the long trek back. 2 days later, on a mountain pass connecting the prairie and the highlands, the caravan got a reply from Han Feng delivered by the hawk. The message was simple: Stay safe, sell off the remaining goods, and get back home ASAP. Du Fu was thrilled. He was super interested in this method of using hawks and written words to pass messages. He decided he was going to learn how to write from Han Feng when he returned. Then he got an idea. He'd write back to Han Feng, but this time instead of words he wrapped up a whole bundle of wheat in an animal hide, tied it to the hawk's leg, and sent it off. The caravan pushed onward. They had started with just 40 people, but now their group had grown to 56. They were also herding 2,000 head of cattle, horses, and sheep. The enormous herd of livestock made its way down the mountain trail, kicking up a hell of a racket. They devoured all the vegetation on the roadside, leaving a trail of crap behind them. 2 days later, Han Feng got another message from the hawk. He thought Du Fu had run into some trouble and needed backup. But when he opened the package, he found a bundle of wheat and was absolutely ecstatic. The other high-ranking leaders crowded around, and the great elder asked what kind of plant this was. Han Feng explained, "This is wheat. You can't just cook it into porridge, but once you grind it into flour, you can make tons of other dishes, like noodles, bao dumplings, steamed buns, fried buns, you name it. Plus, wheat doesn't need to be planted in water paddies. All you need are a few ditches for irrigation, and that's it. The yield isn't as good as our water rice, but we can try planting a small batch next year." Hearing Han Feng break it all down, everyone thought he was some kind of freak. It was his first time seeing wheat, and yet he could reel off so many different recipes for it. The elder noticed how much Han Feng had changed and suspected he was either a god himself or was getting divine guidance. But to everyone else, he was simply a heaven-sent genius, and they followed his every command. Han Feng stored the wheat away, prepping for next year's planting season. He wrote a reply to Du Fu telling him to gather more wheat seeds and to make damn sure he was back in the village before winter hit. Once Du Fu got the message, he kicked things into high gear. A few days later, they approached the Lo tribe to pick up the 60 pigs they'd ordered. Yu Fu's crew had been gone for nearly a month, so Chief C of the Lo tribe thought something bad had happened to them. He figured they weren't coming back. But then his tribesmen reported that Yu Fu had returned, bringing thousands of livestock with him. Chief C was stunned jealous and worried that the Han tribe would stop trading for their pigs anymore or would totally lowball them on the price. But Yu Fu didn't give the Lo tribe time to even process it. The massive herd just marched past, stopping only long enough to unload half a barrel of white salt and some pottery from their ox cart. They grabbed the 60 pigs and were gone in a flash. Yu Fu and his crew made way better time on the trip back. Along the way, smaller tribes wanted to trade for livestock or tamed beasts. The livestock was off limits, but Yu Fu did sell a few of the beasts. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the season. As autumn turned to winter, Yu Fu and his crew were finally about to reach the Han tribe. The whole round trip took 3 months. Back home, construction had been progressing at lightning speed. 2 new livestock areas were complete, and a second warehouse was finished. It was built to store hay and salted fish. They had also dug cellars to stock up on silage for the pigs. The fences for the livestock areas were up, and basic shelters had been constructed. The star-shaped blast furnace in the smelting area was also finished. 2 copper furnaces, an iron furnace, a heavy-duty crane, and other equipment were all set up. Han Feng and the carpentry team had been developing new molds and casting equipment to mass-produce iron pots. With winter fast approaching, the Han tribe was totally ready. Construction on the main wall continued, and the fields on the east bank were being prepped to be turned into rice paddies. But right before winter truly set in, the busy tribesmen suddenly heard a massive thunderous sound in the distance. The ground trembled, and everyone scrambled for cover inside their stone houses in fear. But Han Feng just cracked a smile. He knew the tribe's greatest contributors had finally returned. Just then, Yu Fu led the merchant party loaded down with spoils back to the Han tribe. Seeing them, the tribespeople cheered and ran out to greet them. The scene was wild, like welcoming heroes home from a victorious battle. Returning victorious, Yu Fu and his crew were hyped to see people coming from the tribe to welcome them, so they picked up the pace. As they got closer, Yu Fu leaped off his horse and gave Han Feng a massive hug. The other members also embraced their fellow tribesmen. Everyone shared in the joy. "Chief, we're back. This time the haul was huge. Look at all this livestock, and we got a ton of other good stuff too." Yu Fu excitedly bragged to Han Feng about the livestock he'd traded for. "Ha, awesome. You guys worked hard. This is a major win. Quick, take the livestock and get them settled first. Then we'll throw a feast to celebrate." Han Feng beamed, clapping Yu Fu on the shoulder. After that, the whole Han tribe was buzzing with excitement. They butchered some livestock and threw a massive party. During the feast, Yu Fu introduced Ling and his family to Han Feng, along with 10 young women from the Altai tribe. Yu Fu made sure to highlight Ling's skills. Hearing that Ling was a pro at riding and archery, Han Feng immediately wanted to keep him around. Han Feng gave Ling a new name, Ling Feng. From now on, Ling Feng would be in charge of teaching his skills to the other tribe members. After Yu Fu translated this, Ling Feng emotionally dropped to one knee before Han Feng pledging his loyalty. He swore he wouldn't let the chief down and would work hard for the Han tribe. The 10 young women from the plains were given a house and put in charge of the livestock in the animal husbandry area. Da Shu was assigned to lead them. To see their new home, hand out daily necessities, and show them how to use the house light, the stove, and cook. Ling Feng led his family down the brick-paved road in the settlement, looking at the tall warehouses and neat houses. He felt like he had stumbled into a paradise. This was what a civilized life was supposed to be, after hearing Da Shu explain that the chief had taught everyone how to make everything here. Ling Feng's admiration for Han Feng grew even stronger. Even though the chief was younger than him, he could manage thousands of people and create such a prosperous life. If it were him, he definitely couldn't do it. Ling Feng's family was quickly shown to an empty house. The tribespeople enthusiastically came to help. Some brought water basins, buckets, and pottery. A neighboring woman helped spread animal hides on the bed. A man used a wheelbarrow to bring 2 sacks of rice from the warehouse. Someone else brought firewood with an ox cart. All the necessary tools were also provided. Han Feng went back and told Xiao Die to bring some linen and wool cloth for Ling Feng's family. It was something he prepared for their child. Although the new life was great, there were some inconveniences. For example, Ling Feng's flock of sheep horses and sheepdogs were all confiscated for public use. This was an issue. He was fine with the sheep being taken, but he and his horses were super close. Not being able to see them every day made Ling Feng feel really down. Han Feng had thought about this. But you couldn't keep horses in the residential area, and he couldn't just give them to one person. So Han Feng could only promise Ling Feng that whenever he had free time he could go to the animal husbandry area to visit his horses. Another problem was the sheepdogs. These dogs only listened to their owner and kept running wild over to Ling Feng's house. Han Feng didn't know what to do either, so he had to tell Ling Feng to watch them carefully and not let them bite anyone. The best solution was to find a way to get them to the animal husbandry area. However, getting used to a new environment takes time. Winter was long and Han Feng didn't have the time to deal with these small fry issues. He had much more important things to do. The iron pot mold that the carpentry team had been working on was finished on the first day of winter. The market was now empty, so Han Feng started leading the tribesmen in iron smelting. Da Chui stood next to Han Feng, wanting to teach him the whole process. He did a demonstration once, then handed it over to the tribesmen. Dozens of people were directly involved in the smelting, with over 100 more assisting. Each furnace could produce about 2 tons. Besides 2 anvils weighing hundreds of pounds, the rest was used to cast iron pots. In the end, they made a total of nearly 200 pots, big and small. It still wasn't enough for the whole Han tribe, but everyone had worked their butts off all day, so they had to stop. Han Feng told the tribesmen to continue polishing the pots and instructed Da Chui that after the furnace cooled down completely, he needed to check all the parts carefully. If anything was broken, it had to be fixed immediately to prevent accidents next time. Da Chui happily agreed. After smelting iron all day, Han Feng was tired too, so he went for a walk by himself. He strolled to the bank of the aqueduct. At the start of winter, the river's water level had dropped, but the watermill on the bank was still turning just much slower than before because of the low water. In a month at most, the river would freeze over, and by then, the watermill would be useless. A cold north wind blew past, making Han Feng shiver. He quickly pulled his animal hide coat tighter. Just then, an idea struck him. In winter, the water freezes, but the wind is super strong. If he made a windmill, it could still operate in the winter. Plus, wind is a natural energy source available year-round, even more convenient than water. At least he wouldn't have to worry about where to place the mill. Thinking of a solution, Han Feng immediately ran to the carpentry team. He found 2 long poles and tied them together into a cross shape with rope. Then he used vines to weave 4 square frames. After that, he told someone to bring 4 sacks from the warehouse. He wrapped them around the vine frames, creating 4 blades. Mu Yong and Mu Dun watched Han Feng's strange actions. They knew the chief was making something new again, but they still didn't get the purpose of this weird contraption. That is, until Han Feng placed the cross-shaped frame on a horizontal stand. The 4 blades facing north quickly started spinning like crazy in the wind. Everyone in the carpentry team stared with wide eyes. Mu Yong was the first to figure out Han Feng's plan. "Chief, you want to attach this thing to a machine and make something like the watermill?" Han Feng smiled and nodded. "I'll figure out the rest soon. I'll draw up the detailed plans, and you guys will be in charge of building the windmill. When it's done, it'll definitely be even better than the watermill." "Yeah, that's right. If you don't factor in the weather, a windmill has more advantages than a watermill. Plus, we won't have to worry about where to put it. That's my analysis for now. Everyone get back to what you were doing. I'm gonna go home and figure out how to do this. Once I've got it, I'll let you all know." With that, Han Feng headed home. He lay on his warm bed in the rather dark house. The windows and door were temporarily covered, the door with wooden planks, and the windows with animal hides stretched over a frame of vines blocking out all the light. The Han tribe didn't have paper yet, so making a transparent window was a tough ask. Han Feng sighed. The days ahead were long, and there was still so much to do. A few days later, Han Feng led the alchemy team to smelt 2 more furnaces of iron, using up all the raw materials they had stockpiled over the past few months. However, they managed to get a ton of iron ingots and even a few steel ingots made, using the steel pouring method. The number of iron pots was now enough. After meeting the Han tribe's needs, they had a few dozen left over for storage or trade. The remaining iron was cast into ingots and put away. For now, he put iron research on the back burner. Han Feng quickly went to the carpenters, and over the next few days worked with them to build a life-sized model of a windmill. All the tribesmen had to do was use this model to scale it up and build the real thing. The new project was underway, but the Han tribe's carpentry team was short-staffed. So he started recruiting more carpenters to produce more wooden goods. Also, now that they had iron, he started to select blacksmiths. The training of skilled artisans for the Han tribe was gradually rolling out. The Han tribe didn't have any blacksmiths yet, so the first group was personally trained by Han Feng. The forge was also quickly built next to the blast furnace. It was a simple shed made of bricks and logs. The blacksmith apprentices were already there. They were a few of the savages who had joined the Han tribe before, including Yi, the man whose hand Han Feng had healed. Yi had previously learned coppersmithing under Da Chui, and now he was learning blacksmithing from Han Feng. Since they had iron and steel, Han Feng decided to first forge a sword for himself, partly to let the apprentices watch and learn. The sword Han Feng wanted to make was a classic 8-sided Han Dynasty Jian. The entire blade had 8 faces. The biggest feature of this type of sword is that it's quite thick, capable of both thrusting and slashing, and it's very tough and not easy to break. Han Feng personally picked out a steel ingot and placed it in the forge. The apprentice next to him immediately started working the bellows to heat the ingot until it was soft. After a while, he used tongs to take the ingot out and place it on the anvil and began to forge. Han Feng hammered while explaining the process to the apprentices. Next came folding, shaping, quenching, and grinding. Finally, it was time to attach the hilt. The hilt was made from the Han tribe's only elephant tusk, the very one that the man-ape had pulled from Hoi Sun's mouth. The hilt was an oval-shaped hollow cylinder with intricate patterns carved on the outside. It was a treasured sword symbolizing the chief's status. This sword also had a badass named Tianzi, the wrath of the Son of Heaven. When the Son of Heaven is angry, 1,000,000 people die. It symbolized absolute power, the authority to decide the life and death of his people. The tribesmen had only heard that iron weapons were better than bronze, but they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. So Han Feng took out Tianzi to put on a show for them. He had someone bring 2 bricks, laid the sword across them, and then stood on it himself. The sword was bent into a deep arc, but when Han Feng jumped off, it sprang back to its original shape, leaving the onlookers completely stunned with their jaws on the floor. Next up was the sharpness test. Han Feng had someone bring a sheep over. They saw just a flash of the blade and the sheep's head fell to the ground, blood spraying 5 paces away. Once again, the crowd was in shock. A sheep's wool is so thick, yet it was still cut clean off with a single strike. If that had been a person, the result would have been way more gruesome. Chief, how is this iron sword so damn powerful? If all our warriors had one of these, one man could definitely take down 10 guys, Shu said in amazement. Yeah, Chief. Can we get a sword like that too? Da Shu asked eagerly. This was what everyone wanted to know. A weapon. This good could be called a divine weapon. Who wouldn't want one? Probably not. I saw the chief and a few others take a whole month just to make this one sword. If the whole tribe used these kinds of swords, when would we ever finish? An elder who had witnessed the entire forging process threw a bucket of cold water on everyone's hopes. That's right. Swords are indeed hard to make. However, those who were once leaders might get one. But for our regular warriors, we can only equip them with sabers, which are single-edged weapons. Other tribesmen who perform great deeds will be rewarded with a treasured sword. However, don't look down on sabers. I had someone make a ring pommel saber. You all can check it out. Its quality is in no way inferior to the sword, it just has one less edge. Besides, for those who don't know how to use a sword, a saber is much safer. With a double-edged sword, if you're not careful, it's easy to hurt yourself. Ye, bring out the ring pommel saber we made for everyone to see. The tribesmen quickly took the ring pommel saber and tested it the same way Han Feng had. The results were just as Han Feng said. The ring pommel saber was in no way inferior to the Han sword. In fact, it even had an advantage when it came to its chopping power. Some people even preferred the ring pommel saber. The first month of winter passed, and the Han tribe had only managed to make 1 saber and 1 sword. But other projects weren't being neglected. For example, the rammed Earth City wall, after months of hard work, was finally nearing completion. The wall stood 25 feet high, topped with a 4-foot-high parapet to protect the warriors on the wall. Above the city gate, there was also a 33-foot-high watchtower. Inside, 2 winches were installed to raise and lower the drawbridge. On either side of the gate, there were also 4-foot-wide stairs built against the wall, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, to let the warriors quickly get up and down the city walls. The completion of the wall made Han Feng ecstatic. The tall wall gave the tribesmen a sense of security, and everyone roared with joy. Living in such a fortified city made them feel incredibly proud and happy. No worries about food, clothing, or enemies in this era. It was truly a heavenly life. Finally, Han Feng found Liu Zi, and together they made 8 large bricks, on which they carved the characters Han Yang in raised seal script. These 8 bricks were placed above the 4 city gates, which was the name of the tribe's first city, Hanyang City of the Han tribe. This symbolized that the Han tribe, like a rising sun, would grow ever stronger and more powerful. A dozen or so days later, in the middle of the second month of winter, Han Feng assigned a new task. He put the more than 200 slaves to work building a warehouse and a livestock area. Even though it was freezing cold, Han Feng didn't go easy on these cannibals. After all, they were slaves, and it would be a waste not to use them. A complete waste. Although he forced them into hard labor, Han Feng didn't skimp on their benefits. Each slave had enough animal hides to wear, got 3 meals a day, and was provided with plenty of white salt. They didn't get much meat, but meat broth was always available. In the cold winter, getting a bowl of hot meat soup was a real blessing. Back in their old cannibal tribe, they had never experienced such a luxury. Because of this, the slaves were quite obedient, working quietly for their food. If you didn't work, you'd get a beating. Escape was impossible, especially after they had built the city wall with their own hands. Every gate was guarded. Even without leg shackles, they couldn't get away. To the Han tribesmen, this great wall was a shield against the biting wind, but to the slaves, it was an impenetrable prison. A month and a half went by, and the windmill the carpenters were making was almost complete. They had finished the first 2 windmill structures built next to the blast furnace. On them, they installed 2 windmills. One was to power the forge hammer, and the other to power the stone mill so the Han tribe could continue grinding ore during the winter. The windmills ran smoothly for 2 days without any problems. After the test run, Han Feng immediately ordered the construction of more. This time it was another 2 sets of windmills, but these were for the carpenters group. This would also be the Han tribe's wood processing workshop. Using the windmill's power, they built several wind-powered saws, drastically increasing the production speed of wooden goods. The houses in the Han tribe still didn't have doors or windows because no one had the time to saw that much wood. Once the wood workshop was finished with an abundant supply of timber, whether it was making furniture, home decor, building boats, or carts or wooden machinery, the Han tribe could now produce it all quickly. Han Feng told the blacksmiths to make saw blades and showed the carpenters how to build the sawing machines. Then Han Feng got to work on something else. That was building an oil press. The Han tribe now had plenty of oil-bearing seeds, but still lacked the equipment to press them. Wood production was increasing, but they still didn't have the tung oil needed for varnish, so building an oil press became urgent. The basic process for pressing vegetable oil is all the same. First, you grind the seeds into a powder and roast it. Then you wrap the roasted powder in cloth or grass. Finally, you use pressure to extract the oil. The oil press was set up in a new warehouse built by the slaves, which Han Feng named the oil workshop. The workshop was divided into 3 areas, each dedicated to processing a specific type of oil: peanut oil, tung oil, and lacquer oil. The design of the oil press was also very simple. First, they cast a cylindrical tube with a hole at the bottom about 16 inches in diameter. Then they used a large log to make a lever-style press hammer that could be raised and lowered with ropes and pulleys. They could also hang bricks on the hammer to increase its weight, helping the operator adjust the pressing force. At the end of the second month of winter, while Han Feng was guiding the tribesmen in making the oil press equipment, it started snowing heavily again. It snowed all day, and the snow in the city square piled up about 3 feet deep. For the well-prepared Han tribe, a blizzard like this was no big deal, but for the smaller tribes, it was a brutal test. A lack of food and fuel forced them to venture out. In previous years, they would have gone hunting to get by, but this winter, they had another option: the Han tribe's market. They didn't know if the market would be open in the winter, but they had to go and see. Who knew, it might be their only chance of survival. Speaking of the Han tribe's market, since Han Feng decided to use animal hides as the common currency, the tribe now had a massive stockpile. After meeting all the clothing needs of their own people, the Han tribe used the surplus hides to make cowhide drums. Last spring, during the ritual, they only had 1. Now there were 8 drums of the same size placed at the 4 city gates to be used as alarm tools for defense. The 4 city gates were guarded by over a dozen warriors with 4 men at each gate. 2 would keep a fire going for warmth in the watchtower, while the other 2 patrolled the walls, rotating in shifts. On the 7th day after the second snow of the winter, while Han Feng was instructing Da Chui on how to cast large iron pots for the oil workshop, the great drum at the south gate of the Han tribe suddenly rang out. 3 beats. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the drum echoed throughout Hanyang City. Right then, a loud drum beat suddenly rang out from the watchtower of the south gate, echoing all over Hanyang City. Han Feng was startled, wondering what the hell was going on, but after listening carefully, he realized only 1 drum was being beaten and let out a sigh of relief. Each gate in Hanyang City had 2 drums, and when the enemy attacked, both would be beaten at the same time. But if it was just a few people approaching the city walls who were confirmed not to be enemies, then only 1 drum was beaten. This was a rule Han Feng had established earlier, so just by the sound of the drums he could judge the situation outside. Han Feng gave Da Chui a few instructions, grabbed his precious sword, and ran straight to the south gate. The warrior on guard saw the chief arrive and quickly reported what he had seen. Han Feng poked his head out to look at the few people below the wall who weren't carrying anything. Though a little suspicious, he still ordered the gate opened. A few warriors heard the command and quickly worked the winch to lower the drawbridge, then followed Han Feng down the city wall. The 8 people outside were warriors from a small tribe with less than 100 members. They had visited the Han tribe's market before, but because the prices were too damn high, and they didn't have many livestock or any special goods that Han Feng was interested in, they had never traded. But now their tribe's food supply was running out with only enough for 1 month. They planned to hunt hibernating animals to eat, but a massive snowstorm suddenly hit, covering the ground in white, leaving them no choice but to come to the Han tribe and try their luck. At that moment, Han Feng led 4 warriors armed with bronze spears and opened the gate carefully, watching the 8 people outside. They were dressed in ragged animal skins, their noses and ears flushed red from the cold. Their hands and feet were covered in frostbite sores, and they shivered while holding stone and bone spears standing on the other side of the bridge. Han Feng waved his hand, signaling for them to come in. The 8 men cautiously stepped onto the drawbridge. As Han Feng requested, they handed over their weapons. Afterwards, they were led into an empty house, where each was given a bowl of meat soup, the kind usually reserved for slaves. Han Feng began to ask, "You said you came to trade. What did you bring? Anything worth trading?" The leader of the other group spoke up, "Chief of the Han tribe, our tribe is running out of food, and we wish to borrow some from the Han tribe. We'll pay you back next year when we have game." Han Feng laughed out loud. "Borrow? You really think you can pay it back? Are you kidding me? Borrowing is off the table, but I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. How about this? You still have people, don't you? If your tribe can't support them, then just give them to our Han tribe. We'll trade you some food for them. That way you'll reduce your burden for your tribe and get more food reserves." The leader hesitated when he heard that. He'd never imagined the Han tribe would offer such a deal. They hadn't discussed this scenario before they left, so he was at a loss for words. "Of course, if your tribe's people don't want to be split up, I have an even better solution. Your entire tribe can just join the Han tribe. All you have to do is become members of the Han tribe, and you'll be treated just like our own people. You can go back and talk it over with your tribe. If you all agree, you can move in right away. This is something we can't decide on our own. We have to go back and report to our chief. I don't know if he'll agree or not. But personally, I'd really like to stay in the Han tribe. It's really awesome here. I'll definitely tell my people all about the Han tribe. I'm sure they'll like it too." "Excellent. Then I won't keep you any longer. I hope you make the right choice. If you agree, the Han tribe will always welcome you." After talking, Han Feng stood up to see his guests out. The guards quickly escorted the 8 men outside. Han Feng turned back and went to find Da Chui to check on their progress casting iron pots. As for those other guys, Han Feng couldn't care less. About that small group, he didn't give them a second thought. In the following days, the Han tribe continued building. The equipment for the oil mill was also quickly finished. Han Feng then led his people to start pressing tung oil. The freshly pressed tung oil looked just like soybean oil. This kind of tung oil was called raw tung oil and could be used for lamps. But if you wanted to use it for paint, boiled tung oil was the best. Boiled tung oil was made by cooking raw tung oil with pine resin. The final product was thicker, had a deep amber color, and was the best natural paint for wood. The invention of tung oil solved the lighting problem for the Han tribe. Even though the oil lamps weren't super bright, it was a major advancement. Before the Han tribe had transparent windows, having an oil lamp inside was a huge convenience. Now at night, the Han tribe was no longer shrouded in darkness. While Han Feng was busy showing off the new oil lamps around the village, the guys who came begging for food had returned to their tribe. Their people who had been waiting anxiously saw them come back, empty-handed, and their faces fell with disappointment. They had been fasting for 2 days just to eat one meal. Life was brutally hard. To conserve energy, many people just laid motionless in their mud huts, not moving a muscle like animals, hibernating and waiting for the harsh winter to end. "Why didn't you borrow any food? Did the Han tribe say no? Or did you not even find them?" the chief asked the 8 returning men. "Chief, we found the Han tribe, but they wouldn't lend us food. They said our whole tribe could join them, and then we'd have more food than we could ever eat." After that, the leader retold everything he had seen and heard in the Han tribe, but he conveniently omitted the part about Han Feng offering to trade food for people. This was something the 8 men had discussed and agreed on during their journey back. They were the main workforce, and essential to the tribe. If they actually made a trade with the Han tribe, it was highly likely that the women and children would be the ones exchanged. That was a reality they couldn't bear to see. It was better to join the Han tribe than to face being separated from their wives and kids. So to prevent the tragedy of their families being ripped apart, they decided to keep it a secret. The chief was stunned after hearing their report. Then he started to think the Han tribe weren't good people. They clearly had food. They had food to spare and even used it to strong-arm other tribes into joining them. The result was obvious. The chief shot down the Han tribe's ridiculous terms, deciding his people would rather suffer a little longer than be threatened by them. The chief's decision spread like wildfire through the tribe. On top of that, their already meager rations were cut from 1 meal a day down to 1 meal every 2 days. They even had to go out and scavenge for food in the freezing cold. This just pissed off the tribe members. Life was already tough, and now it was a living hell. Still, nobody dared to speak out against the chief. But everyone was seething inside. The chief thought everything would just blow over, But what he didn't see coming was a mass desertion. 8 men who had visited the Han tribe came back and started spilling the tea. They told everyone what they'd seen and heard over there, hyping up all the perks of joining the Han tribe, which made everyone jealous. So with those 8 guys pulling the strings, they quickly got a group together. A crew that wanted to bounce with them to the Han tribe. One night when everyone was dead asleep, nearly half the tribe quietly got up and followed those 8, making a break for the Han tribe. 42 men and women trudging through the snow. In the group were even a few innocent kids who had basically been abandoned by the tribe, but now they had a shot at survival. They didn't dare light any torches, afraid of getting caught. They also didn't pack much food. What little they had was saved for the children. These were the folks who couldn't bring themselves to abandon their own kids. The tribe's food supply was controlled by the chief and his inner circle, so this group couldn't steal any grub. They had to scavenge for food every day and stash it outside the tribe. It took them several days of stockpiling just to have enough to make a run for it. The whole group braved the wind and snow, marching through the night until the next morning. Already running on empty, their strength was fading fast. They shared what food they had with the kids and kept pushing on. They knew the chief would be absolutely furious and were worried he'd send a party to hunt them down. Luckily, the falling snow covered their tracks, which helped them relax a little. Just like that, they walked for another whole day. These people were on the verge of collapse, completely gassed. No fire to keep warm, no food, or anything hot to eat. Finally, they decided to send 2 people ahead to the Han tribe to get help. The rest would hunker down, gather firewood, start a fire for warmth, and scavenge for food, determined to survive. And so they waited. They waited for a whole week. 5 days later, the 2 who went for help finally reached the walls of the Han tribe's city. They had to freeze all night outside the gate until the next morning when the guards finally spotted them. When Han Feng got the news, he had the gates opened to bring the 2 inside. One of them had already frozen to death and was unconscious. The other, after a struggle, managed to explain the situation, telling them there were still 40 people out there who wanted to join the Han tribe and were starving and freezing. Han Feng immediately ordered a rescue mission. 5 simple sleds were hastily built. 20 cavalrymen packed animal hides, food iron pots, and firewood, and with the conscious survivor leading the way, they quickly headed back out. It took the rescue team 2 days to reach the spot where the others were waiting, but it was already too late. Out of the 40 people, 5 had already frozen to death. The rest were also on their last legs. The whole group was gaunt and lethargic. They had even resorted to eating the animal hides they were using for warmth. The nursing babies only survived by drinking their mother's blood, since the mothers hadn't eaten in so long. They couldn't produce any milk. The heartbreaking scene hit the Han tribe rescuers hard. Du Fu immediately ordered them to set up the iron pots and cook some porridge with salted meat and rice for them to eat. The animal hides they brought were also handed out. After a day of treatment, the people slowly started to recover. Then, with the help of the rescue team, they buried their dead right there. All the survivors were loaded onto the sleds and pulled back to the Han tribe by the rescue party. The story of these newcomers spread like wildfire through the Han tribe. Everyone felt for them. At the same time, they felt damn lucky to be members of the Han tribe, living the good life their chief had created for them. A few days later, a ton of tribe members, after finishing their work, went to visit the newcomers, showing them how to use the Han tribe's stuff and teaching them the Han language to help them quickly fit into their new lives. The newcomers were really moved by everyone's warmth. After getting a taste of life in the Han tribe, they were more convinced than ever that their decision to leave was the right one. A few more days flew by, and just like that, it was the 2nd month of winter. The tribe's wind-powered lumber mill was finally finished, freeing up a lot of manpower. So Han Feng started dishing out new jobs for them. The 4-month winter was only halfway through, and the food reserves of other tribes were already running dry. For the tribes with small stockpiles, the hardest time had arrived. There were definitely a lot more people out there who wanted to join the Han tribe just like this. For other tribes, this was a disaster, but for Han Feng, it was a golden opportunity to recruit more people. The Han tribe, including its slaves, now had a population of nearly 3,000, but Hanyang City could still easily hold at least 2,000 more. So Han Feng immediately dispatched 100 cavalrymen, splitting them into 10 teams of 10. Each man had 2 horses, and each team was also given an Achika eagle for scouting and communication. They fanned out in all directions around the Han tribe. Their mission was to find small tribes with fewer than 100 people. These smaller tribes were most likely running low on food. Maybe they could be persuaded to join, or it wouldn't be too hard to trade food and animal hides for their people. After sending the teams out, Han Feng stayed in Hanyang City to wait for news. But construction in the Han tribe didn't stop. The invention of the trip hammer and the wind-powered sawmill had seriously boosted production efficiency, especially at the lumber mill, which could now crank out hundreds of stools every single day. Because of this basic type of furniture was quickly distributed to each family in the Han tribe, while the tung oil painting was left for each family to handle themselves to save time on finishing. Stools, square tables, louvered windows, wooden doors, all this essential furniture and stuff for home decoration were cranked out one after another at the woodworking shop, and then passed out to every family, upgrading the tribespeople's standard of living and daily routines. The tribe was also hustling to produce more tools like iron spoons, cleavers, scissors, and sewing needles. Thanks to the improved needle-making technique, Han Feng even whipped up a new kind of forge. Just then, the cavalry unit sent out to find smaller tribes brought back good news. 10 squads, one by one, brought back people they had traded for, or straight up led entire small tribes back to the Han tribe. As a result, the Han tribe's population exploded, growing by 200 or 300 people in just half a month. But that wasn't even the most important part. The scouting parties had made some unexpected discoveries along the way. 5 days east from the old Black Rat tribe's territory, Wu Mao had discovered a massive river as wide as 7 or 8 houses. On top of that, on the west bank of the river, there was a flat plain even larger than Hanyang City. That land had no tribes on it. The only people around were a few tribes living in the forest about a 2-day journey away. Wu Mao explained this to Han Feng while holding a crudely drawn map. Han Feng took the map and studied it intently. The river Wu Mao mentioned was 7 to 8 houses wide. The Han tribe's standard house was 10 meters wide, meaning the river was 70 to 80 meters across. A river that wide could definitely be called a major one. Based on the geographical info Han Feng had figured the river's source likely came from the river system east of the 8 Treasures Mountain. That location was super close anyway. Where there's water, there's life. Plus, it was near the 8 Treasures Mountain, so if they could occupy that spot and build a fortified city, then smelting copper, transporting goods by water, and fishing, the river's rich waters would all be a breeze. The Han tribe's first city would soon hit its population limit, so choosing a spot for the next one had to be done ahead of time. That place had flat land and plenty of water, making it perfect for developing the Han tribe's agriculture. It took a day to walk from Hanyang City to the old Black Rat tribe's territory. But reaching the big river Wu Mao mentioned took another 5 days by horse since the ground was covered in snow, and they had to scout along the way, so they weren't moving fast. On foot, it would probably take 7 or 8 days. At a walking speed of 20 kilometers a day, the distance was about 150 kilometers. A distance like this could be covered in just 5 or 6 hours at a full gallop if they built a straight road with a relay station for fresh horses. With the Han tribe's current strength, they could totally control that area and build a second city. The rest stop in the middle could even grow into a small village. It was easy to see why no tribes lived there. After all, with just a water source, you were guaranteed to attract a ton of wild beasts. Plus, the surrounding area was all open plains with no good spots to defend. Tribes that didn't know how to build walls obviously wouldn't dare settle there. It was unclaimed land. And since it was a perfect fit for the Han tribe's needs, it was naturally theirs for the taking. However, there was no need to rush. This wasn't something that could be done overnight. The biggest problem with building a new city was that the Han tribe currently didn't have enough manpower. Building a city requires a ton of people, which was exactly what the Han tribe was lacking. If they just sent troops to capture people, they could only turn them into slaves, which was a bad deal for the Han tribe. The best plan was to win people over without any bloodshed. Han Feng quickly came up with a scheme: set up a permanent market there and send a few hundred people to garrison it. They just needed to be strong enough to defend against the surrounding tribes. Then through the market, they'd hire laborers from neighboring tribes to build the city. For working for the Han tribe, the tribe would provide them with food, letting them trade their labor for daily necessities. These workers would all come from tribes 2 or 3 days' journey away. Since they couldn't go home every day while working for the Han tribe, they would have to live in the new city. Every day they'd hang out, eat live, and work alongside the Han tribe's people. By the time the new city was finished, if they were allowed to join the Han tribe and live there, when they looked at the city they had built with their own hands, they definitely wouldn't want to leave. This way, Han Feng only needed to use a few goods to trade for their labor. After the city was completed, these laborers would bring their entire families to join the Han tribe. At that point, the goods he had paid them with would basically come right back to the tribe. As for the supplies they used up, they were being used for his own future tribespeople anyway. It wasn't a loss at all. This was like building an entire city without spending a dime, and on top of that, tricking a whole crowd of people into joining him. Thinking about this, Han Feng couldn't help but get hyped. He was taking another step on the path to building his empire. As soon as he figured out a way to build a new city while quickly growing the Han tribe's population, Han Feng decided to set up a permanent market in the new city and dispatch a few hundred men. They would be stationed there to recruit laborers from surrounding tribes to build the city, offering food and daily necessities in exchange for their work. These workers would live and eat alongside the Han tribesmen, gradually assimilating them. Once the new city was finished, he'd let them join the Han tribe to live there. Seeing the city they built with their own hands, they'd for sure be down to join. This way, Han Feng only had to spend a small amount of goods. After these workers brought their families over to join the Han tribe, those goods would just circle back, and the supplies they used would have been for his future tribesmen anyway, so it was a total win-win. Using this strategy, he could rapidly expand the Han tribe later on. Once he had enough manpower, he could form multiple teams to build new cities in different locations, causing the population to skyrocket. Han Feng decided to use the rest of the winter to prep supplies like ox carts, horse-drawn carriages, pottery, white salt, wooden barrels, and tools. At the same time, he sent Wu Mao's squad to scout out a location for the new city. They were to search for suitable spots to build villages and rest stops. He also assigned the workshops new tasks, mass-produce goods to meet the demand of the Hanyang City market, and for trading with the grassland tribes next year. Any leftover goods would be invested in the new city. The Han tribe's main trade focus was still the grasslands, since the profits there were insane. Han Feng also prepared many other types of goods and ordered the purchase of more materials, especially sheep's wool because the Han tribe desperately needed it. He planned to use the wool to make blankets and clothing. Afterwards, Han Feng went back to the metallurgy district to continue his research on springs. This was a crucial technology for boosting fabric output. After successfully crafting the first spring, Han Feng started researching the flying shuttle loom, which could increase productivity several times over. On top of that, he built a spinning jenny boosting productivity by 10 times. The woodworking shop had also ramped up its production speed, and Mu Yang proposed building another wind-powered woodworking shop. Han Feng gave the green light. A month later, the cavalry unit sent out to find and trade for people returned with over 480 new members, growing the Han tribe's population once again. Wu Mao's team had also finished mapping the terrain to the east. Han Feng now had a solid visual of the topography there. However, building a city was a massive undertaking that required his personal supervision. At the start of the 4th month of winter, Han Feng instructed Elder Da Shu and Shaman Zhuo to stay and manage Hanyang City. Meanwhile, Han Feng, along with Da Zhuo Shui Tu Lang Feng Shou Ya and Wu Mao's cavalry team, a total of 15 people, headed to the new city's proposed location to survey the site. After a 2-day ride, they arrived at a large river. Han Feng took some measurements and saw that the terrain was perfect for a city. The land was flat, great for farming, and the area was massive enough to sustain a massive population. Han Feng planned to head back to the tribe to draft detailed blueprints for the new city. The scouting team kept searching the surrounding area for resources, and in the mountains to the north they found thorny grass that could substitute for bamboo in making mats, curtains, and other items. In the southern mountains they found a tree suitable for papermaking as its bark and sap were full of fiber. They also found star anise pear, pagoda trees, willows, poplars, and pines, all useful types of timber. They even found a prime location for a village that could act as a way station between Hanyang City and the new city, perfect for developing livestock and other services. Once the scouting team got back to the Han tribe, Han Feng reviewed their survey report and started planning the new city's construction from his base in Hanyang City. But with spring's arrival, the Han tribe had to focus on farming. Construction on the new city would be put on hold until after the spring planting was done. In the final month of winter, the cavalry team that was sent out to trade and recruit brought back an additional 300 people. Combined with the earlier batch, the Han tribe's population had increased by 817 people that winter, reaching a total of 4,000. Spring arrived, Han Feng turned 12, and the Han tribe was on a roll of powerful growth. Another batch of youths came of age, though it was a small group of just over 100. As spring began, the annual ritual was held once more, but this time was different. It wasn't just the Han tribesmen participating because the first spring market of the season was also being held. This year, however, the market wasn't about trading goods. It was for all the tribes that had learned wet rice cultivation to come and learn spring farming techniques from the Han tribe. On top of the agricultural exchange, the big annual matchmaking festival was also relocated to the Han tribe's market. Chiefs, shamans, and elders from various tribes brought along their warriors, and the newly of age young men and women setting up camp in the fields west of Hanyang City. For most of these teens, it was their first time ever seeing the Han tribe. They were all blown away by the sights. 3 days later, the Han tribe held a grand ceremony to flex its power. The tribesmen filed out of the west gate, lining up in perfect formation. Outside, drums began to beat from the top of the city walls. The main gate swung open, and the tribesmen marched out in succession. A large banner was unfurled on the wall, inscribed with phrases like, "Honor the ancestors," and "A bountiful new year." After that, a procession representing the 6 types of livestock made its entrance, whipping the crowd into a frenzy. 4 high-ranking chiefs raised the tribal banner and carried it to the flagpole on the wall, where Han Feng took the lead in hoisting it up. He then recited a prayer to the ancestors and delivered a speech to fire up his people. The tribesmen all bowed their heads in respect to the flag and the banner on the wall. After the ceremony concluded, the banner was left hanging on the wall until evening, when it was finally taken down. The tribesmen filed back into the city, took their kids home, and went back to their duties. Once the crowd had cleared out, ox carts loaded with goods rolled into the area outside the city and started setting up shop. This time there were even a bunch of new goods were available, like iron pots, iron spoons, sewing needles, wool, and scissors, as well as wooden furniture and iron farm tools. The Han tribe demanded people in exchange for metal goods, and the other tribes also used people as currency. Because of this, they took in about 300 more people. After that, the east gate of Hanyang City opened, and oxen and horses pulled plows out to the fields to start the spring planting. Spring fertilizer was also spread on the fields. The Han tribe's farming area this year was huge. Besides last year's rice paddies, the land on the east bank of the small river had also been cleared during the winter, reclaiming over 200 acres of new fields for Han Feng's plan. He had them plant wheat on the east bank. First, he sowed half the seeds as a test. Even though he didn't know the exact way to grow wheat, Han Feng knew you had to dig furrows and then sow the seeds, so he divided the land into a few experimental plots totaling about an acre. While the tribesmen were busy plowing the fields, Han Feng wasn't just chilling. He personally plowed that 1 acre plot himself, and then started prepping for the development of a new settlement. To establish this new settlement, a group of warriors had to be sent out first to clear the surrounding beasts, build a base, and prepare for the founding of a Han tribe outpost. Right now, they didn't have a regular army. So Han Feng planned to first craft weapons and equipment for the troops. A real army needed to look uniform, and that meant uniforms. The Han tribe already had some hemp cloth enough to make outfits for over 100 men. Han Feng ordered the cloth to be dyed dark red and sewn into 2-layered outfits with an inner and outer tunic plus boots. The army boots were made of cowhide styled as low-cut black boots, and the soles were made from cowhide and black ironwood with anti-slip grooves carved in. Once they had boots, they needed armor. Han Feng decided to go with leather armor because it was simple to make using rawhide. The infantry armor was like a protective vest pulled over the head and fastened with clasps. The chest plate was painted yellow and stamped with the character for courage. It also came with 2 arm guards. The archer's armor was simpler, just a single layer fastened with a belt. The cavalry armor was similar to the infantry's, but with a longer skirt split into left and right flaps. They also got helmets which had a round spike on top of visor and decorative feathers on the back. After designing the armor, it was time to upgrade the weapons. The new long spears were made of steel with a flattened 4-sided pyramid-shaped spearhead that had a socket for the shaft. The feathers attached to the spear were a big deal, helping the user judge their thrusting power and distracting the enemy. The new long spear also came with a multi-purpose military shovel. The shieldman's gear was also pretty unique. Their shields were made of wood, rectangular with a slight curve, and a reinforcing bar to keep them steady. The sides of the shield had semicircular notches, so they could stab out with a knife while in formation. The sword for these shieldmen was the Yanling Dao, which was a good medium length. The shieldmen were also equipped with a military shovel as a secondary weapon. The cavalry's main weapon was the lance with a military shovel as their sidearm. Later they'd be getting the Changdao, a long saber perfect for cavalry use. The archer's weapon was still the longbow, and they also got a military shovel. In the first month of spring, the Han tribe finished their planting and weapon crafting. Han Feng then started to recruit soldiers. He would form their first regular army from the strong young men in the tribe. With over 4,000 people, the Han tribe could only form a unit of 155 men. After the second spring market day ended, Han Feng summoned all the adult men of the tribe to the square. He announced that he would be selecting 155 elite warriors, and these soldiers would get some serious perks. They would take orders only from the chief, be in charge of protecting the tribe and its people, and also expand their territory. The selection was split into 4 troop types, each with its own standardized gear. Han Feng had 4 models. Show off the equipment, leaving the tribesmen totally amazed. Then the first round of tryouts began. All the men had to run 4 laps around the city wall. The first 300 to finish would move on to the next round. Han Feng used the run to pick his soldiers, making sure they had the stamina to handle the weight of their armor in a fight. The circumference of the Hanyang city wall was almost a mile, so 4 laps was nearly 4 miles. For these primitive dudes, this was a massive challenge, but Han Feng believed they could pull it off. During the tryouts, Han Feng watched from the city wall. After the first lap, the pack started to spread out. But nobody stopped. After the second lap, some guys collapsed from exhaustion or started puking. They were taken to rest and were cut from the selection. By the third lap, everyone's pace had slowed, but most were still able to hang in there. After the fourth lap, Han Feng was waiting at the city gate to hand out tokens to the first 300 finishers. The first 20 were potential officer candidates. The next 80 were a good fit for the shieldmen unit, and the next 120 were reserve spearmen. The rest just trickled in. Once 300 guys had finished, Han Feng signaled the end of the round. The ones who didn't make it were exhausted and just plopped down on the ground to rest. The chosen 300 gathered in the square to wait for round 2. This round would cut half of them. After a 30-minute break, Han Feng announced the second round was combat trials. They'd draw lots to pick an opponent, no weapons allowed. Whoever took down their opponent would move on. Everyone drew lots, found their match, and lined up. Han Feng called out the pairs 30 guys at a time for the fights. It kicked off with everyone using brute force to win. Han Feng spotted one pretty evenly matched fight, and another intense brawl between a skinny dude named Chaida and a stout guy named Hu Mancheng. Han Feng was impressed with these two. He decided he'd give them special consideration during the final picks. Then Han Feng proposed a match against both of them. The two of them, one stout and one skinny, one tall and one short, made for a wild contrast. Han Feng stood tall, looking totally confident and unshakable. Hu Mancheng was jacked with muscles bulging everywhere, radiating pure power. Chaida was lean and quick with sharp, clever eyes. The three of them stood in the middle of the field as everyone else crowded around. Holding their breath for the epic showdown, the match kicked off with Chaida making the first move. He played to his strengths, blitzing toward Han Feng, aiming to drop him with a nasty kick to the gut. However, Han Feng was more than ready. He effortlessly dodged Chaida's kick and countered with a swift leg sweep that sent the guy flying. At the same moment, Han Feng tried to jump him from behind. But Han Feng's reflexes were insane. He spun out of the way and slammed Han Feng to the ground with a brutal shoulder check. In the end, both Saida and Han Feng were no match for Han Feng. The two of them just looked at each other and grinned in admiration. Han Feng declared that they both passed to the next round and even promised to teach them some new moves. The other warriors watching were completely blown away by Han's fighting prowess. They were all desperate to get noticed by their leader. The trials went on, and Han Feng picked another young guy named T-Luke to advance. He earned Han Feng's respect for his cool head and incredible stamina. By the final match, the army's recruitment quota was filled. Besides the 150 victors, they were still 2 men short, but of course Han Feng wasn't going to recruit anyone else. The whole point of his display of martial arts was to build credibility and make it easier to command these troops down the line. Next up, Han Feng planned to train them with more advanced techniques to forge them into true warriors. The recruitment process was now complete. The Han tribe went back to its daily rhythm. Han Feng then ordered the old members of the Bitten tribe to form a team of 100 people. Their mission was to go back to their former territory and plant hemp. Meanwhile, Dai Thu led a group to the mountains to start mining copper. Han Feng decided to put iron ore mining on the back burner for a bit. The Han tribe didn't have a huge need for iron just yet, so there was no point in rushing it. On top of that, Han Feng dispatched a trade caravan to the grasslands led by Dupuk, with Lang Pong as his second-in-command. Their main objective this trip was to trade for animal hides, ox-horn sinew, as well as cattle and horses. They also had to pick up more wool. Dupuk and Lang Feng accepted the mission and cheerfully set off with their caravan. Han Feng held Duda back, getting him ready to lead a team to the new fortress east of the river and set up a marketplace. Hearing this, both brothers were thrilled, especially Duda. He immediately started hustling, checking on the production progress in all the workshops. The Han tribe's slaves kept on with their construction duties. It was projected that all the building projects in Hanyang City would be finished in about another year. Once that happened, the slaves would be transferred to the new fortress, so there was no worry about them running out of work. After getting all the external affairs in order, Han Feng started to focus on building his army. The future of the Han tribe's military depended entirely on the foundation he was about to lay. Han Feng believed the army needed to be separate from the civilians, so he ordered the soldiers to move out of their homes and take over a warehouse for their barracks. The inside of the barracks was paved with bricks and furnished with bunk beds and long tables, making it perfect for both living and studying. Han Feng planned to have these soldiers become literate. They could even serve as teachers in the future. He then pushed the carpentry and pottery teams to craft school supplies like blackboards, chalk, and personal slates, so the soldiers could learn to write. In the second month of spring, the construction of the barracks and classrooms was finished. Through training and competitions, the soldiers were split into 4 divisions, organized into 4 main companies. Han Feng appointed Big Rat as Captain Blood Butcher, as vice captain, and Beast Fang as the quartermaster. Each division also got its own commander. The soldiers then kicked off their professional training. Han Feng even wrote a song, Sons of the Great Han, getting ready to teach it to his troops during their lessons. The daily grind for the soldiers included formation drills, physical conditioning, tactical studies, and live combat practice. Afternoons were dedicated to their studies. Han Feng cleverly wove Han characters into his lectures on strategy so the men could learn tactics and literacy simultaneously. They also had tests covering the morning's training where they'd analyze weaknesses and then push the soldiers through more physical drills to fix them. On top of training the troops, Han Feng set up a class for another group of students, teaching them how to craft everyday items and also how to read and write. This group was made up of the women who were pregnant last winter and the kids, who were about 10 years old, making a class of about 200 people. Han Feng taught them literacy by having them write out instructions, so they learned how to make things and how to read at the same time. All through the 3rd month of spring, Han Feng was busy training the army and teaching his classes. The trade caravan led by Duda, along with Big Rat's soldiers, headed out to the new fortress to get things ready. Meanwhile, Dupuk's caravan was scouring the grasslands looking for tribes to trade with. But they soon found out that all the tribes they met last year had packed up and left. Lang Pong explained that the grassland tribes were nomadic, moving with the seasons. He figured they could use that knowledge to track down new tribes. By the 4th month, the advance team reached the site for the new fortress and started setting up camp. Hunting parties from the nearby tribes definitely took notice of them. But because of their gear and the way they carried themselves, the Han tribe was so different, the locals were too intimidated to get close. That is until one day when a Han tribe squad leader was fetching water from the river and ran into a hunting party from another tribe. The squad leader laid out the plan of the Han tribe, inviting them to join in on the trading and building. The other tribe's chief was stoked about the offer, but he was also worried they didn't have enough stuff to trade. The squad leader explained that the Han tribe was willing to trade goods for labor, and they'd even provide food and white salt. The chief was ecstatic and rushed back to talk it over with his elders. After their meeting, the squad leader brought them back to the encampment. The Luke then escorted them to meet Duda for the full scoop on the new market. Duda laid out the whole plan for the new fortress and the terms of trade. The chief was totally on board with the Han tribe's plan. He promised that when he got back, he'd spread the word to other tribes to get more people to come and help build. Duda also shot a letter off to Han Feng giving him a progress report. At the same time, they asked Han Feng to personally map out the new stronghold's specific location. Han Feng got the message and decided to head over there himself. He planned on building a massive city that could house around 400,000 people. The new city's layout was based on the design of Chang'an City, split into a palace district, a noble district schools, and 80 market districts. The residential areas in the market districts were expanded to pack in more people. Han Feng was hoping to use policies to kickstart a baby boom and grow the population. The city's construction was planned in phases, starting with building the market districts, then the city walls and the palace. Han Feng also got a ton of wooden planks ready to use as molds for building rammed earth walls. After that, he led a convoy and a crew of workers to the new city, ready to break ground. But just as they were about to start, some seriously bad news hit Han Duong City. A flesh-eating horde was rolling in from the north. Right then, Han Feng was leading a convoy of vehicles and workers to the new city to get construction started, but unexpectedly, Hanyang City got some grim news. An army of over 1,000 cannibals was on the move. They were crudely armed with shields, bows, and bone spears, and were advancing from the north. They had already attacked the Horn Tribe's merchant caravan and taken over the Snake Tribe's territory. The survivors of the Snake Tribe had fled to Hanyang. Ying Rui, who was tasked with defending Hanyang City, immediately sealed the gates and prepared the defenses. Upon hearing the news, after a quick meeting with Shaman Chut and the elders, Ying Rui made a decision. He ordered all tribesmen home, all livestock into their pens, and all 3 city gates bolted shut. He then dispatched 200 cavalrymen to intercept the fleeing tribesmen. They also prepped 3 eagles to carry a message to Han Feng, hoping for a strategy. After getting the message, Han Feng met with Big Rat Blood Butcher, Beast Fang, and the others to hash out a plan. After analyzing the enemy's strength and gear, they came to a conclusion. Hanyang City's walls were solid. The cannibal tribe would have a hard time breaching them quickly. The real worry was the other tribes coming to the market. They had no idea what was going on and might just walk right into the trap. They decided to form a coalition army with the tribes near Hanyang City. Once their forces were superior, Han Feng would lead the coalition to coordinate with Hanyang City's defenders and wipe out the entire enemy force. Han Feng wrote a reply ordering Hanyang City to hold its ground and wait for reinforcements and not to open the gates for a fight under any circumstances. He also told them that in an emergency, they could slaughter the pigs and sheep in the city for food. Han Feng made a special point to treat the Snake Tribe refugees well. Then he led his warriors out of the new city to a small hill at the foot of Thak Ko Lin Mountain to await the coalition forces. Meanwhile, back in the city, Ying Rui, Shaman Chut, and the elders moved fast. Following Han Feng's orders, they sealed the gates and rallied all the men in the city preparing for a fight. The more than 200 refugees from the Snake Tribe were also settled. After some discussion, the elders decided to let them stay in a warehouse that had been used as a barracks. The warehouse had over 100 bunk beds. It was a bit cramped, but the adults and children could squeeze in to sleep. If there wasn't enough room, they could push school desks together to make beds. This was a state of war after all. No one was allowed to start their own fires. Everyone had to eat communally. The Han tribe always treated everyone equally, but right now they had to prioritize feeding the adult men first. Then came the women, and finally the children. Women and kids only got 2 meals a day. It wasn't that the Han tribe was short on food, but no one could predict when the enemy would retreat. In this uncertain situation, it was best to conserve food. Every bit saved could help them hold out for another day. Just as Hanyang City finished its defensive preparations, and Han Feng started heading back, the cannibal army finally arrived. Over 1,000 cannibal warriors reached the base of Hanyang City before dawn. They were shirtless, wearing only animal hide loincloths or leaf skirts, their bodies covered in strange white patterns. Their heads were wrapped with some kind of unknown vines. While they weren't in perfect formation, they weren't disorganized either. You could see they were split into squads of about 40 men each. Each squad was led by a captain wearing a palm-sized skull necklace. Their getup was identical to the cannibals Han Feng had encountered before. In their ranks were not just warriors, but also over 40 red-furred ape men. Even in an army of over 1,000, they stood out. Prisoners captured from the Snake and Horn tribes were also there, tied together in a line with ropes around their necks. They looked absolutely miserable. Over 30 prisoners were tied in groups, guarded by a few ape men who held the ropes, leading them like dogs. The 200 antelopes captured the day before were there too. But their numbers had dropped significantly. They'd probably been eaten. Fewer than 100 remained. Also tied up and herded along with the army, they had taken a huge detour through the forest. They finally emerged from the southwest, which was the old territory of the border tribe. Clearly, they had been following the footprints and wheel tracks. The entire army marched out of the dense woods. Suddenly, a vast plain stretching for over 3,000 acres opened up before them. This flatland was nothing special, just a plain between the mountains. But what shocked them was what stood in the middle of it. Slightly to the east was a massive square structure. Getting closer, they could see it was surrounded by a moat with towering walls built from green bricks that looked like polished stone. There were no gaps, no handholds. It was like a naturally formed sheer cliff. Only the 4 city gates were covered by large wooden planks on the outside. the crowd of cannibals curiously approached the west gate. The tracks from ox carts and horse hooves led right up to the western moat, and then vanished. Looking at the huge wooden planks covering the gate opposite the tracks, the crowd seemed to figure something out. Just then the noise from below caught the attention of the guards on the wall. It was just dawn, so visibility was still poor. 10 warriors peeked their heads out from the watchtowers and crenelles on the wall looking down. They saw countless warriors covered in bizarre white markings, swarming at the base of the city. There were also giant ape-men twice the height of a normal man. The warriors who had never seen an ape-man before were totally stunned. The enemy is here! Sound the drums!" Someone yelled first immediately. The 2 large drums in the west gate's watchtower began to pound with a thunderous boom, boom, boom. The sound of the drums not only woke up the sleeping tribesmen inside Hanyang City, but also startled the cannibal army and the apes at the foot of the wall. The enemy force below all turned to look toward the source of the drumming. You could see on top of the city walls through the neat crenelles many figures running back and forth, and some even poked their heads out, seemingly holding weapons, and on closer inspection they were sharp bronze spears or longbows. This sight immediately caught the attention of the enemy below. Never mind the hairstyles, the important thing was that the people on the walls were holding bows and arrows. You have to know that their target this time was the bow-wielding tribe, so now they had definitely found the right place. A red-furred ape-man outside the west gate also spotted the people on the wall. It roared in anger, took a few quick steps, and then leaped up, clearing the 4-meter-wide protective moat, and clung to the smooth city wall. But unfortunately, the ape only managed to jump to a height of 5 meters and had no strength left to jump any higher. The smooth wall had no handholds, and in the end it could only scrabble at the wall a few times before falling with a splash into the protective moat. The fall created a huge column of water that shot up, spraying the city wall and the ground on the other side of the moat, drenching several ape-men and warriors nearby. Screams and the enraged growls of the ape-man echoed all around. The ape-man that fell into the water struggled to climb ashore from the moat. Then, like a dog shaking itself dry, it flung all the water off its body, and then it continued to growl at the people on the city wall where Ying Yue stood on the watchtower, clutching his chest and breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, that monster almost made it up. Lucky for us, the city wall is high enough and the moat is wide enough. This was no joke. The moat had really done its job against the ape-men. Although the moat couldn't do anything to the ape itself, it limited the ape's jumping distance. This beast was massive with a powerful leap. If it weren't for the moat allowing it to jump from a closer distance, it probably would have reached the crenelles. But now the moat had restricted its jumping range, causing the ape to fall short by about 2 meters of getting onto the wall. This made the tribesmen inside the city feel much safer. And as for those other warriors, it was a whole different story. Forget about climbing the wall, even with a running start of a few hundred meters. It was doubtful they could even clear the 4-meter-wide moat. Whether they could even touch the city wall was a whole other question, but just because they couldn't touch the wall didn't mean they couldn't attack. You have to remember that the bows, arrows, and spears in their hands weren't just for show. Although they didn't have many bows and an army of over 1,200 men, only about half had them. But that number was still more than the archers of Hanyang City. It's just that when you compare the number of reserve arrows, the two sides were in a completely different league. Each archer from the cannibal tribe only had about 20 or 30 arrows. Moreover, the quality was terrible. Very few arrows had fletching, and they definitely didn't have arrowheads. Their arrows were made by burning tree branches to charcoal and then sharpening them. And as for the shaft, if they could get it straight, that was already considered a great achievement. You have to know that the arrows they were copying were the most primitive type invented by Han Feng. At that time, Han Feng himself didn't have any metal to use. His arrows also had no arrowheads. The tail end was fletched with terror bird feathers, and the shaft was only relatively straight. Everything else was really no different from the arrows of this bunch. Speaking of the ape-man below this city, after falling into the water, it wasn't ready to give up and tried again. This time it backed up further, and then leaped towards the city wall again, but this time was different. The defenders on the wall were ready. Just as the ape leaped up and was about to pass the 5-meter mark, several archers suddenly appeared in the crenelles. Duer was one of them. Fire, Duer yelled. 5 arrows flew straight towards the ape's chest. 5 thuds rang out, all hitting their mark. Each arrow pierced the ape's chest from a different angle. 2 arrows even went straight through its body, sticking out from its back before it could even touch the wall. The ape let out a tragic cry and fell with a loud splash straight into the protective moat. It thrashed in the water a few times, apparently even breaking one of the arrows in its back. Then its legs went still, and it slowly sank to the bottom of the moat. The water's surface grew calm again. A string of bubbles rose up along with fresh blood that stained a patch of water red. The carnivorous fish in the river seemed to smell the blood and swarmed in, frantically tearing at the ape's corpse. This sudden turn of events left the enemy below the city stunned. Even the other red-furred ape-men stared blankly at the red water. For a moment, the defenders on the wall saw the red monster killed in the blink of an eye. Their morale soared, and they erupted in cheers that shook the heavens. The resounding shouts echoed continuously along the wall, gradually becoming uniform, powerful, and incredibly heroic. The few archers who had just shot the ape were surrounded by everyone, showered with praise and admiration. The cheers from the wall also caused the enemy below, who were lost in a stupor, to snap out of it. 2 ape-men, whether out of anger or grief, let out a roar and jumped into the moat. They worked together to chase away the fish and drag their comrade's corpse ashore. They even managed to snatch a few of the large fish that wouldn't let go of the ape's corpse and hurled them at the city wall, but none of the fish hit their mark. all of them being dodged by the warriors on the wall. The other apes also ran over surrounding the corpse, and Howling One even pulled the Han tribe's arrows from the body and snapped them in two. Seeing their comrade's corpse, the other apes went berserk, getting a running start at the foot of the wall and trying to jump onto the city wall, wanting to kill the ones who had shot their friend Ying Yue. And Duer saw this, and quickly arranged their formation, moving all the archers behind the crenelles as soon as the horde of ape men leapt up. The archers fired in unison, a volley of thuds rang out. All 23 of the attacking ape men were hit by arrows and fell. Some were hit by multiple arrows and died on the spot, while others were only lightly wounded as they fell. Then crawl back ashore to rip the arrows out with their teeth. Each time they pulled one out, it took a chunk of flesh with it, or tore their old wounds wide open. Blood was gushing non-stop, and even if they didn't die right away, they sure as hell wouldn't last long. This round of fighting once again ended with the apes suffering a crushing defeat. Taking heavy losses, the apes finally calmed their asses down and stopped their suicidal attempts to scale the wall. The wall was just too high, they couldn't climb it. In the end, they had to accept their fate. But that didn't mean they couldn't find another way to attack. Some warrior in their ranks gave an order, and over 600 archers swarmed to a spot about 20 meters from the base of the wall. Then all at once they drew their bows and fired at the city wall. A rain of arrows poured down on the defenders, but with those crappy bows and arrows, how much damage could they really do? The bows were janky, so how could the arrows even fly straight? The sound of arrows clanking against the wall was endless. Some arrows didn't even make it to the wall and just dropped to the ground. A few flew over the wall and landed inside the city, but the warriors on the ramparts had already taken cover behind the battlements. Forget getting killed. Not a single person was even scratched. 600 archers fired 7 or 8 volleys, but achieved absolutely nothing. The captain below ordered them to stop firing. After all, they didn't have that many arrows. Each guy only had about 30 or 40, so they couldn't afford to waste them like that. Seeing that the enemy's arrows were completely useless, the warriors on the wall started cheering, their morale soaring. Down below, the enemy troops were either pissed off or bummed out. However, there were some smart ones in the crowd. They knew their bows and arrows were garbage, so they switched to a more primitive tactic. Someone shouted something, and then a group from the mob ran towards the riverbank. They weren't interested in the rice paddies that looked like a bunch of weeds. They saw a big path in the middle and followed it straight to the river. The paddies were just muddy swamps overgrown with weeds, so no one wanted to slog through there. Hundreds of them ran to the river and back, each one carrying a load of pebbles and piling them up at the foot of the wall. When the red-furred ape men saw the stones, their eyes lit up. Without a second thought, they snatched up the rocks and hurled them towards the figures on the city wall. Yingdu was peeking over the edge when he saw a dark shadow flying at him, and quickly ducked. Then with a loud thud, a fist-sized rock slammed into the corner of the battlement and bounced into the moat. Seeing that, the other apes and warriors also started grabbing rocks and chucking them at the wall. In an instant, hundreds, even thousands of stones rained down like hell. The warriors hiding behind at the embrasures, guys were cowering and covering their heads. Tons of people got hit by falling rocks and screamed horribly, and the injured quickly retreated from the wall, leaving some in the watchtower and the others behind. Get down now! Ying Dui also covered his head and ran into the watchtower. Hearing the shouts, the other warriors quickly fell back from the wall. Some got nailed by rocks while retreating and cried out in pain. They finally made it to the base of the wall, pressing themselves against it to dodge the stone shower. The elder and the rat shaman standing inside the gate were shocked by the scene. After thinking for a second, the elder said, "Go check the carpentry workshop. I think we still have a lot of spare shields. The chief had them made for the army's expansion. Bring those shields here. If there aren't enough, just use wooden planks. As long as it can block the rocks, it's good enough." Duck Nai, standing nearby, heard this and his eyes lit up. Without another word, he bolted straight for the woodworking shop. Other warriors followed him. The rock storm didn't last long and quickly died down. After all, the number of rocks they brought from the river was limited only enough for a few volleys. While they ran back to the river to get more, Dokni and the others had already brought shields and wooden planks from the workshop. The whole crew ran back up to the wall while the injured warriors were taken to the warehouse, which used to be the barracks, for treatment. When the chief of the snake tribe saw 10 warriors get carried down, he immediately ran to the one-eyed shaman and the elder to ask for herbs and tools so his tribesmen could treat the wounded. The snake tribe was known for its healers, and they usually sold a ton of medicinal herbs to the Han tribe. Now was their time to shine. The elder was thrilled and personally led the snake tribe chief to get the supplies. A few minutes later, the second wave of the rock attack began. But this time, the warriors on the wall were ready. Some held shields, while others teamed up to hold large wooden planks. The sound of rocks thudding against the wood was relentless, but this time, nobody else got hurt. Their fighting spirit, which had been crushed by the rock barrage, was now fired up again. Ying Doi even deliberately propped up a large wooden plank in a battlement to taunt the enemy below. "Oh yeah, I got a shield, you punks, bring it on!" This taunt worked like a charm. Before hearing the pathetic screams from the wall, the warriors below had been pumped, thinking they'd finally found a way to deal with them. so they threw the rocks even harder. However, after just a few volleys, the defenders on the wall had already figured out a counter. Seeing the guy in the silver crown smirking at them from behind a big plank, the warriors below lost all motivation. Only the stubborn ape men kept grabbing rocks and chucking them at Yingdui's plank. The strength of the apes was insane. The rocks slammed into the plank with loud thuds, even knocking Yingdui back a few steps. Yingdui didn't dare to keep blocking. After getting hit by a dozen rocks, he ducked back behind the battlement. After this rock assault was over, the warriors of the cannibal tribe were pretty much out of ideas. They circled the city walls a few times but couldn't find any weak spots to attack. In the end, they were left totally helpless against the defenders of Hanyang City. All 4 gates were blocked. Let's see what you do now. You can't go without food and water forever. If you don't come out to hunt, you'll just starve to death. Let's see if you punks dare to come out. It made sense why he thought that. They'd never set foot in Hanyang City, had no idea what it was like inside, let alone what the city folk ate. They just figured they had to hunt every single day just like them. The fighting died down for a bit, and Yang Rui went to patrol the 4 city walls. Seeing all 4 gates were blocked, he just shook his head, feeling powerless. Even if they could fight their way out, Han Feng had ordered them not to leave the city to fight. Plus, if they actually charged out, the Han tribe would for sure suffer casualties. The chief probably thought of that, which is why he didn't let them counterattack. So both sides were just stuck in a standoff. Shaman Rat had his people gather the stones that were shot into the city and carry them back up to the walls. This way, they didn't have to go find more rocks and could use the enemy's own ammo to throw back at the besieging army. Hanyang City was at a total standstill. Meanwhile, Han Feng was still on the move. At his current speed, it would take another 2 days to reach the small hill at the base of Thak Ko Ridge. However, the march didn't stop Han Feng from keeping tabs on the situation in Hanyang City. Right after the cannibal tribe's assault ended, Shaman Rat sent 3 chukas with a letter for Han Feng giving him a quick rundown. He reported on the battle situation and the results, and in the end, he was still asking the chief for his next orders on how to handle things. After reading the letter, Han Feng could finally relax a bit. It was almost noon, so he told everyone to find a spot to rest and eat before they kept going. The group quickly found a place to stop. The cooks started cooking and others went to relieve themselves. Han Feng also took this chance to write a reply letter. He wrote to Shaman Rat, "You guys are doing great. Make damn sure our people are safe. The injured need to be patched up right away. Also try to bait the enemy to the west gate. Don't let them get too close to the rice paddies. We can't have them messing up the crops and screwing up the harvest. Don't be in a rush to off them. They're going to be our slaves later. Keep as many alive as you can. We still need them to work." Han Feng wrote down the next steps right in the letter and sent the 3 chukas back with it. For the next 2 days, the cannibal tribe's army kept Hanyang City on lockdown. They left more than half of their troops to guard the 4 city gates. The rest of them went into the woods to gather firewood and hunt. By now, Han Feng had led his squad across the river somewhere else, silently making his way toward the small hill at the base of Thak Company Ridge. While Han Feng was on his secret march, the tribes that were coming for the Shengxi market fair in Hanyang City also started sending their trade caravans over. But before they even got there, they ran smack into the cannibals who were out hunting in the woods. The cannibal tribe's hunting parties were looking for prey, and these merchant caravans basically served themselves up on a silver platter. Right then, the tribes heading to the April market fair in Hanyang City were sending out their trade caravans one by one, but before they could get there, they ran into warriors from the cannibal tribe who were out on a hunt. The cannibal tribe's hunting party was looking for prey, and these merchant caravans basically served themselves up on a silver platter. Luckily for them, the folks sent to trade in Hanyang City were mostly the strongest warriors from their tribes. Plus, the cannibal hunting parties weren't that big. Mostly just small groups, so even if some guys got caught or iced, a few always managed to get away. They hit up the Han tribe for trade all the time, so they knew the terrain like the back of their hand and could find their way home blindfolded, so before Han Feng could even show up to help, most of them had already shaken off their pursuers and were hiding out in the forest. With no clue what to do, a day later, Han Feng's crew finally made it to the mountain, where they ran into a few warriors from other tribes running for their lives. "Oh, great chieftain of the Han tribe, please help us. Help us, some of our people got captured by those warriors. They might still be alive right now, so we're begging you, chief. Send your troops to save them." A dude who looked totally wrecked pleaded with Han Feng. He was from the Flying Stone tribe, and this time his tribe sent 15 people, but only 6 or 7 got away, and they all got separated. In the end, only 2 of them found Han Feng. That's right. "Please help us, chieftain of the Han tribe. My tribe, the Fork tribe, got people snatched too. The Han tribe is strong. Your weapons are top-notch. Please make a move, chief, or I'm afraid it'll be too late." A short guy from the Fork tribe dropped to his knees in front of Han Feng. "Everybody get up, let's talk. It's not that I don't want to help, but there are just too many of them. You guys probably haven't been near Hanyang City, so you don't know what's going down. The cannibal army is here. Over 1,000 warriors have surrounded all 4 gates of Hanyang City. If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't have had to sneak all the way out here just to cook up a plan," Han Feng said. He shot down their request and laid out the grim situation at Hanyang City. The enemy force is huge, and the Han tribe can barely protect itself, let alone go save anyone else. So that's how it is. Even Hanyang City is surrounded, the short dude from the Fork tribe said, completely shocked. So chieftain of the Han tribe, have you figured out a plan yet? Over 1,000 of them. So how many people does the Han tribe have outside Hanyang City? The guy from the Fork tribe asked curiously. Most of our people are trapped inside the city. Out here it's just us. Seeing the two of them looking bummed out, Han Feng paused for a sec, then continued, but it's not like we're totally screwed. You want to save your people? We want to save our people. Our goals are exactly the same. Besides, aren't the people of the Han tribe basically your relatives too? What tribe here doesn't have family in Hanyang City? So right now it's not just one tribe in trouble, it's all of us in this mess together. If each of your tribes sends 100 or 200 guys, we'll have 1,000 or 2,000 men in no time. When that happens, won't it be a piece of cake to crush the enemy? These words really hit home with those guys, and even with Han Feng's own warriors. They were originally bought from other tribes and had only joined the Han tribe for a little over a year. How could they forget the place where they were born and raised? I gotta mention, the grunts on the ground didn't know the full battle plan. All they knew was that Hanyang City was surrounded by the cannibal army and their chieftain was leading them here to provide backup. They had no clue Han Feng wanted to use this crisis to swallow up the surrounding tribes. Only the 3 top leaders and Han Feng himself knew the real play. Everyone else was completely in the dark. Han Feng figured even if he told these warriors it wouldn't matter. They were living the good life in the Han tribe and would definitely want their old kin to have a taste of it too. The 2 dudes from the Fork tribe and the Flying Stone tribe heard Han Feng out and quietly nodded. The chief's right, if one tribe can't pull it off, everyone can chip in. We can for sure round up 1,000 or 2,000 people. But even if our 2 tribes send everyone we've got, we'd only have 200 or 300 guys at most. That's still less than the enemy, the short guy from the Fork tribe pointed out. Just the 3 of us is obviously not enough. But I can get more guys from other tribes. The Horn tribe and the Snake tribe got hit too. The survivors from the Snake tribe fled to Hanyang City and are now stuck in there. But the Horn tribe still has 3 people inside the city. I can figure out a way to get them out and send them back to rally their people. That should get us another 100 or 200 warriors. And the other tribes will definitely show up too, Han Feng explained to the guys. But our tribes are super far away. Traveling back and forth is going to take a ton of time, the man from the Flying Stone tribe said, raising a solid point. No problem, we've got horses, we've got cavalry. I can send my cavalry to escort you guys back. On top of that, for helping out this time, the Han tribe will offer a hefty reward. Even though this is a problem for all of us, your tribes are small, so asking you to send so many people is a tough ask. But you can go back and tell your chieftains this. Say that I'm inviting them to bring reinforcements so we can drive out the enemy together. After we win, the Han tribe will have a huge reward for them. And I can give you a sneak peek of what that is. The Han tribe recently discovered a really sweet spot. The land is fertile and flat with plenty of water, and there's a ton of land perfect for farming. If we just develop it, it could feed hundreds of thousands of people. Never mind just the Han tribe. As long as your chieftains agree to bring their armies here, I'm willing to share this place with all of you. Of course, if you're not interested in the land, the Han tribe has other things to offer as a reward. All you have to do is agree to show up and face our common enemy together. The Han tribe is ready to fight on the front lines. Tell your chieftains that Han Feng generously painted a pretty picture for them. Fertile land. Of course we have it. In this day and age land, everywhere is fertile and untouched. But if you want to claim it, you have to move there to live. When that happens, won't you be the ones clearing it yourselves? To be blunt, it's still just tricking them into working for him. Is what their chieftain said for real? Is there really something that good? Those guys were clearly sold on Han Feng's pitch. Put simply, they were drooling over the pie in the sky he was offering. Of course it's real. I'm the chieftain of a massive tribe with 1,000 people and countless good things. Would I really lie to you guys over something this small? Just tell them what I told you. I guarantee I'll make good on my promise, Han Feng casually assured them. Then we'll head back and rally our people right now. We hope the Han chieftain can send men to escort us, or we're afraid we won't make it in time. No problem. Han Feng nodded. Then he turned around and yelled, Cavalry Commander Sai Dada, quickly pick some of your cavalry, find 2 warriors from their tribe, give each man 2 horses, and escort them back to their tribe to rally their people. Yes. Sir Sai Dada heard the call, ran over, dropped to one knee, and cupped his fists. All right, go pick your men. Tell the warriors to be careful. Go fast and come back fast. Han Feng waved his hand, dismissing Sai Dada. The men from the Spear tribe and the Flying Stone tribe scrambled to follow Sai Dada. Soon they were on horseback and riding off. Their tribes weren't close to Hanyang City. The journey would take several days on foot. But a man on foot can only cover 20 to 30 kilometers a day, while a galloping horse can cover a day's journey in just an hour. Even reaching the farthest tribe would only take a day, so calling for reinforcements would be super fast. It was estimated that a large number of warriors would arrive soon. After settling things, Han Feng wrote another letter to Hanyang City. He asked Ying Rui to use an eagle to get the 3 men from the Horn tribe out of the city, then send cavalry to take them home to rally their people. Han Feng sold them a big dream too. Han Feng was urgently arranging for reinforcements from the various tribes. Big Mouse led the shield bearers and archers to spread out into the forests, to the northwest and southwest. Each squad of 12 men searched for any surviving warriors and brought them back to Han Feng. He would use his words and grand promises to win them over, then send cavalry to take them back to their tribes to spread the word. It was early summer, and today was supposed to be the Han tribe's market day. But since the enemy was laying siege to Hanyang City, the market couldn't open. However, the tribes coming for the market still showed up on schedule. As a result, they were attacked by the enemy. Luckily, elite warriors from the Han tribe were waiting in the woods to ambush them. A few people from each tribe managed to escape. Afterwards, these survivors were escorted back to their tribes to call for reinforcements. The cavalry moved incredibly fast. Unlike carts, they weren't picky about roads. These riders all took small paths and shortcuts, so they made amazing time. Basically, within the day they had reached their tribes. The chieftains of the various tribes immediately got the bad news. The night was pitch black with 2 full moons hanging in the sky. The chieftain of the Fork tribe, a man nearly 30 years old, was sitting by a fire with a bowl of rice, staring in surprise at the 2 men before him. One was his subordinate who he'd sent to the market. The other was a Han tribe cavalryman in red and black armor. But this man used to be a member of the Fork tribe. What did you say? Hanyang City is surrounded by over 1,000 enemies, and they captured our tribesmen too. That's right. That's why the Han chieftain sent us back with the news. He wants our chieftain to lead warriors to support them, and he promised a hefty reward. The short man quickly repeated everything Han Feng had said. The Fork tribe's chieftain frowned after listening, then looked at the Han cavalrymen. Chieftain, everything he said is true. I can vouch for it. The cavalryman immediately got the hint and spoke up to confirm. Let me think. The chieftain said, frowning. This isn't as simple as these 2 soldiers make it out to be. Sure, their tribesmen were captured, but how many? Not more than 10 people. For the Fork tribe with over 400 people, this wasn't a huge deal. He could just write those 10 off as dead. Should he really send his entire force of warriors to help them fight? Besides, the reward he mentioned was good land suitable for farming. It could supposedly support tens, even hundreds of thousands of people. But how would they even use it? To get that land, wouldn't they have to move their entire tribe over there? It's not that easy. You can't just get it with words. He also said if they didn't want the land, there would be other rewards. But he was vague about what they were or how much. It was a totally empty promise. But what if they don't go? Word is Hanyang City hasn't fallen yet, it's just surrounded. Plus, according to this cavalryman, the city is packed with food and livestock, so they're not running out of supplies. If this stalemate continues, who knows who will wipe out whom. So the real issue is, if the Han tribe survives and recovers, will they come for revenge against the tribes that didn't help? You have to remember the Han tribe has more than just 1,000 people. They could easily crush small tribes like his. There was another even more critical problem. If the Han tribe falls, they'll be wiped out for sure. So where would they buy their white salt from then? In other words, if the Han tribe wins but decides not to get revenge and just cuts off trade with them, they still wouldn't be able to buy white salt. This scenario was very likely. After all, when I needed help, I promised a reward, but you guys bailed. So why the hell should I sell my stuff to you? If he were the Han chieftain, he would definitely do the same thing. After thinking it over, the chieftain of the Fork tribe sighed. If he didn't send his troops, he couldn't live with any of the possible outcomes. So the only choice left was to send his troops. He was also forced into a corner with no other choice. The 2 warriors finished their bowls of rice and looked at their chieftain, waiting for an answer. After all, their tribesmen were still waiting to be rescued. The Ngia tribe and the Han tribe are allies. Now the enemy is surrounding Hanyang Fortress and has captured our people. That makes them our common enemy. And when it comes to an enemy, there's nothing left to say. We must send our forces. Gather the tribe at once. I will choose 120 people to set out tomorrow morning. The chieftain of the Ngia tribe turned to the 2 men and declared it. So that very night, the Ngia tribe selected 120 warriors, 100 men, and 20 women, ready to leave the next morning. That night, the other tribes that received the news all did the same. The people who could become chieftains, elders, or shamans were no fools. They were the smartest people in their tribes. Their thinking was the same as the Ngia chieftains. They were all forced into this. The next morning, 10 tribes that had traded with the Han tribe all sent warriors. A large tribe like the Horn tribe with nearly 600 people sent 150 warriors, which was almost their entire fighting force. Other tribes also sent people. The larger ones sent over 100, the smaller ones sent 40 or 50. There were even some tribes with less than 100 people who sent nearly all their tribesmen. Some small tribes of 50 or 60 people even brought their children as if they were migrating. For these small tribes, this was perhaps a golden opportunity. The Han tribe had found a good land and was even willing to share it with them. Although they didn't dare hope to get a share, who knew maybe they could join the Han tribe. If so, all those good things would be like a free gift to them. A whole lot of warriors were heading to the meeting point. Some nearby tribes arrived by the evening of the next day. However, when they saw the huge number of man-eater tribe warriors gathered at the fortress gate, Han Feng didn't order an immediate attack. Instead, he noticed that the man-eater warriors often sent small groups out to hunt in the surrounding forest. Seeing that his own forces were still small, Han Feng came up with a plan. He immediately posted a bounty. Anyone who captured a prisoner and brought them to him would be rewarded with 2 large bowls of white salt. The warriors who had arrived early were stunned. They never expected such a sweet deal, so they immediately fanned out getting ready to hunt down the enemies who had recklessly entered the forest. In the woods near Hanyang Fortress, a 40-man team from the man-eater tribe was moving silently. They were tracking the footprints of a herd of animals. Elsewhere, a dozen or so Han tribe cavalry riding forest oxen were heading towards a valley. They deliberately circled the area near Hanyang Fortress to lure the man-eater hunting parties into a trap. The 2 groups, one in front and one behind, moved deeper into the forest, getting closer and closer to the ambush site. In the ambush zone within the valley, 200 warriors were hiding all around. Some had climbed trees, some were hidden in bushes, and some were lying motionless in the waist-high grass. Among these 200 people were warriors from the Han tribe, wearing black and red armor, as well as reinforcements from other tribes wearing leaf skirts. Before setting out, Han Feng had told them to try and capture the enemy alive. The 2 sides, enemy and ally, one after the other, quickly reached the ambush area. The dozen or so Han cavalry dismounted, hid their oxen, and found cover lying low on the ground, waiting for the enemy to walk right into their trap. The 40-man team from the man-eater tribe followed the oxen tracks and soon appeared in the valley. However, the tracks, which had been crystal clear, suddenly became jumbled here. Around the oxen tracks, human footprints also appeared. This startled the team leader. Could someone else have gotten close to this herd? But looking at these footprints, they didn't look like normal human tracks. The Han tribe's warriors all wore military boots with soles made of hardwood carved with anti-slip patterns. Except for the size, they all looked the same. The man-eater tribe had never seen such footprints before, so they couldn't be sure if they were human or not. But before they could even think over, 100 people suddenly appeared all around, shouting and surrounding them. The man-eater warriors were terrified. The people in front of them were dressed weirdly with red shirts, red pants, and black armor covering the important parts of their bodies, leaving only their faces exposed. The weapons in their hands were also exquisite, completely different from their own bone spears. It wasn't even in the same league. However, they were also seasoned warriors with excellent reflexes. The 40 men quickly got back to back, forming a circle. Those with wooden shields stood on the outside. One hand held a shield, while the other held a long spear resting on it. Those without shields also raised their bone spears over the heads of the shield bearers in the outer circle. The Han tribe warriors closed in step by step, tightening the circle. The Han tribe's shield and blade soldiers drew their blades, one hand holding a shield and the other a gleaming blade. With every step, they tapped their blades against their shields. The battle hadn't even begun, but that powerful presence alone had the man-eater warriors breaking out in a cold sweat. Someone too stressed out raised a hand to wipe away sweat smearing the paint on their body. The circle got tighter and tighter. They stopped. The shouting also died down. The space suddenly became suffocatingly quiet, making everyone's nerves as taut as a bowstring. The man-eater warriors were also a bit bewildered. They didn't get what these strangely dressed warriors who looked like divine soldiers fallen from the sky were planning to do. Why surround them? Now that they were surrounded, why weren't they attacking? But just then, from the mountain pass, clear, piercing whistle echoed. The sound reverberated continuously through the valley. Immediately after, from the opposite direction of the man-eater tribe's path, a thunderous rumble erupted, getting closer and closer. The speed was insane. All the man-eater warriors looked in that direction. The sight that followed was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Right then, the warriors of the man-eater tribe were scattered through the forest, their minds set on hunting and pillaging, but in the blink of an eye, a group of strangely dressed, demonic-looking warriors had surrounded them. But the ambushers just stood there, not attacking or saying a word. The air grew strangely quiet as the man-eater warriors looked at each other, totally clueless about what was going on. They nervously wondered what these guys wanted, just as they were freaking out. A sharp neigh echoed through the valley, followed by a rumbling sound that grew louder and louder. Then they saw 38 black and red stallions charging in like a whirlwind, each horse's muscles rippling, its hooves flying, and on their backs sat warriors in red and black armor standing tall like descended war gods. One hand gripped the reins, while the other held a 4-meter-long spear, its tip gleaming coldly, like it could rip through anything in its path. The surrounding warriors heard the command and split to the sides, moving like well-oiled machines to open up a path. Seeing this, the cavalry shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at the man-eater tribe. The man-eaters were now trapped with enemies in front and behind. They tried to form a defensive circle to fight back, but when the cavalry charged, their formation shattered instantly, and the terrified warriors started to flee. They scattered in chaos, completely lost like headless chickens. The cavalry didn't hesitate for a second, charging straight in, their sharp spears piercing through several of the man-eater warriors. The impaled warriors hung from the spears like rag dolls, dragged along the ground for a long stretch, before dying on the spot, their fresh blood staining the grass red in a horrifying display. The warriors on the outer perimeter saw the enemy in chaos and didn't miss this prime opportunity. Nearly 200 men charged in with overwhelming force like hungry tigers unleashed upon the 30-plus remaining stragglers. These Han tribe warriors were the best of the best, handpicked from over 4,000 men, and rocking some serious gear. They faced the enemy without flinching, and routed them in a heartbeat. What followed was a straight-up beatdown. Knocking the enemies out, the sword and shield soldiers were even more ferocious. Their reflexes were sharp and their hands were fast. They precisely blocked the enemy's bone spears with their shields, then swung their swords with a clean slice. Slicing the spears in two, then they charged forward and knocked the enemies down. The support troops weren't slacking either, picking up wooden clubs and smashing the enemies over the head with a sickening thud, causing them to collapse. The Han tribe's spearmen clearly had the upper hand. Their spears were longer, allowing them to strike first. But this time, Han Feng had ordered live captures, so the spearmen had special training. They used their spear shafts to parry the enemy's spear aside, and taking advantage of the opening, they swung the shaft hard with a loud crack, knocking the enemy to the ground before they could even recover. The support troops rushed in and tied them up tightly with ropes. Even without their bows and arrows, the archers didn't flinch. They held a short club in their left hand and a military shovel in their right, like they were wielding legendary weapons. When an enemy spear came at them, they calmly parried with the club, then swung the shovel, slicing the enemy's weapon in two. Next, they quickly closed in and beat the enemy to a pulp. Their fighting skills were seriously impressive. The leader of the man-eaters was a tough dude. He was strong and agile, and in the middle of the chaos, he snatched up a club and started swinging it around so fiercely that no one dared to get close. Seeing this, the sword and shield captain Han Feng frowned and thought to himself, "No way, I can't let this punk keep running wild like this." So without a second thought, he charged shield first, straight at the man-eater chief like a raging bull. With incredible power, he sent the chief flying, and before the guy could even get up, Man Shang swung his sword down with a clean slice. The chief's arm flew into the air as blood gushed from the wound. Like a fountain, Man Shang raised his bloody sword and roared, "That's their chief, get him!" Hearing this, a dozen sword and shield soldiers charged in, howling like hungry wolves, and in the blink of an eye, blades flashed. And the once mighty chief of the man-eaters was hacked into pieces. This brutal scene made the remaining enemies and even the support troops turn pale and tremble in fear. They were easily captured by the Han tribe's warriors. In this battle, the Han tribe scored a massive victory, wiping out 42 enemies, killing 5 and capturing 37 alive, all without suffering a single casualty. It was a flawless victory. In the following days, the Han tribe's allied forces acted like seasoned hunters, successfully ambushing the enemy in the forest time and time again. And with each victory, the warriors' morale soared. Even higher, some even started shouting for a final showdown at Hanyang City. But Han Feng kept his cool. He knew it wasn't time for a decisive battle. Yet they had to wait until the allied forces grew stronger. And also wait for the enemy to react to get a clear picture of their situation before launching the final assault. The enemy wasn't stupid either. They quickly realized that the hunting parties they sent out had all gone missing. A huge problem came up without food. Everyone started to starve. They had no choice but to send more people into the forest in teams of 100 each, accompanied by a few ape men, hoping to gather some resources and search for their missing comrades on the side. But they had no idea that through all these battles, Han Feng had already captured over 300 prisoners and killed dozens more. So the enemy force outside Hanyang City was down to only about 800 men, their strength seriously depleted early on the summer morning of April 8th. Just as the sun rose, a cavalryman galloped up in a hurry to report to Han Feng that 2 enemy squads of 100 men each had taken the bait. They were following our lures right into the ambush zone and were expected to arrive before noon. When Han Feng heard this, he immediately asked how many ape men were in those 2 squads. The horseman shot back that the squad heading south had 6 of them, and the one going southwest had 5. Han Feng thought for a sec, then told the cavalryman to head back. "And tell Big Rat that the allied forces are huge this time, so just let him handle the melee. Our archers don't need to get into the thick of it. Just stay back and pick off those apes. Try to wipe out those monsters first too. Avoid heavy casualties. Also tell Big Rat that since 8 men are in this fight to keep things from spiraling out of control, we don't need to take them alive this time. Just focus on staying safe. If they're too hard to catch, just finish them off." The horseman got his orders and immediately took off like a bat out of hell. Han Feng went to check on the camp. What he saw there got him a little worried. Over 300 prisoners locked up in here had been starved for days. They were just sprawled on the ground all week, their eyes filled with despair. Besides the prisoners, there were a few dozen wounded guys, mostly reinforcements from other tribes. The Han tribe only had 3 guys injured in the camp. There were also a ton of women and kids. Some were entire clans from smaller tribes looking to join Hanyang City. There were also some female warriors that other tribes were forced to send over. Han Feng looked at these people and thought to himself, can't let them just sit around, gotta put them to work. So Han Feng put the women on logistics duty in the camp, watching the prisoners taken care of, the kids and cooking. By noon, a skirmish broke out at the ambush spot. The big showdown was about to kick off. The ambush location was picked real careful, mostly open ground with no trees to stop the apes from climbing. If they get up in the trees, their fighting power would double, making them a real pain to deal with. The game plan was the same as before. Let the enemy walk into the trap, then block their escape route, but this time, things were a little different. Before the cavalry charged in, there was going to be a long-range assault. The archers were ready. They stood far off, their eyes locked on the ape men, and let loose a volley of arrows. One ape got hit by 7, or 8 arrows and died right there. Others took 1 or 2 arrows and were still struggling trying to break free. When the apes charged to about 60 meters from the trap, the sword and shield guys quickly formed a shield wall behind. The shield wall were rows of spearmen. They stuck their long spears through the gaps in the shields, looking like a forest of steel, making sure no enemy could break through. Further back were tons of reinforcements from the other tribes. Each one was holding 3 or 4 long spears, their eyes glued to the charging apes. When the Han tribe's squad leader gave the signal, they all hurled their javelins at once. It was like a rain of spears coming down. A few of the ape men got turned into pincushions by the spears and died on the spot before they even reached the shield wall. After taking out the ape men, the rest of the battle went just as planned. The cavalry charged in first, shattering the formation of the enemy. They tore through the enemy ranks like a tornado, completely wrecking their formation. The spearmen and shield bearers jumped on the chance to rush in and start slashing. They worked together perfectly, one group attacking, while the other defended, beating the enemy back again and again. Both fights from start to finish were over in less than half an hour. I mean, it was a battle of 400 to 500 guys from the Han allied forces going up against 100 enemy soldiers. From weapons and tactics to the advantage on the field, everything was stacked in favor of the allied forces. Victory was pretty much guaranteed. After the fight was over, the troops started cleaning up the battlefield. One group hauled the prisoners back to camp, while another was sent out to scout the enemy's position. By the time the prisoner escort got back to camp, it was already dark. They didn't catch a lot of prisoners this time, but they still nabbed over 120 of them. After a few fights, the enemy's remaining forces were down to just over 600 guys. Outside Hanyang City, Han Feng's allied forces had grown to over 2,000. Each major tribe sent about 100 people. With 17 or 18 tribes, that was over 1,700 people, plus a few smaller tribes that came to join their ranks, bringing the total over 2,000. Han Feng looked up at the moon, silently doing the math. He knew in just over a week it'd be time to harvest Hanyang City's first rice crop. The harvest couldn't wait. Han Feng decided tomorrow was the day for the final showdown. That night, Han Feng sent a hawk with a message to Hanyang City, letting the defenders know they'd be coordinating an attack tomorrow to completely wipe out the enemy, and laid out the battle plan for the next day. The next morning, Han Feng left over 300 people at the camp to watch over 430 prisoners. Then he led over 1,900 men on a massive march towards Hanyang City. The force included 1,800 allied troops and over 100 elite warriors from the Han tribe. The army started marching at the crack of dawn and didn't stop till around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Right as they were about to leave the forest, Han Feng called a halt. He knew everyone was gassed and needed to grab some grub to get their energy back, so the warriors pulled out the rations they'd packed that morning, some rice and grilled meat, and scarfed it down. After an hour-long break till 5 p.m., the army moved out from 2 directions, southwest and southeast, like 2 sharp blades storming out of the forest, forming a pincer attack to surround the enemy west of Hanyang City. The defenders on the walls of Hanyang City saw Han Feng leading the main army and started cheering like crazy. The enemy had been laying siege to the city for more than 10 days. They'd been waiting day and night for backup. Now their leader had finally shown up with the allied forces. Everyone was ecstatic. Meanwhile, the enemy outside Hanyang City, when they saw a whole damn army pouring out of the forest, they were completely stunned. It probably finally clicked why those warriors they sent out hunting had just vanished without a trace. Even the 200 guys sent to look for him yesterday never came back. Now seeing this massive force, they didn't have to wonder anymore. It was definitely these guys who did it. They just couldn't figure out why these people were their enemies. Just as the enemy stood there dumbfounded, the army across from them parted down the middle, making way for 2 giant elephants to slowly walk out. Riding one of the elephants was a dude wearing a crown. Yo, that's him. He's the one. That's the dude who took our 2 elephants. 2 falls ago, we lost 2 elephants in the dark forest. Back then, our whole squad got wiped out and only 3 of us managed to escape. We lost both elephants, and I can't believe he's the one who caught them. A warrior from the tree tribe who had been attacked by the cannibals before yelled out from the crowd. He even had a round scar on his shoulder from an arrow. It was from one of Han Feng's arrows, but back then his arrows still had regular tips, so the wound wasn't that bad, which is why he was able to escape. He even brought the arrow back with him to the tribe, which led to everything that followed. But his shouting didn't really get a big reaction. It didn't matter who that guy was. To the cannibal tribe, all enemies were the same. The cannibals reacted fast, seeing so many enemy soldiers. The moment the enemy appeared, some dude who looked like a captain immediately called for the guys at the east and north gates. He ordered all the warriors guarding the 4 city gates to group up and fight back against the enemy in the west. Han Feng saw what they were doing and didn't stop them, thinking to himself, it's easier to catch them all if they're bunched up. When over 600 warriors and a dozen or so ape men gathered at the west gate, the east gate suddenly burst wide open. About 1,500 Han tribespeople poured out from the inside, both men and women. They were carrying all sorts of weapons, from the early era Han tribes' bronze spears to bronze shovels, knives, axes, hoes, and even freaking clubs. Over 1,000 people stormed out of the east gate, immediately splitting into 2 groups from the south and north to surround and cut off the enemy's retreat at the west gate. This sight made the enemy's faces turn pale. They had no idea. There were so many people inside the city. Even though they'd been laying siege for days, they still had no clue how many people were actually inside. You guys have this many people. Why didn't you come out and fight sooner? Just hiding in your city and now look at this mess. It was already crowded outside and now it's even more packed inside. Are you trying to box us in and kill us? At this point, those warriors felt like crying. Their escape route was cut off and they were completely screwed. Just then, on the opposite side where the sun was setting, Vice Captain Thu Nha on horseback fiercely waved a large flag in his hand. The bright red flag whipped in the wind. It was the signal for an all-out assault. For the defenders of Han Duong City, the war drums on the watchtower began to thunder. A series of rustling sounds echoed from the arrow slits on the western wall. Suddenly, tons of figures appeared up there. They were the female archers from the early-era Han tribe, along with archers trained later, totaling over 100 people. Besides them, there were also a lot of regular tribespeople and even the adults. From the snake tribe appeared on the city wall. Han Feng signaled Thu Nha to change his flag signal. The drumming on the western wall stopped, and right after that, hundreds of arrows rained down like hell. Straight at the dozen or so ape men at the base of the wall. The tips of these arrows were all dipped in a paralyzing fungus bought from the mushroom tribe. The goal was to instantly take out these monsters with their insane fighting power. The sound of arrows sinking into flesh thudded through the air. More than half of the ape men dropped like flies. The rest panicked and tried to run. They couldn't attack the people on the wall. They had already tried that a bunch of times over the past few days, so their only option was to run for it. But outside was an encirclement of over 2,000 people. Han Feng's archers and spearmen attacked relentlessly. The ape men were quickly wiped out completely. The remaining warriors freaked out even more. They started backing up until they hit the edge of the western moat with nowhere left to run. However, some of the more chicken-hearted warriors jumped down into the moat, trying to swim past the encirclement. But right then, the archers on the wall went to work again. They fired straight down into the water. The guys trying to escape were shot dead right there. As for the tribespeople who didn't have bows and arrows, they took this chance to unleash all the rocks they'd been stockpiling for days. They chucked them straight down, hitting the enemy mob below the western wall. Caught by the surprise attack, a lot of enemies got hit. They couldn't dodge even if they wanted to because they were packed in with people on all sides with no room to run. Pushed and shoved by the crowd, they were forced to move forward away from the city wall to avoid the falling rocks. But this was exactly what Han Feng wanted. The enemy moving forward created a clear space in front of the west gate. The war drums started up again. Amid the frantic drumming, the drawbridge at the west gate was lowered, and the two massive red and gold gates swung wide open, revealing the cavalry already lined up perfectly inside. Seeing the city gates open, those enemy warriors thought about making a desperate charge inside, hoping for a slim chance of survival, but then they saw the gateway was blocked by a bunch of huge four-legged beasts. Then Han Feng to the west waved his flag. It looked like someone yelled a loud command, and right after that the cavalry led by Sai Dada charged straight into the enemy ranks. Each man was riding with a spare horse. 38 warriors and 76 horses charged forward like a tornado. At the same time, from the west gate, another 100-plus cavalrymen stormed out along with over 200 cattle with no riders, stampeding along with them. The scene was like a freaking landslide. The enemy had never seen a formation like this, and they scattered in terror. Over 600 enemy soldiers panicked and ran in all directions. Their already messy formation completely fell apart. Han Feng saw his chance, drew his sword, and charged forward. Over 3,000 allied Han tribespeople swarmed the enemy like tigers pouncing from a mountain. A massive melee broke out and everyone went all out. Big Rat wielded a saber with his scabbard in his other hand, using it like a club to block and strike, keeping enemies from getting close. Bloodhead swung his wooden club so hard each swing whistled through the air. Any enemy who got hit was either dead or seriously wounded. Dali smashed enemy shields with his iron axe. Doc Nai charged into the middle of the enemy with his shovel, and nobody dared to get near him. Even though Thu Nha was on flag duty and wasn't directly in the fight, he had his own weapon at the ready. The battle ended with a massive victory for the Han tribe. In this fight, not only did they wipe out tons of enemies, but they also captured 479 prisoners of war. On the allied side, casualties were minimal, with only 3 people down. But Han Feng wasn't about to spare these prisoners. He locked them up and starved them for a few days to send a message to let them know the Han tribe wasn't to be messed with. A win like that obviously calls for a celebration, so Han Feng invited the allied forces into Hanyang City for a feast. When everyone got to the city square and saw the Han tribe's lifestyle, they were all stunned like country folk on their first trip to the big city. Right now, the tribesmen from other tribes led by Han Feng arrived at the Han tribe, each one like a wide-eyed country bumpkin in the big city, finding everything strange and magical on the streets and in the alleys. Lots of kids were running back and forth helping their parents carry tables and chairs. Trailing behind the kids was a pack of fluffy puppies, the offspring of the dozens of sheepdogs Ling Feng had brought over, who were now just 1 or 2 months old, trailing behind the kids. Some older kids led the warriors from the other tribes to the wells at the end of the alleys to wash up, and the warriors were all amazed by the wells. They never imagined you could get water just by digging a deep hole in the ground. It was a total eye-opener. After cleaning up, some warriors were allowed to stroll around in the designated areas, and if they bumped into someone they knew from their old tribe, they were invited over to their place. A warrior from the Tiger tribe ran into his younger sister who had married into the Han tribe. They were both ecstatic to see each other, and the sister invited her brother over to her home. It was a typical family. Her husband was a soldier stationed at the barracks, leaving only the wife at home. However, a house for just 2 people was a bit of a waste, so 2 other women were also living in the house. Both of them refugees who had been rescued from the Fire tribe. The Tiger tribe warrior followed his sister into the courtyard, and as soon as he stepped inside, he saw a 4-year-old boy. The kid's hair was tied in a pigtail, and he was wearing an open-chested animal hide vest and knee-length hide pants, squatting in the yard and playing with a puppy. The boy saw the stranger and wasn't scared, but he didn't greet him either. He just hugged the puppy and stood there staring at the visitor. The warrior smiled at the boy, curiously checking out his weird clothes before following his sister inside. In the living room/kitchen, one of the women from the Fire tribe was lighting a fire under the stove. The large iron pot on top was giving off the delicious smell of cooking rice. Next to the stove was a neatly stacked pile of firewood, and on the other side were 2 large urns with wooden lids. Taking a peek inside, one urn held fresh water, while the other was filled to the brim with light brown rice. In his sister's room on the west side, which was empty. On the large heated bed, there was a small low-legged table. On it sat a ceramic teapot, white porcelain tea bowls, and a small oil lamp that was burning, casting a faint glow. The wooden window on the south wall was shut, but it might as well have been open. It wasn't covered with paper or animal hide, so you could see outside and the wind could blow right in. Next to the window was a loom about 1.5 meters wide with an unfinished roll of hemp cloth on it. This strange device made the Tiger tribe warrior curious, and it was only after his sister's guidance and explanation that he understood its function. His sister also mentioned that their chief invented it, which left her brother even more stunned. He never thought the Han tribe's chief was not only a badass fighter, but also multi-talented, able to invent such a miraculous device. Elsewhere in the Han settlement, similar scenes were playing out. Some were permitted to tour the Han tribe's lumber mill, watching the massive windmills spinning furiously in the wind. The complex wooden gears turned automatically, ultimately powering a row of saw blades that moved up and down, rapidly slicing a round log into planks and leaving everyone stunned. Still others were invited to tour the Han tribe's livestock area, which was filled with all kinds of sheep and antelopes. Even the 100 Saiga antelopes bought last year had already produced their first offspring. The 80 female antelopes each gave birth to 2 or 3 young. The size of the Han tribe's antelope herd had exploded from 100 to over 300. Meanwhile, Han Feng wasn't just kicking back. He gathered the chiefs of the other tribes and led them up onto the walls of the Han settlement to get a panoramic view of the entire settlement from up high. By this time, it was twilight, and warriors holding torches were already standing guard on the walls. This made the other chiefs undeniably jealous. They were filled with excitement as they stepped onto the not-so-imposing wall. After all, it was only a little over 7 meters high, which couldn't compare to the massive city walls of ancient times, but that alone was enough to astound them. The square residential district was divided into 9 sectors by 4 major intersecting roads in a tic-tac-toe layout. Smoke from kitchen fires rose from the houses, and thousands of people were bustling on the streets. The square in the center of the city was the most bustling area, where countless people were preparing for a huge victory feast. Looking beyond the city's eastern wall, they saw neat rows of paddy fields in the distance, separated by a small river. The dirt road in front of the city gate led straight to a wooden bridge stretching into the distance. After everyone had been looking for a while, Han Feng asked them what they thought of the Han tribe. "I've only been to the market a few times before and seen this settlement from the outside, but I never understood why the Han chief would make his people expend so much effort to build this. It wasn't until I personally stood on this wall that I saw the long-term vision of the Han chief. The chief of the Horn tribe spoke first. With tall, sturdy walls and a deep moat, you can truly block any enemy assault. It's a huge investment of time and effort, but it can be passed down through many generations, protecting the tribe's people and ensuring their safety and peace. It's absolutely worth it." "That's right. When the enemy army besieged the city, I was inside Hanyang, and I was also given permission by the elders to go up onto the wall to observe. The monsters in the enemy army were incredibly strong. Their jumping power was terrifying. At first I was worried those monsters would leap onto the wall, but I never expected they couldn't even touch the lowest arrow slit. In the end, they could only fall back down helplessly, and a good number of them were killed by the warriors on the wall. Looking back now, I'm filled with immense regret. Our snake tribe was located so close to Hanyang City. If we had joined the Han tribe sooner and lived inside this fortified city, our tribe wouldn't have been wiped out. That day, the enemy army suddenly attacked our tribe, and we were powerless to fight back. Thankfully, some of our tribesmen risked their lives to hold off the enemy, allowing most of the women and children to escape. If not for them, our tribe would have been completely annihilated. Living in this city these past few days, I've come to understand the Han tribe even more. All the tribesmen who join the Han tribe get to keep their old tribe's name as a clan name. Even though we're all part of one big tribe, you still get to keep your old bloodline alive so it won't just vanish completely. We all live together. Honestly, it's way better. More people means more power. We can get more done and life is just better. That's why I've decided to lead my remaining 200 plus tribesmen to join the Han tribe and become the snake clan of the Han tribe. This way everyone can have a better life. At the very least, we won't have to live in constant fear of an enemy attack at any moment. I hope Chieftain Han will accept my plea. My plea, the snake tribe chieftain announced to everyone. Haha, if you're all willing to join the Han tribe, of course I welcome you. Like you said, there's strength in numbers. The more people we have, the more we can get done. I guarantee that under my leadership, my people's lives will only get better. So now as the chieftain of the Han tribe, I officially welcome all of you to join us. Feng solemnly responded to the snake tribe chieftain's plea. Thank you, chieftain. From this day forward, my people are your people. If there's anything we can do, just give us the order. Now that we've joined the Han tribe, we will work hard to contribute. The snake tribe chieftain, hearing Han Feng agree, quickly bowed and spoke. This whole scene stunned the other chieftains. What the hell is this? Weren't we supposed to be here to talk about splitting the spoils of war? How did this turn into a declaration of loyalty that was just accepted so easily? What's really going on here? While they were still confused, Han Feng suddenly spoke up. He looked at the other chieftains with a serious face. Fellow chieftains, after fighting alongside the Han tribe for all these days, have you noticed anything special about our enemy? Special? You mean how there's a ton of them? The Exoa tribe chieftain asked, unsure. That's right, there's a ton of them. Over 1,200 men, and they're all grown fighting men. A force that strong, even the Han tribe with over 4,000 people would have a hard time handling them. Just think about how massive the enemy's tribe must be. On top of that, they've already reached this far out. There's no guarantee they won't be back. Who knows how many more of them are out there? This time every tribe took a hit, but the snake tribe got it the worst. Now they don't even have a home to go back to. They had to join us for shelter. So what happens if the enemy comes back? Again, who knows which tribe will be the next victim? I was the one who called you all together for this fight. Before I promised there would be rewards. Even though I've already traded prisoners for white salt for you as partial payment when you head back, I'll still give you another reward as compensation. However, from now on, the Han tribe's market will be shut down. Han Feng slowly laid out the plan he'd been cooking up for a long time. At first, hearing there were still rewards made all the chieftains ecstatic. But Han Feng's next words put them all on edge. Chieftain Han, if there's no more market, where are we supposed to go to trade for white salt and supplies? Yeah, Chieftain Han, you can't just shut down the market. Everyone calm down. Like I said, the enemy is too strong. Even our Han tribe would have a tough time fighting them off alone. Luckily, we have sturdy walls, so protecting ourselves isn't an issue. But if we keep the market open, what happens if the enemy attacks again? If we let them breach the city, the Han tribe itself will be in danger. Plus, with all the people from other tribes coming here to trade, we can't guarantee their safety either. That's why I've decided to shut down the market. Hanyang City will also be on lockdown, opening only one gate each day to keep our tribe safe. So from now on, we probably can't look out for you guys anymore. I can only focus on protecting my own Han tribesmen. They all thought they were getting a fat reward, but it turns out this was just the final handout. Sure, they got something this time, but in the long run, their lifeline has been cut. But the excuse Han Feng gave wasn't wrong. To keep his own people safe, what other choice did he have? When you're facing danger, of course, you gotta prioritize your own crew. You can't seriously expect him to protect them first, right? But, Chieftain Han, your tribe can't beat the enemy alone. But if we team up, we can. Next time the enemy shows up, we'll send men to help. There's no need to shut down the market, Chieftain. The Tiger Tribe chieftain said. That's one way to do it. But it's not a foolproof plan. What if the enemy brings more guys next time? What if our Han tribe gets trapped inside the city walls? How are we supposed to get word to you to come rescue us? This time our warriors just happened to be outside and didn't run into the enemy head on, so we were able to get a message to you. But who knows if we'll be that lucky next time. Furthermore, it's not exactly easy for the Han tribe to make these goods. Trading with you guys for raw materials is one thing. But every time we have to ask for your help, the reward we have to give is just too big. We can't afford to do that all the time, Han Feng argued. But if the enemy comes back, the Han tribe has walls to defend itself. If they can't get to you guys, they'll just turn around and attack the surrounding tribes, the Zhou tribe chieftain said with a worried tone. Han Feng waved his hand, looking helpless. I don't have a choice. I have to prioritize protecting my own people. If your tribes get attacked and you can offer up a reward, the Han tribe can send troops to help. But the condition is that Hanyang City isn't under siege, so we can actually send our soldiers out. Hearing that, the chieftains either frowned or rolled their eyes. Asking the Han tribe to send troops? Let's not even talk about how they couldn't come up with a decent reward. Even if they could, by the time they sent a messenger to Hanyang City, and the Han tribe finally sent troops to help their own tribes, would probably be wiped off the map. What a joke. They didn't have horses or messenger hawks to send word that fast. They didn't have a fortress as solid as the Han tribes to hunker down and wait for help. How could they possibly hold out until reinforcements arrived? So what Han Feng said was basically falling on deaf ears, as all the surrounding chieftains were lost in thought, wondering what to do now. What if the enemy attacked again? Were they just supposed to sit there and wait to die? Or should they relocate? But relocate where abandon their fields and the land their ancestors had lived on for generations. Besides, even if they moved somewhere else, there was no guarantee they'd be safe from enemies, and on top of that, they'd lose their source of white salt. Looking at the solid city walls below, it seemed that in this dangerous land, perhaps the only safe place was within the city. Combined with the Snake Tribe chieftain's recent decision and Han Feng's constant reminder that he could only prioritize protecting his own people, the choice before them was crystal clear. Option 1 was to take a hefty compensation and be left to their own devices to live or die on their own. Option 2 was to join the Han tribe, receive free supplies live within the city walls, and become one of their people, and be permanently protected. Plus, they heard from the Snake Tribe chieftain that the Han tribe would give a designation to the joining tribes. Although they'd be people of the Han tribe, they could still maintain their own lineage and wouldn't be completely assimilated. The benefits of joining were just too great. With that comparison, some chieftains made up their minds on the spot. Chieftain Han, our Tooth tribe won't take the reward this time. Our tribe is small, and we don't have the ability to build a fortress to protect ourselves. We can't relocate to an unfamiliar land, and we certainly can't abandon the Han tribe's trade supply. We'd rather join the Han tribe than be annihilated by our enemies. After thinking it through, the Tooth tribe's chieftain was the first to agree to join the Han tribe. Of course I welcome you. This will make us even stronger. And the stronger we are, the better our chances of fending off enemies. Welcome to the Han tribe. Tomorrow I'll send people in carts to help you move so you can settle into Hanyang City and start your new lives as soon as possible. Han Feng agreed instantly. With another tribe joining the Han, the other chieftains started pondering, still on the fence. But when they looked at the people bustling on the city streets, the rows of houses with smoke curling from their kitchens, more chieftains quickly made up their minds. Hanyang City was only so big, and the space was limited. If they hesitated too long, there might not be any room left for them, even if they wanted to join. Right after that, the chieftains of the Rui tribe, the Cave tribe, and the Wen tribe all stood up one by one, declaring their wish to join the Han tribe. The three of them were stunned, not expecting anyone else to stand up at the same time. What do we do now? Hanyang City is only so big. Will there be enough space for my tribe? The more they thought about it, the more desperate they were to join. The three of them rushed to plead with Han Feng to allow them to live under his protection in Hanyang City. Ha. Thank you, three chieftains, for your trust. I wholeheartedly welcome your desire to join the Han tribe. While Hanyang City is getting crowded, I will absolutely make room for you all. After all, your people will be my people now, and I'll protect them with everything I've got. What's more, after what just happened to better defend the Han tribe, I've decided to recruit more elite warriors and expand our army. Those who are selected will be outfitted with powerful weapons just like our Han warriors, and former chieftains such as yourselves will even be gifted a special weapon, Han Feng said with a smile. Seeing those three make their decision, coupled with the limited space in Hanyang City, and Han Feng's promise of expanding the army with top-tier weapons, and the promise of a personal weapon for the chieftains, many of the remaining leaders couldn't stay seated. Chieftain Han, our Tiger tribe wants to join too. Does that mean I can get a powerful weapon as well? The chieftain of the Tiger tribe asked. He was a young man, probably in his early 20s, about the same age as Shou Ya. He'd been eyeing the deadly weapons of the Han soldiers during the recent battle. Forget a special weapon. He'd be thrilled just to join the army and get his hands on a steel saber. Seeing the Tiger tribe chieftain speak up, the Horn tribe, who were on good terms with them, also made their move. Chieftain Han, the Horn tribe, wishes to join the Han tribe too. A tribe that can raise so many different kinds of livestock is clearly more skilled than us, who only know how to raise gazelles. We want to learn from you in the future. And raise livestock for the Han tribe. Yes, of course. Welcome, you'll absolutely love living in the Han tribe. I'll make sure every single one of your people has a job they're passionate about, Han Feng said happily. The Horn tribe joining was a huge deal, not just because of their numbers, but because they brought thousands of Saiga antelopes. That was what Han Feng was really after. Out of the more than 20, Chieftain 7 had now declared their intention to join the Han tribe. And these were all major tribes with at least 300 people each. That didn't even include specialized tribes like the Horn tribe, who were expert herders, and had a population of almost 600 people. While the average population of each tribe wasn't massive, these 7 combined would bring in around 2,500 to 2,600 people. This would undoubtedly elevate the Han tribe to a whole new level. Out of the more than 20 chieftains present, only 17 tribes had populations around 300. The rest hovered around 100 people each. Among those 4 smaller tribes with less than 100 members had already shown their intention to join the Han tribe before the war even started. With the 7 tribes that had just joined, the increase in population was nearly 3,000 people. Han Feng was ecstatic. Hanyang City currently had over 4,000 residents. And with these 3,000 newcomers, the Han tribe's total population was finally approaching the 5-digit mark. Calming his excitement, Han Feng turned his gaze to the remaining chieftains. By halting all trade in the market, he had basically backed them into a corner. If they didn't join the Han tribe, they would lose access to white salt and be forced back into their former miserable existence, all while still having to deal with enemies. So unless they were complete fools, most of them are going to choose to join the Han tribe. I mean, who doesn't want to live the good life? Even if they say no, their people touring the city ain't going to want to leave. The remaining chiefs looked at the others who just joined the Han tribe, then at the already packed Hanyang city, sighing to themselves. Now, even if they wanted to join the Han tribe, it's probably too late. Chief Han, our Zhou tribe wants to join the Han tribe too. It's just Hanyang city doesn't look that big and it's already got so many people. With even more people coming in, will there be enough room? The Zhou tribe's chief asked, her face full of worry. She was kicking herself for not speaking up sooner. What if they turn us away now? The other chiefs also watched intently. They stared at Han Feng. Clearly, this was the question on all their minds. Right then, the remaining chieftains were all worried that the Han tribe's current housing couldn't possibly hold a few thousand more people. But after Han Feng explained everything thoroughly, those chieftains finally felt at ease. They were also seriously impressed by his leadership skills. Their own tribes had 600 people at most, and just managing daily work was already a headache for them, yet Han Feng could run a tribe of several thousand people flawlessly. Everyone had a job to do, and the tribe was getting more prosperous by the day. Now, with more tribes joining, the population had grown significantly, but Han Feng still acted like he didn't have enough people. The Han tribe was always busy, but that was a good thing. They didn't have to worry about what to do, they just had to do a good job on their assigned tasks. Everyone trusted that Han Feng would definitely lead the Han tribe to become stronger and stronger. All their questions were answered, and the chieftains had their decision, so most of them decided to join the Han tribe. In the end, only 2 or 3 guys were still hesitant, but seeing that everyone else had joined, they had no choice but to go along with it. This made Han Feng extremely happy. Just among the tribes with over 300 people, 17 tribes had joined, increasing the total population by about 5,700 to 5,800 people. On top of that, a few small tribes actively asked to join, pushing the population past 6,000 people, which was even more than the Han tribe's original population. Just like that, the Han tribe's total population had surpassed 10,000 people, becoming a mega tribe. And that's not even counting the more than 1,100 captured slaves. However, with the Han tribe now so large and powerful, the slaves couldn't possibly stir up any trouble. After settling things with the chieftains, a very pleased Han Feng led them to join the victory feast in the city's central square. The tribespeople gathered in large numbers, with families bringing food. The main dish was rice. Although there was no whole roasted meat, there was a rich mutton stew with vegetables, which was perfect for large gatherings. Han Feng sat at the main table, on which the table was loaded with a variety of dishes. Mutton stew with greens, scrambled eggs with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried pork with dried long beans, and even oil-roasted peanuts. All these dishes were taught to Zhao Di by Han Feng. Now they had become familiar dishes throughout the city. The chieftains ate food they had never tasted before, and in their hearts they secretly felt lucky to have joined the Han tribe. Just for these delicious dishes alone, it was already worth it. While eating, the chieftains asked about the move. Han Feng said that in another 7 or 8 days, the rice in Hanyang City would be ripe. At that point, it would take a whole month to finish the harvest before they could plant the second crop. Their tribes had also planted rice just half a month later than the Han tribe, so they would move after finishing their harvest at the end of the month. Han Feng also gave a special reminder to the Horn tribe. They didn't plant rice but raised gazelles so they could move immediately. Han Feng even sent a team to help them ensure the drunken gazelles could reach the Han tribe safely. After the feast, the chieftains and their warriors all stayed in the city to rest. Early the next morning, Han Feng sent a team to help the Horn tribe move, and while they were at it, bring back those few thousand drunken gazelles. As for the other tribes, they returned to prepare, waiting to move after their harvest was complete. Han Feng also sent another team to escort the prisoners of war and women to the new stronghold, getting them ready to participate in the construction. A few days later, Han Feng received word from Yu Ye, who reported that the new stronghold's city wall was nearly finished. Although the city gate wasn't installed yet, they could use a temporary wooden fence to block it. Currently, the new stronghold had over 300 laborers, and the number was constantly increasing, so the wall construction was going very fast. Han Feng then got news from Yu Fu, who said they had traded for 280 cows and 450 horses, and had also bought a lot of sheep's wool. Yu Fu asked Han Feng if he had any other instructions. Han Feng told them to bring the livestock straight to the new stronghold, but to transport the sheep's wool and animal hides back to Hanyang City for processing. In the blink of an eye, it was mid-April, and the rice in Hanyang City was fully ripe. The rice paddies stretched out in a sea of gold. The tribespeople enthusiastically harvested the new crop, giving the Han tribe an abundant food supply. In another month, the rice of the other tribes would also be ripe. At that time, they would bring a large amount of food with them when they moved, and the new stronghold's food problem would also be solved. Feeding tens of thousands of people is no simple matter. They would consume several tons of rice a day. Luckily, Yu Fu had brought back a good number of livestock so the Han tribe could clear more land. Han Feng planned to, within a month and a half, Complete the relocation of all the tribespeople, and within 3 months, clear 3,000 acres of rice fields in the new stronghold area, ensuring that by this winter, the new stronghold area could be self-sufficient in food. At the same time, they would store enough feed for the livestock to get through the winter. The rice harvest in the Han tribe was in full swing. In just a day or two, the city's streets and squares were piled high with rice. After being dried, the rice would be stored in the granaries. The harvest lasted for 8 days, followed by the plowing, fertilizing, and sowing for the second crop. While the Han tribe was busy with farming, Dashu led the people of the Horn tribe back. In total, there were 580 people and over 3,100 drunken gazelles. Only then did Han Feng feel relieved. With these gazelles, he wouldn't have to worry about a meat shortage this winter. After the Horn tribe joined Han Feng, let them rest in Hanyang City first. That evening during dinner, he asked the original residents of Hanyang if anyone wanted to move to the new stronghold. Right now, the new stronghold only had rammed earth walls and nothing else. They would have to build houses, clear land, and plant crops there. The work would be extremely tough, but there were perks. The houses in the new stronghold were twice as big as the ones in Hanyang City. You could build a 5-room main house plus a separate kitchen and side rooms. In the end, over 70 families from Hanyang City and 80 families from the Horn tribe decided to move to the city. The remaining 50 households moved into the empty houses in Hanyang City. Among those who relocated to the new fortress were a ton of craftsmen from the workshops. Once they got there, they could quickly organize the new tribe members and get production rolling, getting the new fortress up and running in no time. Han Feng also had the carpentry workshop whip up a windmill and an automatic wood saw for them to take to the new fortress. This way, the new fortress could process its own lumber instead of having it shipped from Hanyang City. They also brought a huge stash of seeds and farming tools ready to start cultivating the land. After this group set off, Han Feng sent Thu Nha and Hu Yendao, each leading a squad, to the other tribes. Their mission was to hand out sickles to speed up their rice harvest. After all, before, these tribes couldn't afford sickles, and harvesting by hand was painfully slow, which would totally mess up Han Feng's migration timeline. With the new fortress's population booming, the amount of work was piling up too, and Han Feng felt that he needed to send a competent manager over. After thinking it over for a while, he decided to recall Dai Thu from his mining post at Treasure-Catching Mountain. Dai Thu had been with Han Feng for ages and was a solid worker. Back in the day, whenever Han Feng was away, Dai Thu was the guy who stepped up to manage things. Han Feng immediately sent a hawk with a message calling Dai Thu back, telling Vu Mao to head to Treasure-Catching Mountain and take over his position. Once Dai Thu got back, Han Feng planned to put him in charge of the new fortress, which would also free up Duda to come back. Han Feng had a different assignment in mind for Duda anyway. Duda was a wanderer just like his brother. At first, building the market was exciting for him, but he got bored out of his mind over time. His daily grind was just watching other people work and paying them. So if Duda wanted a change of scenery, Han Feng was happy to oblige. After getting hit by the cannibal tribe a few times, Han Feng realized how dangerous the situation was. He decided to send an elite squad north on a recon mission to find the cannibals' den and see if a strike was possible. Wiping them out completely would be ideal, but that was a long shot. The main objective for now was just to get solid intel on the enemy. This squad's job wasn't just recon, they also had to do some cartography. Han Feng realized that up to this point, the Han tribe didn't have a single proper map. Making maps was no joke. It required knowledge of math, geography, and technical drawing. But the most crucial tool was a compass, a direction-finding needle. Without one, trying to navigate just by the sun would lead to some seriously inaccurate maps. Fortunately, the Han tribe now had the materials to build one, namely copper and magnets. Han Feng had his men forge a diamond-shaped needle out of pure steel, then magnetized it by rubbing it with a natural lodestone. Next, they cast a round copper base about 3.5 inches in diameter, engraved with the 8 cardinal directions and 360 degrees. In the middle, there was a small pivot point for the magnetic needle. It also had a spot to stick a small iron rod, allowing them to tell direction by the sun's shadow in case the needle lost its magnetism. With a tool like this, map-making would be way more accurate. The compass Han Feng designed was a real game-changer, especially in areas with weird magnetic fields like the northern Salt Lake region, where a magnetic needle could easily get messed up. But sunlight isn't affected by magnetic fields, so using shadows for navigation was the most reliable way to go. Han Feng had a wooden case built for the compass. He also used the gnomon method, setting up a post to watch the sun's shadow, to figure out true north and south. The shortest shadow cast during the day points directly north. Using this technique, he was even able to measure the planet's magnetic declination. Finally, the compass was good to go. No matter the season, spring, summer, fall, or winter, the direction of the shadow never changed, making it the most reliable method. With the compass ready, it was time to get the rest of the cartography tools together. Specifically, they needed survey markers. Those were non-negotiable. Han Feng also picked out a few guys and gave them a crash course in basic geography and math. The easiest way to make a map was to use a scale and a grid system. For instance, using a scale where, say, 4 inches on the map equals about half a mile in the real world. First, you divide the map paper into a grid of 4-inch squares. Then out in the field, you plant survey markers to lock in the coordinates. Then you use a measuring tape and the compass to plot the other 3 corners of the square. Boom, you've got one grid square drawn on your map. You just keep expanding from there until the whole thing is filled in. It's a simple method, but it had its downsides. For one, it couldn't measure elevation, so mapping out tall mountains and ranges was pretty much impossible. Still, given what they had to work with, just getting a rough topographical map was a massive win. They could just leave the areas needing contour lines blank for now, and just add a note to fill them in later when they had better tech. A map made this way would be massive. One piece of animal hide wouldn't cover much ground, but that was okay. The surveyors could just focus on drawing detailed sections. Han Feng would then stitch all those details together into one big master map. That way they'd get a bird's eye view of the whole area. Once the plan was set, and after the migration was complete, and the tribe had settled down, Han Feng would send Du Da out on this mapping mission. It would definitely keep him from being bored. 2 days later, Dai Thu made it back to Hanyang City. Han Feng gave him a straightforward task: go take over management of the new fortress. If he ran into any trouble he couldn't figure out, he was to send a message to Han Feng. Dai Thu was thrilled with the job, and just asked if he could bring his family, which Han Feng was cool with. 3 days later, Dai Thu arrived at the new fortress, finally taking over for Du Da. Du Da immediately hopped on his horse and galloped back to Hanyang City like his life depended on it. The second he saw Han Feng, he started whining. "Chief, you finally let me come back. That new fortress is a total snooze fest. There's nothing to do. I was cooped up all day just watching people work. I was going crazy with boredom. It's so much more happening here in Hanyang City. Just give me any job here, I'll do it." Han Feng just gave him a sideways glance and said coolly, "You're telling me there wasn't plenty to do over there? You had so much free time and you couldn't pitch in." Du Da quickly tried to defend himself. "I was working, I swear, Chief. You have to believe me, I wasn't lazy at all. It's just that the neighboring tribes kept showing up. You put me in charge of recruiting laborers. I can't just work without caring about them." Han Feng said nothing and just took him for a walk on the city wall, asking if a lot of people were coming to find work. Du Da chuckled and said that at first the people from other tribes didn't trust the Han tribe. They were afraid of getting ripped off working for a day's pay at a time, but after a few days they got hooked on the Han tribe's food. Du Da followed Han Feng's instructions and stir-fried vegetables with peanut oil. The incredible aroma made the people from the other tribes devour their food, not even leaving a single leaf behind. Some even packed food in bowls to take home to their families. A few days later, more people showed up, bringing some women along. Du Da had them help with the cooking. They didn't want white salt-only rice, and whenever they saved up 10 pounds of rice, they would take turns carrying it back to their tribe. Du Da asked around and found out that ever since the Han tribe moved in, the wild animals in the area had become scarce. Their warriors couldn't find any prey, and the children in the tribe were all starving. Du Da saw this as a golden opportunity to recruit more people and told them to bring their kids along. The older children could do light work for 3 meals a day, and even the youngest kids would be fed. As a result, those tribes brought all their children over. The older kids were sent to herd sheep, while the little ones stayed with their mothers. Eventually, everyone came, the adults, women, and children. Those tribes saw that the Han tribe kept its word. If you worked, you got fed and could even save up a little, so they just up and moved here. Du Da proudly told Han Feng, "Now several tribes have moved in. They know the work here is hard, but it beats going hungry all the time." Hearing this, Han Feng was very pleased. This was exactly how to draw people in without a big fuss. He smiled at Du Da and said, "You did a damn good job. So why don't you want to stay there anymore? Or should I send you back?" Hearing that, Du Da quickly shook his head. "No way, Chief. I'm just not used to staying in one spot for too long. How about you let me go with my brother out to the plains?" Han Feng shook his head. "Your brother is enough to lead the team out there. I have a new mission for you, but it's going to be rough and a bit dangerous. I'm afraid you won't have the guts to take it." Hearing this, Du Da's eyes lit up. "Chief, I ain't afraid of hard work or danger, just spit it out. I want you to go scout the cannibal tribe's territory up north and map it out while you're there." Yuan Du Da scratched his head. "Scouting the cannibal tribe is fine, but what's this map thing?" Han Feng explained. "A map is when you draw the rivers, mountains, and terrain on an animal hide, marking the locations of the tribes. You and your brother had one before, didn't you?" Du Da got it instantly. He stood up straight. "Chief, rest assured, I guarantee I will complete this mission." A few days later, Han Feng picked 11 people from the tribe, who along with Du Da formed a 12-man team. Among them were people skilled in communication, others with vast wilderness survival experience, archers, warriors, someone who could write, and even an expert artist. Every day, Han Feng taught them how to use a compass, scale coordinates, and other cartography basics. He even took them out to survey the terrain around Hanyang City using mud to build topographical models. Once they had a solid grasp of it, Han Feng started to gear them up. In addition to landmark stakes, they got survival knives, military shovels, long blades, and most importantly, bows and arrows. Han Feng had the workshop research and develop recurve bows and crossbows, and this time, the scout team was taking them for a field test. More than half a month later, the scout team was fully trained. Du Da was itching to get going. The 12 men, each with 2 horses, were loaded up with living supplies, landmark stakes, bows, arrows, and crossbows, and they eagerly headed north. At that moment, Du Ye led 12 members of the survey team and headed north with great vigor, while Han Feng also brought his men to the new fortress to check on the situation and arrange for the new tribe members. By the time Han Feng arrived, it was nearly dark, and many of the tribesmen were starting to rest after a long day's work, looking forward to the dinner they craved the most. Many people greeted Han Feng as soon as they saw him. Da Shu got the news and rushed out to meet him, reporting on their progress with a smile as they walked. We've already cleared a pretty large piece of land, and the 100 slaves brought here have all been assigned to dig the river. This time, to speed things up, all the ditches are being dug 2 meters wide and 2 meters deep, just enough to channel water. The excavated dirt is temporarily piled up over there, and we'll build a brick kiln after the seeds are sown. Right now, most of the tribe is busy plowing the fields. All the oxen and horses are being used, and if that's not enough, we even have people pulling the plows. So far, we've cleared 600 plots of land. We'll definitely hit our target of 3,000 plots within a month. Han Feng nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then asked about the vegetable situation. Da Shu quickly pointed north of the small fortress and explained that they had planted some cabbage. However, we're still a bit short, so I have people clearing more land. We plan to plant some long beans and loofahs, which should be enough soon. Next, Han Feng asked about the new tribe members and about the other tribes who came to work for food. Da Shu replied seriously the new members have complained a bit about not having houses and having to live in grass huts. However, they really liked the mats we gave them. Since it's hot now, sleeping outside is no big deal. They really like our city walls. After all, they joined the Han tribe because they were afraid of being attacked by their enemies, and now they can sleep safely inside the city. They feel much more secure. Everyone is working their butts off, especially when it comes to clearing the land. They've farmed before, so they know food is everything, and nobody dares to slack off. They get to use metal farming tools and have oxen and horses to help. Compared to using bone and stone tools like before, this is a massive upgrade, and everyone is thrilled. The two continue talking as they walk to the riverbank. Han Feng asked about the Zoa tribe. This river is so wide, there must be a ton of fish. Has the Zoa tribe started fishing yet? Da Shu replied that they had tried a few times but didn't catch much. So I told them to pause and focus on plowing. The Zoa tribe's chief said the river is too deep for them to stand in the water and spear fish. I even had our own people try using baskets and small nets. But they didn't catch much either. The river's too wide and the fish don't come near the shore. I'm thinking about whether we can build a few boats this year to make fishing easier. After hearing this, Han Feng thought for a moment and said that's a real problem. But don't you worry about it, I'll take care of it. Hanyang City has a woodworking shop. When the time is right, I'll have someone bring the parts here to assemble the boats. As for building boats here, we'll have to wait until the workshop here is finished. The two continued talking as they walked into the city. In the northwest corner was a massive sheep pen where several thousand well-fed gazelles were resting. To the southwest was a large area of grass huts with mats spread out underneath where people were eating. In the city center, there was also a large tent with a few simple earthen stoves built inside, and a long line of people was forming in front of it, waiting to get their food. Han Feng didn't rush Da Shu to get him food. Instead, he strolled around the hut area watching the tribesmen eat. Under a low hut, a few kids were sitting on a mat, eating their dinner. Han Feng walked up to them, and the kids got all nervous and shyly asked, "Are you the chief of the Han tribe?" Han Feng smiled and replied, "That's right, how did you know?" The child said innocently, "My mom told me that the person riding the big monster and wearing fancy clothes is the chief of this tribe." Han Feng then asked, "So you're not from our tribe? Huh, do you like it here? Do you want to become one of us?" The child's eyes lit up. "Of course I do. Your tribe's food is so delicious, I want to eat it every day, but I have to stay with my mom, so I can't just join your tribe." "Well, does your mom want to join our tribe?" The child holding their bowl yelled to a woman approaching them. "Mom, come here. He wants to ask you something." The woman was a little over 20 years old. When she heard her child and saw a strange young man in a golden crown and linen robe standing there, she froze for a second. She then hurried over, looking a bit flustered. Seeing this, Han Feng asked, "In the Han tribe, do you get enough to eat? Is the work too hard?" The woman answered nervously, "Yes, sir. Every day after the food is handed out, there's still some left over, more than I can eat by myself." Han Feng nodded and asked, "What do you think of the Han tribe? Do you want to stay?" The woman's face immediately lit up with joy. "I want to stay. The Han tribe is so big and has so many good things. I heard our chief say we have to work here until autumn. If rice really grows from the ground by then, he'll lead our whole tribe to join you." Hearing her say that, Han Feng understood what these workers were thinking. They all wanted to join the Han tribe, but since they had never farmed before, they wanted to see the results with their own eyes before committing. Han Feng understood. After all, it wasn't a huge deal. He figured once they got used to life in the Han tribe, you couldn't even force them to go back to their old miserable lives. Realizing this, Han Feng felt relieved and went to find Da Shu for dinner. The people who had worked hard all day began to eat and rest, enjoying their hard-earned meal. The next day, Han Feng remained at the new fortress, carefully checking on the tribesmen's work. If he saw anyone doing a poor job, he would personally guide them. He kept this up until the first batch of rice seeds were sown. Just then, a letter arrived by Falcon from Hanyang City. The letter said that the merchant caravan led by Fu had returned and was currently camped at the Li tribe's old settlement, awaiting further instructions. Han Feng immediately shot back a letter telling the rat shaman to send his guys to pick up the merchant caravan's wagons. They were to haul the hides and wool back to Hanyang City to produce wool yarn, and on top of that to dispatch a squad to escort Dufuk's caravan along with all the cattle and horses they'd traded for to the new city. After all, only this place had enough grassland to raise so many animals. Plus, the new city was still under construction and needed all the pulling power it could get. This was something Han Feng had already hashed out with Dufuk. When the letter reached the rat shaman, he knew Han Feng wasn't coming back, so he had no choice but to send people to follow orders. The wagons of goods were sent back to Hanyang City. The warriors who had been to the new city before led Dufuk and the others east on horseback. This whole group was traveling light with everyone mounted. Traveling light, they reached the new city in just one day. 280 cows, 450 horses, a total of over 700 head of livestock, suddenly appearing at the new city, stunned the new members of the Han tribe and the laborers who came to work. But their shock quickly turned to amazement and excitement. After all, these animals wouldn't just help with the work, they were also a source of meat and abundant hides. For a moment, the entire new city was buzzing. Dufuk quickly found Han Feng. He grinned and introduced a few new faces from the caravan. It was only then that Han Feng realized Dufuk had brought people back from the grasslands. Dufuk paid his respects and said cheerfully, "After all this time, it's good to be back. I can't believe our second city has gotten this huge in just a few months. These people are all new members joining our tribe." Han Feng smiled, led them into the city, and found a tent for them to sit in. Dufuk began his report. The trading went pretty damn smooth. With Lang Feng around, we weren't just fumbling in the dark like before. This time, all the tribes we traded with were brought to us by Lang Feng. This dozen or so people are all friends of Lang Feng, and their situation is just like his. They heard Lang Feng joined the Han tribe and is living the good life, so they came here wanting to join our tribe too. This group has both men and women. Hearing from Dufuk that the young man in the golden crown in front of them was the chief, they quickly stood up to pay their respects, calling him chief in broken Han that they must have picked up on the road. They knew very little of the Han language. Han Feng also greeted them, said a few words of welcome, and told them to sit down and continued listening to Dufuk's report. Han Feng took a sip of water and asked, "Did anything else happen during the trade this time? Did those nomadic tribes say anything about our goods, or did they say what they want? It's not easy for us to get to the grasslands. Next time we can bring a wider variety of goods to get a better deal." Hearing this, Dufuk's eyes lit up. As if he'd just remembered something, he hurriedly said, "They want a lot of things. The most important is horse gear, especially stirrups and saddles. Also ox carts. The nomadic tribes have to move around frequently, if they had. A few big carts moving camp and hauling their stuff would be way easier. They also want long swords. Even though they've never used them, the scissors we sold them are also made of iron, and they're crazy about iron weapons. The iron pots we brought this time were also a huge hit. Even though the price was a bit steep, they all sold out. I think we can bring more next time." After listening, Han Feng fell into deep thought. Horse gear, carts, iron, weapons. These three things couldn't just be sold to them carelessly. Just then, Dufuk suddenly frowned as if he remembered something, his expression turning grim. "Ah, that's right, Chief. During the trade this time, we also ran into a bad situation. I'm worried that trading in the grasslands will be difficult from now on." Seeing him like this, Han Feng also frowned and quickly asked, "What bad situation?" Dufuk said that this time they had traded with 7 tribes. When trading with a tribe in the southeast, he took out white salt and pottery, but they didn't need them. They did need the scissors and iron pots. In the end, they only managed to trade for a few hides and wool, and only a couple of cows and horses. Hearing Dufuk say this, Han Feng grew even more worried. Dufuk didn't waste any more time and took 3 things out of his leather bag, placing them in front of Han Feng. This made Han Feng almost shout in surprise. The first was a bamboo tube as thick as a forearm, half filled with white granules. Han Feng brought it to his nose, and the salty smell of the ocean hit him. Han Feng took a pinch, tasted it, and immediately spit it out. "Isn't this sea salt?" Before Han Feng could say anything else, Dufuk took out another item that made Han Feng's jaw drop, because the thing he took out was a large, shiny white metal bowl. The bowl was huge, its inner surface so polished it could be used as a mirror. The outside was engraved with patterns and some kind of hieroglyphs that Han Feng didn't understand. On the bowl was a drawing of several people. One person was holding a bowl with its mouth aimed at the sky. Another was holding a torch in front of the bowl's mouth, and others were kneeling on the ground watching the scene reverently. Han Feng, of course, understood this picture. It depicted using sunlight to create fire. This was the phenomenon of light reflection in physics. Putting aside the picture of heavenly fire, just talking about the bowl itself, it was highly reflective and felt very heavy. Han Feng bit the rim and found it was quite soft. This was clearly a silver bowl. At this point, Han Feng could draw a conclusion from these 2 items. There was a tribe living near the sea. They knew how to make sea salt. Moreover, there was a lot of bamboo there which they used for containers. And nearby there was a silver mine. They knew the techniques of smelting and metal casting. Looking at the quality and design of this silver bowl, their skill level was very high. This didn't surprise Han Feng too much, because silver is a chemically stable metal that can exist in its elemental form in nature, meaning one could find silver nuggets or silver sand. However, that was rare. Most silver exists as ore in silver mines. Furthermore, the melting point of silver is quite low, only a little over 960 degrees. It can be melted down into liquid. As long as they know how to burn charcoal, hitting that temperature is totally not a problem. Maybe they even have a coal mine. You gotta remember, for the Han tribe to smelt copper they need a temperature of at least 1500 degrees. With a melting point below 1000 degrees, it's obvious that silver would be easier for primitive people to discover and use. That makes perfect sense. So the question is a tribe that worships skyfire. This was Han Feng's guess, because they drew a scene of harnessing fire from the sky on the bowl. It must be something important to be drawn on it, just like how the Han script is crucial to the Han tribe. They make their own sea salt, then use bamboo tubes to store it, and come all the way to the grasslands to compete with him in trade. Damn, running into business competitors even in primitive times. Just based on the information he had so far, he could tell this was definitely a powerful tribe. Han Feng, holding the bowl in one hand and the bamboo tube of salt in the other, thought for a moment and then asked Du Fu, "Besides this stuff, is there anything else?" Du Fu waved his hand to a subordinate, and someone immediately ran to the horses to grab their stuff. A pile of assorted items was brought over. There wasn't a lot, but the variety was impressive. There were bamboo sections as big as the bowl, which they apparently used as bowls, and also bamboo cups and canteens. The canteens even had holes drilled in them with hemp ropes tied through for carrying. From this, you could tell they already knew how to make hemp rope, or at least produced hemp goods. There were larger items too, like bamboo mats and bamboo arrows. It looked like they had a lot of different kinds of bamboo over there. On top of that, there was something that really shocked Han Feng: bamboo slips. Thin strips of bamboo were tied together with fine hemp cords with characters and images carved on them. Du Fu asked confusedly, "Chief, do you know what this stuff is? This tribe is pretty badass making so many cool things like this." Han Feng patiently explained, "There's nothing strange about these things. The salt in here is sea salt. Actually, you've all seen something like it before at the Eagle tribe's salt lake. Water that contains salt will turn into salt when it's dried in the sun. Sea salt is the same way, it's just that the sea is way bigger than a salt lake. So big you can't even see the other side. They must live by the sea, which is how they figured out a different way to make salt compared to our rock salt. Have you guys smelled this sea salt yet? That's the smell of sea water." Hearing Han Feng's explanation, everyone who had been to the Eagle tribe understood and wasn't so mystified anymore. Han Feng picked up the other items and went on. "As for this stuff, this salt container is actually a type of naturally hollow plant called bamboo. It grows really tall and thin and can be used to make a ton of stuff." Du Fu and the others nodded. At first they thought these were some kind of amazing treasures, but now hearing Han Feng's explanation, it all seemed pretty normal, just some kind of plant. What really blew their minds and made them worship him was that Han Feng seemed to know everything. With just one look, he knew what this stuff was made of, even if it was something none of them had ever seen before. But hey, they were used to it by now. Du Fu couldn't resist asking, "Chief, what else can this bamboo plant be used for? Can you eat it?" Han Feng answered, "This plant grows a new shoot from its roots every year called a bamboo shoot. The shoots are edible, but you can't use them as a main food source. Other than that, bamboo has a ton of uses for things both big and small. You can use it to build houses, make rafts, bamboo spears, pikes, bows and arrows, even bamboo shields and armor. You can also make bamboo pens and paper. Basically, you can make tons of stuff with it. You could call it an all-purpose material." Everyone was stunned after hearing that. They never imagined this bamboo plant could be so useful and made into so many things. Now Han Feng was also really curious about this bamboo-using tribe and wanted to learn more about them. So he asked, "Besides this stuff, do you guys have any other useful intel? For example, do they have carts? Do they know how to farm? Can they weave cloth? Do they have any other metals?" Du Fu thought back and said, "I actually asked about that. They don't have any carts. When they come to trade, they ride on horseback. Each horse carries 2 big baskets and some other stuff. The guys who came to the grasslands, at least, didn't have carts. I don't know if their main tribe does or not. As for weaving cloth, I'd say probably not. The nomad said they wear clothes made from animal skins or felt. They probably learned how to make felt from the nomadic tribes. They probably don't have any other metals. They only bring these bowls to trade with the nomads. What's more, I heard these bowls aren't actually for eating out of. I have no clue what else they're for. As for food, they probably have some. I heard from the nomads that they saw those people eating some kind of round grain that's really dry and hard and can be stored for a super long time. There was also some kind of yellow grain. I've never seen it myself, just heard them describe it." Hearing they had grain, Han Feng's face lit up. He quickly asked Du Fu, "Don't the nomads have any? Did you trade for some?" Du Fu shook his head with a look of regret. He knew how important food was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered bringing back wheat last time. But right at that moment, among the grasslands people that Du Fu had brought back, one of them quietly raised his hand like he wanted to say something, but was a little hesitant. Han Feng saw him raise his hand and gestured for him not to be scared and to go ahead and speak. Seeing Han Feng's encouraging smile, the new guy from the grasslands got a bit braver. He pulled a felt pouch from his tunic and handed it to Han. Feng, Chief, is this the grain you were talking about? Hearing this, Han Feng, who had been feeling a little bummed about not getting any new crop seeds, suddenly felt a spark of hope. Could it be another unexpected windfall? He hurriedly opened the pouch. Inside were a few seeds. The moment he saw them, Han Feng couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It was 2 soybeans and 3 gleaming golden kernels of corn. Just then, a young man with Du Fu pulled out a few seeds. Seeing this, Han Feng trembled with excitement. It was corn and soybeans. Getting 2 such important crops at once was a huge score for the Han tribe. The Han tribe's main food source right now is rice, which can only be grown in places with tons of water. But wheat, corn, and soybeans all need way less water than rice. This meant that if they could grow these crops, the Han tribe could expand into drier lands. After all, in this era, having food meant having everything. Rice, corn, and wheat could all be used as staple foods for the masses. Plus, soybeans are an awesome crop, packed with protein and fat, super nutritious, and can even be processed into all sorts of soy products like soy milk, tofu, you name it. Just thinking about it made Han Feng's mouth water. On top of that, planting soybeans could also improve the soil through photosynthesis. They absorb nitrogen from the air and store it in the plant. The soybean roots grow a bunch of nodules, and these nodules are basically like nitrogen fertilizer. The nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium needed for plant growth were all accounted for now. It was perfect. They had phosphorus from animal manure and potassium from plant ash, and now they had nitrogen from soybeans. It was a flawless setup. Calming himself down, Han Feng held up the 5 seeds and asked the young man, "These are really food crop seeds. Where'd you get them?" The young man replied, "I've seen those people on the grasslands before and have even traded with them. I used sheep to trade for salt arrowheads and even their baskets. I found these seeds in a basket. They probably dropped them in there. I'd never seen anything like them before, but since they brought them, I figured they must be good stuff. So I picked them out and saved them, thinking I'd trade them for something later." Han Feng said happily, "This is seriously useful. Name your price. If it's within my power, I'll definitely grant your wish." The man was instantly thrilled. "For real, Chief, I want a steel saber just like Captain Du Fu's." Without hesitating, Han Feng unstrapped the single-edged military blade from his own belt and tossed it to the man as a reward for bringing the food source. The man caught the saber overjoyed and quickly bowed his head to thank Han Feng. The others who saw this couldn't help but feel jealous. Man, I wish I could find some seeds like that. Trading a few seeds for a sweet blade like that? This dude totally lucked out. Why don't I ever get that lucky? Suddenly, getting his hands on 2 precious food crops, Han Feng was ecstatic. It was summer now, the perfect time for planting, so Han Feng wanted to get these seeds back to Hanyang City fast, to plant them himself and expand their farmland as soon as possible. But just then, Du Fu brought up a new problem. "Chief, so, are we going to keep trading? What should we do if we run into the Bamboo Tribe's merchant caravan again?" This question put Han Feng in a tough spot. After all, it was a matter of foreign policy and couldn't be decided on a whim. Should they choose to coexist peacefully or go for a direct confrontation? Han Feng quickly made up his mind. The grasslands were like a giant cake, and both the Han tribe and the Bamboo tribe were fighting for a slice. The 2 tribes were competitors. Therefore, anything that hindered the Han tribe's growth had to be suppressed with full force. With that in mind, Han Feng glanced around at everyone. There were a lot of new faces here who weren't fully loyal to the Han tribe yet. Plus, with so many people, word could get out. A matter this important shouldn't be known by regular soldiers. So he said, "We'll deal with this when we get back. You guys have been out here for a long time. You should go home and rest for a bit. Besides, even if we go again, we'll need time to prep the goods for the next trip. Everyone head back with me. I also need to get these seeds planted as soon as possible." Du Fu immediately got the hint. Speaking of which, he'd been away from home for a few months himself and wondered if his kids would even recognize him. "Oh, right, Chief. How come we haven't seen Du yet? Didn't you say he was here managing the market?" Han Feng laughed and pointed at Du Fu. "That kid can't sit still for a second just like you. I gave him a different job. He's out on a mission right now. When he gets back, I'll tell you all about it." So Han Feng stayed at the new stronghold for one more day, giving them detailed instructions for their next tasks. The following day, he took Du Fu and the others back to Hanyang City, eager to plant the new seeds. Meanwhile, in the far southwest, the Bamboo tribe's merchant caravan, having acquired goods from the Han tribe, was on its way home. They traveled from the grasslands towards the southwest for over a month, finally reaching the far southwestern edge of the continent. The island covered in lush green bamboo, their homeland was right before their eyes. On the afternoon of the last day of April 50, strapping shirtless men wearing conical hats were gathered on the coast. It was a rocky shore full of reefs with no sandy beaches. The cattle and horses they'd traded for were grazing leisurely on a nearby hillside. The late afternoon sea breeze was gentle and pleasant, creating small ripples on the water's surface. The sunset dyed the entire sea red. Countless seagulls circled above, occasionally diving into the water to catch fish. Near the shore, a few men with bamboo baskets were gathering mussels. On a higher rock, a man with a bamboo bow and arrow would occasionally shoot at the seabirds. Every time he hit one, a large dog would immediately dive into the sea to retrieve the bird. Needless to say, this dog was also bought from the nomadic tribe. On higher ground, a few men had set up a large iron pot over a fire made of firewood and dry grass. Seafood was simmering in the pot, and a ring of corn cakes was stuck around the rim. A man, while sticking a corn cake to the side of the pot, asked another man who was cutting his nails with scissors and seemed to be the leader, "Captain, what the hell is this pot made of? We ain't got no metal like this back home. It looks even tougher than our white gold, yellow gold, and red gold. And these scissors? Damn, they're sharp. If you made a weapon out of this, it'd be wicked dangerous. I'm telling you, we wouldn't stand a chance against them." The man they called Captain was busy trimming his nails with the scissors and didn't even look up as he spoke. "Who said anything about fighting? This ain't our call to make. Let's just bring this stuff back to the chieftain and let them figure it out. Besides, I'm not looking for a fight." The man flattening cornbread sighed. "Yeah, you're right. I think we should stay on their good side. It's way better to be cool with them. It'd be awesome if we could learn their skills. Just look at this woolen cloth they make. I have no idea how they do it. They buy sheep's wool from the plains, turn it into fabric, and then sell it right back to them. They trade for so many damn cattle and horses." After finishing his nails, the captain carefully put the scissors away and pulled out a small piece of wool cloth about the size of a handkerchief. It's what he got for trading 2 bamboo tubes of sea salt with a nomadic tribe. The chieftain of that nomadic tribe only had one sample piece of wool over 6 feet wide that he got from the Han tribe. In the end, he could only cut off a small scrap for our captain. The captain stared at the piece of cloth for a moment, lost in thought. He looked up at the setting sun, then turned to an older man behind him and asked, "What day is it today? Ain't it the full moon? Why hasn't the tide gone out yet?" The old man pulled out a roll of bamboo tablets he carried with him. He calculated for a bit, then looked toward where the moon would rise, checking a few times to be sure. Finally, he nodded. "Yep, today's the full moon. Tonight the tide will definitely go out." The captain put the cloth away, grabbed his bamboo bowl, and started dishing out some food. "All right, everyone, come on back. Time to eat and rest up. We're heading home first thing in the morning." The other crew members called out to each other and gathered around to eat. After they finished, they headed to 2 nearby bamboo stilt houses to crash for the night. It was a base they'd built a long time ago for when they came ashore, and they had a few supplies stashed inside. Night fell fast. The sea breeze picked up a little stronger than during the day, whipping up waves in the bay and blowing the dark clouds clean out of the sky. 2 bright moons hung in the sky, approaching each other from different directions. They slowly came together, forming a perfect circle right overhead. At that exact moment, the water in the bay began to swell under the moon's gravitational pull, creating a massive tide. The sea churned, and then pulled back. The sea level dropped like a rock. In less than an hour, the vast bay revealed a wide path connecting the mainland to Bamboo Island about 6 miles away. The island, once completely isolated, had now become a peninsula connected to the mainland thanks to this secret road. This path was the only route connecting Bamboo Island to the mainland. But here's the catch: this road is only usable for less than a month out of the whole year. Every time the beginning or the end of the month rolls around, the 2 moons overlap, creating a ring in the sky, and the sea pulls back to reveal this secret path. This phenomenon lasts for 2 days, and then the path gets swallowed by the sea again. In the middle of the month, the water level in the bay hits its peak, then it starts to fall again until the beginning of the next month, when the path reappears for another 2 days. In a year, with 14 months, the path appears for a total of 28 days. It's thanks to this road that the folks from Bamboo Island can get to the plains to trade. Of course, they could also build bamboo rafts to get across. The narrowest part of the bay is only about 10 miles wide, so crossing the water isn't a problem. But the livestock they trade for on the plains can't be moved on rafts, so they have no choice but to use this secret path once a month. Early the next morning, as soon as the sun came up, the path was already sticking out more than 3 feet above the water. The trading party from Bamboo Island started their trek home. They'd been away for a few months, and were itching to get back. But the path was no cakewalk. The surface was covered in jagged submerged rocks and coated with a slick slime from crustaceans and seaweed, making it treacherous. They had to carefully herd their cattle and horses along. They were worried because if any of the animals got hurt, it would be a huge pain in the ass. They needed this livestock to plow their fields. The whole party walked from morning till noon just to get to the other side. Then they hopped on their horses and rode for about 2 more hours before finally reaching their tribe. The Kim tribe, also known as the 3 Golds tribe, was famous for producing 3 types of gold: white gold, yellow gold, and red gold. In Han Feng's terms, that's just silver gold and red copper. Bamboo Island was pretty damn big, almost the size of Taiwan, and was long and narrow, stretching from the southeast to the northwest. The northwestern part, where the secret path connected to the mainland, was the territory of the Kim tribe. The island wasn't just home to the Kim tribe. 6 other major tribes also ruled the island, which had a population of nearly 80,000. The Kim tribe had about 30,000 people, making them number 1 on Bamboo Island. Of the other 5 tribes, the biggest one had just over 10,000 people, while the smallest had only about 6,000. These 5 tribes were all subordinate to the Kim tribe, basically their vassals, and they all did what the Kim tribe said. It's easy to see why. The Kim tribe controlled the northwestern part of Bamboo Island. Not only did this give them a direct line to the mainland for easy trading, but all the island's important resources were also concentrated in the northwest. The mines for gold, silver, and copper were all there, obviously. But most importantly, the only source of fresh water on the entire island was also in the northwest. So whoever controlled the water controlled the whole damn island. The Kim tribe had the numbers. They held one end of Bamboo Island, controlled the source of the only freshwater river, could smelt their own metals, and could trade with the mainland to get cattle and horses, which were things Bamboo Island didn't have. So, if the other 5 tribes wanted metal farming tools or livestock for plowing, they had to trade with the Kim tribe for them. On top of that, the Kim tribe had the manpower, so whatever they said went. Nobody dared to piss them off. The people on this island grew corn and soybeans as their main food source. Their houses were mostly bamboo stilt houses where they lived upstairs and raised pigs downstairs. Pigs were a native animal on Bamboo Island and had long been domesticated. Became livestock, while cows and horses had to be bought from the mainland. Bamboo Island had goats, but they were the black-haired mountain kind. They had some sheep now too, thanks to trading with the grasslands. However, these days, the trade for sheep had slowed down. Sheep breed fast and had plenty of corn stalks to eat, so they became the second most common livestock on Bamboo Island, just behind pigs. A new breed across with the local mountain goats even started popping up. On top of that, the Kim tribe only sold cows and sheep to the other 5 tribes, keeping all the horses for themselves. They also learned how to ride and shoot bows from the grassland folks, and even had their own cavalry unit. This was the very thing that helped them stay on top. On the afternoon of May, 1st of the 2nd summer, the Kim tribe's merchant caravan finally made it back to the heart of their territory, a small town where their chief lived. The town was nestled in a valley called Clear Spring Valley, which was the source of the only freshwater river on Bamboo Island. Inside the valley, houses were packed tight with a population of over 4,000 people. The moment the merchant caravan entered the valley, tons of tribespeople came out to greet them. Every return was like a festival for the Kim tribe, because they always brought back a bunch of good stuff. Who wouldn't be hyped? But this time, because of what went down with the Han tribe, the captain wasn't in a celebratory mood. He had something urgent to report to the chief. The second he got into the valley, the captain yelled out, "I've got an urgent report! Take me to the chief now!" The tribespeople, who were all hyped to welcome the caravan, heard him and immediately cleared a path. Someone also immediately led him to the chief's place. The captain had some serious rank in the tribe. Nobody dared to cross him. In fact, they respected him a lot. After all, it was these merchants who risked their necks traveling to distant lands to trade for all the good stuff they enjoyed. The Kim tribe's leadership structure was just like the other tribes. The chief was the top dog and also the leader of the 6 major tribes on Bamboo Island. Below the chief was the council of elders made up of 10 great elders, each handling a different sector. 3 elders were in charge of metallurgy for gold, silver, and copper. 2 elders, the rice and bean elders, were responsible for growing corn and soybeans. The livestock elder was in charge of animal husbandry. The bamboo elder handled construction and architecture, and the tools elder was responsible for the science and technology R&D department. The war elder commanded all the warriors, and the trade elder managed foreign commerce. The Kim tribe had a clear division of labor and a strict class system, just what you'd expect from a major power. The captain's rank was just below the elders, and he reported directly to the trade elder. But after every trade mission, he had to report to the chief first. That was the rule. On the highest hill in the valley, there was a massive 2-story bamboo stilt house. That was the chief's place. Right then, the chief of the Kim tribe was sitting on the 2nd floor balcony, a small bamboo table in front of him. The chief was carefully carving characters onto a bamboo slip with a knife made from a seashell. Just then, a warrior on guard duty downstairs came up to the balcony, dropped to one knee, and reported, "Chief, the merchant caravan from the grasslands is back. Their captain says he has something important to report and is waiting downstairs to see you." Hearing the caravan had returned, the Kim tribe's chief was thrilled. He hurriedly put away his bamboo slip. "Quick, bring him to the main hall on the 1st floor." He then hurried down to the main hall, where the merchant captain was already waiting by the long bamboo table in the center of the room. Seeing the chief come down from upstairs, the merchant captain quickly stood up and bowed. "Chief, we brought back a lot of cows and horses from the grasslands this time. However, we ran into a few unusual situations. There's a tribe out there, possibly even stronger than us, also trading in the grasslands for cows and sheep. I managed to get my hands on some of the stuff they were selling." Hearing this, the Kim chief's first reaction was curiosity. He wasn't the first chief of the Kim tribe, but he'd never in his entire life heard of any tribe being stronger than them. He said eagerly, "Stronger than us. Quick, show me their goods." The merchant captain stood up and shouted towards the door. A few members of his crew who were waiting outside rushed in carrying bags of all sizes into the bamboo house. In no time, the long table in the hall was covered with stuff. The crew then quickly backed out. All kinds of goods from the Han tribe were laid out, making the Kim chief's head spin. There were teapots, teacups, water buckets, iron pots of all sorts, and what's more, every single item was stamped with "Made by the Great Han." The Kim chief picked up a white porcelain teacup with a lid holding it up in his hands, unable to look away. The cup's wall was so thin and the outer glaze was incredibly smooth. He said in awe, "This looks like pottery, but how did they make it so damn fine in all these cups? They look exactly identical. Wait, they have their own writing system too." The merchant captain added, "That's not all. They also know how to make white salt, and it's way purer than ours." With that, he pulled out a handful of white salt from a red jar. The Kim chief was even more shocked. He quickly took the small jar, poured out a handful of salt, and sniffed it. There was no smell at all. Every grain was pure white and fine. It was way better than their sea salt, no question. The Kim tribe's sea salt sometimes even had tiny crabs mixed in it. The captain continued his presentation. "Chief, this is the metal they forge. I heard from the nomads that they call it iron. These are iron scissors, and they're crazy sharp. They also have iron pots and ladles for cooking. This iron is a lot harder than our alloy. I heard they even have iron weapons, but they aren't for sale, so I've never seen them." The merchant captain picked up the scissors to show Chief Kim how they worked. The scissors opened and closed smoothly, easily snipping off a lock of his own hair. This totally blew Chief Kim's mind. These scissors were seriously amazing, but what were they for cutting hair? Would the sheep-herding tribes really need these? The merchant captain explained. "You can cut anything with these, but they're mainly for shearing sheep." Chief Kim was even more stunned. "Shearing sheep?" The merchant captain confirmed it. "Yeah, they sell the scissors to the nomadic tribes and have them shear the sheep. Then they buy back all the wool to weave into a fabric called wool. This right here is wool cloth made from sheep's wool used for making clothes. Chief, check it out." As he spoke, the merchant captain held up a piece of the cloth, handing the wool to the Chief Kim. The chief was amazed, exclaiming, "Holy cow, you can make this stuff from sheep's wool. It's so thin, light, and soft. It looks solid, but it's totally breathable. This is insane." Saying this, Chief Kim brought the wool close to his face, feeling its softness. He gave it a gentle shake, watching the fabric flutter in the breeze, his face a mask of pure shock. The merchant captain then picked up a sack and said, "Chief, this is a bag they use for carrying things called a sack. It's woven from some really tough grass and can hold a lot of stuff." Chief Kim took the sack, observing it carefully and feeling the rough yet durable material, then nodded. "This thing's not bad at all. It'd be perfect for storing grain. It could probably be mass-produced." After all the introductions, Chief Kim was extremely curious and amazed by the Han tribe's goods, but he also felt a vague threat. He knew damn well that a tribe capable of creating such intricate and useful items must be seriously powerful. Seeing the expression on Chief Kim's face, the merchant captain suggested, "Chief, I think we should gather the elders to discuss and study these items. The other side's power is no joke. We need to get ready now." Chief Kim mulled it over for a second, saw the captain was right, and ordered a meeting of the elders. The next afternoon, 10 great elders had arrived. Everyone gathered around the long table, staring at the Han tribe's goods laid out before them, all looking shocked. Chief Kim was the first to speak. "Esteemed elders, this time the merchant caravan brought these items back from the grasslands. They all come from a tribe called the Han tribe. According to the merchant captain, this tribe's power has probably already surpassed our own. I've gathered everyone here today to discuss whether we can copy these items and figure out how we should handle the Han tribe." Elder Sheng was the first to speak. "I've taken a close look at their white salt. It's likely sea salt refined with some special technique. The problem is we don't know the method. Plus, I bet the refining process is definitely incredibly time-consuming and difficult, and it's not cheap either." Elder Dong spoke next. "About this ironware, I've checked it out. It's a dead ringer for that gray metal we've tried smelting, but that gray metal is extremely tough to smelt. To this day, we still haven't found a way to smelt it in bulk, let alone forge it into tools and weapons. On top of that, we haven't found any large, high-quality deposits of the gray metal ore. Trying to replicate these iron goods is going to be seriously difficult." Elder Chi picked up a wooden bucket, inspecting it carefully, then said, "Chief elders, everyone take a look at this bucket. It's crafted so precisely. The wooden planks are joined together perfectly tight, and the surface is so smooth. I'm guessing they used sharp iron tools to shape the wood. And this white porcelain, the clay they use is totally different from ours. It must be some special type of clay. The wool in the sacks are clearly woven. The sack is probably made from hemp, so we could try finding a similar plant to weave with. It'll take a lot of time and effort, but it's not impossible. But the wool cloth? We have no clue what tools or techniques they use, so we can't copy it, without sharp iron scissors like they have. We can't gather enough sheep's wool." As everyone was talking, the merchant captain suddenly remembered something. "Oh yeah, Chief, I also heard the Han tribe has some kind of vehicle, called a cart, that can transport tons of people and goods. It's way more useful than a horse and carries a lot more." As he said this, the merchant captain pulled a small model of a cart carved from bamboo out and set it on the table. The elder's eyes lit up at the sight of the model. Elder Bing said excitedly, If we could build this, transporting supplies for battle would become a hell of a lot easier. Elder Chi nodded in agreement. With this, moving construction materials would be a breeze too. The tribe's building speed would skyrocket for sure. Chief Kim stared at the model, his mind racing with excitement. He turned to Elder Chi and said, "Elder Chi, you figure out how to make this thing. The other elders will give you their full support. And the merchant captain, you'll stay and help too. We need to build this thing fast." The merchant captain looked awkward. "Chief, I don't know anything about building carts. Besides, I have to go to the grasslands to trade next month. I think it'd be better if we try to find a way to buy a cart from the Han tribe to use as a blueprint. It'll be way easier to study that way." Elder Shang agreed. "The merchant captain has a point. We can trade seeds for it. The Han tribe is big. Be able to use this chance to learn how they build the carts." Chief Kim thought it over for a second, saw that the plan could work, and said, "All right, let's do it. Elder Shang, next month you'll lead the caravan to the grasslands and make the trade. Bring plenty of seeds. You need to get one of those carts no matter what it takes, and try to get your hands on any other cool stuff they have." Elder Shang accepted the order, vowing to give it his all. After the meeting wrapped up, the elders went back. The Kim tribe started preparing because this mysterious Han tribe began making a series of moves, and a quiet rivalry between the two was secretly brewing. While the Kim tribe was urgently holding a council of elders meeting back in the Han tribe, Han Feng had just led his people from the new city back to Hanyang City, tightly clutching 5 precious seeds, one of the greatest hopes for the tribe's future. Upon returning home, Han Feng planted these 5 seeds in his own garden. He chose this spot because the 5 seeds were too precious and few in number, and he couldn't afford to let anything go wrong. Han Feng didn't trust planting them anywhere else. In his house, it was just him and Zhao Di. Zhao Di had a gentle nature and would certainly not damage the seeds. This garden was the safest place for the 5 seeds. After planting them, Han Feng started thinking about his next trade deal on the grasslands. The Han tribe's trade situation had changed. The business of white salt and pottery, which was once the Han tribe's monopoly, now faced competition from the Kim tribe. However, luckily, the woolen cloth and ironware business was still in the hands of the Han tribe. This was an advantage that the Kim tribe would find hard to match anytime soon. With that in mind, Han Feng immediately pushed his tribesmen to ramp up the production of woolen cloth and ironware to ensure their competitive edge in the market. After 5 months of hard work, the warehouse district and the livestock area of Hanyang City were finally completed. Looking at these 2 brand new areas, Han Feng felt extremely proud. He then assigned 200 slaves to build a 3-story school. They quickly got to work starting on the foundation. At the same time, Han Feng selected 2 newly built warehouses and converted them into weaving workshops. The purpose was to centralize the looms for better management and achieve large-scale production. One workshop was designated as a spinning workshop in charge of carding wool and spinning thread. The other was the weaving workshop, neatly arranged inside with looms equipped with flying shuttles. Each warehouse could hold 60 machines. Each loom was 2 meters long and 2 meters wide, operated by one person. Every day, one machine could weave 10 meters of cloth. Thus, one workshop could produce 600 meters of cloth daily. This production speed was very satisfactory. The textile industry requires a lot of labor, but fortunately the Han tribe now had a large population. After gaining several thousand more people, mobilizing 100 or 200 of them to work in the textile industry was not a problem. After organizing the weaving work, Han Feng found Da Chui and had him organize another round of iron smelting. The last time they smelted iron was in the cold winter. This time, after half a year of thorough preparation, they had stockpiled enough raw materials to fire up 3 furnaces. However, the troubling part was that the Han tribe's iron ore supply was about to run out. Therefore, Han Feng planned that in another month, after the plowing work in the new city was complete, he would send 300 slaves to the Salt Lake to mine and supplement the current iron ore shortage. As the population continued to grow, the construction of the new city was also being pushed forward. The tribe's demand for iron was constantly increasing. Every family needed iron pots, various iron tools and weapons. At the same time, to maintain trade with the grasslands, they also needed to stockpile a large quantity of ironware. After all, the iron pots, scissors, and other items sold to the grasslands consumed a great deal of iron. Fortunately, Da Chui and the others had gained experience in smelting, so this time Han Feng didn't need to supervise them directly. Han Feng then turned to the carpentry team, asking them to build 2-wheeled carts to sell to the nomadic tribes. This type of 2-wheeled cart was relatively simple to make, mainly consisting of a pair of wheels, a frame, and a wooden cargo bed. Thanks to the wind-powered sawmill, construction was quite convenient. Furthermore, compared to 4-wheeled carts, the 2-wheeled version not only saved labor and materials, but also saved metal, making it cheaper and more economically efficient. Although a 2-wheeled cart carried fewer goods from a business perspective, it meant they could sell more carts. After arranging these 3 major tasks of cart making, weaving, and iron smelting, Han Feng organized the grasslanders he had subjugated into a new cavalry unit. The plan was to form 2 squadrons totaling 76 men with 2 horses per person. The main mission of this unit was to protect the merchant caravans and fight for market share. To put it bluntly, they were meant to push the Kim tribe's merchant caravans out of the market. The new unit was put under the command of the cavalry, Commander Chai Dada with a few other grasslanders assisting. Han Feng had great confidence in their abilities. After settling this matter, Han Feng got busy with another project, the Han tribe's school, which had officially begun construction. This was the first time in the tribe's history that they had built such a tall building. The tribesmen had no experience, so Han Feng had to personally supervise and guide them. Though, in his past life, Han Feng hadn't majored in construction, he had learned how to demolish structures. To some extent, both tasks require an understanding of a building's structure and load-bearing capacity. This school building was planned to use a mixed brick and timber structure. For this type of architecture, the foundation is the most critical element. The foundation trenches for the school's walls were dug 4 meters deep, and at the key load-bearing points, 6-meter-deep shafts were also dug. In the foundation pits, they poured limestone, charcoal, slag, clay, and gravel, then compacted the mixture. This was like a primitive form of concrete, and it was very sturdy. The limestone could prevent plant roots and seeds from growing. The charcoal and limestone acted as moisture-proofing, while the slag, gravel, and clay helped disperse weight and acted as a binder. The foundation was filled up to 3 meters, below ground level. The shafts were filled with 3 meters of material, and the wall foundation trenches were filled with 1 meter. Then they used large blue bricks to build a 1-meter-thick foundation wall. On both sides, they poured more lime, slag, and gravel to fill the trench, then covered it with earth. The foundation wall was then built up another meter. This made the entire foundation 4 meters high and 1 meter thick. It was not only waterproof and earthquake-resistant, but it also reduced pressure and could easily support the building's weight. What was even more surprising was that it only took 200 men 10 days to complete the foundation work, which was much faster than Han Feng had expected. The school building was constructed with a mixed brick and timber frame, primarily using bricks, wood, and tiles as building materials. The walls and columns were built with green bricks, and large logs were used for the main and secondary beams. Thick wooden planks were laid over the beams to create the floors. This building was 16 meters wide, 35 meters long, and 3 stories high, primarily relying on its beam system for support. Compared to ancient warships, it was just a small model, but for the Han tribe, this was a monumental architectural achievement. The building was so solid you could jump around without a care. However, considering its practical use, the classrooms were mainly for learning, while physical activities would be held outdoors. At the school's construction site, tons of people were hard at work, including the slaves. They were actively cooperating since they had some experience from building the warehouse before. However, there was a problem on the site. There were a whole lot of kids, specifically the boys rescued from the fire tribe. There were about 700 or 800 of them, mostly 5 or 6 years old with nothing to do and no toys, so they were running wild all over the construction site. This not only slowed down the work, but also created a serious safety hazard. Han Feng watched for a bit, and figured the real problem was that they were bored out of their minds with no toys. So he called over a little kid who was playing with some clay, and told him to go round up all his friends and meet at the square. He told them he was going to teach them some awesome new games. The kid's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran off to get his buddies. Han Feng had already prepared some toys for the kids, like kick shuttlecocks and jump ropes. These toys were simple and cheap, but they could bring endless fun to kids. Before long, hundreds of children had gathered in the square. Han Feng brought a whole basket of shuttlecocks with a few women following behind him. They were helping carry the jump ropes. Han Feng carefully showed the kids how to play with the shuttlecocks. After watching his demo, they all got super excited, grabbed a shuttlecock and started playing. So many kids were playing with them that they ran out pretty quick. So Han Feng taught the kids who didn't get one how to play jump rope. 2 people would swing the rope while the others lined up to take turns jumping in charge of childcare, and had them start making soccer balls. The balls were made from animal hide stuffed with chaff and hemp fibers, and they could even use scrap cloth from the armorers. At the same time, he sent 2 apprentices from the carpenters group to make chessboards. Before long, the tribe had made over 40 balls. Han Feng gave 30 of them to the kids, and the rest to the cavalry and the merchant caravan. After that, he went to the grassy field west of the settlement, measured it out, and set up a soccer field. He set up goalposts, marked the sidelines, and then explained the rules to everyone. They were all really into this new sport and jumped right in. But just as everyone was having a good time, the survey and scouting team, led by Duda, sent a message back via hawk. Their mission was to map the area and scout the cannibal tribe. This time they were equipped with crossbows, which were super easy to use, could fire more shots than a traditional bow, and were easier to aim with less effort. They had set off from the mountains north of Hanyang City, crossed a valley and moved through the grasslands, following the tracks left by the cannibal tribe, all the way to the river's headwaters. Upstream, many areas were uninhabited, with nothing but abandoned settlements that had been completely wrecked. They kept heading north, crossing a mountain range until they reached a plain. There they saw alpacas, moose, and maybe even some wild donkeys. But that's where they lost the trail of the cannibal tribe. They didn't give up, though. They kept searching and eventually found the source of the river. It turned out the small river outside the city was just a branch of a much larger one. The main river upstream was 50 meters wide, but it was shallow enough to cross on horseback. At the point where the 2 branches met, they ran into a tribal alliance. This alliance wasn't the cannibal tribe. Duda and his crew were able to communicate with them and found out they actually knew a lot about the cannibals. Duda gave them some white salt and they welcomed him and his men with open arms. This tribal alliance had about 2,000 to 3,000 people made up of 40-something smaller tribes. They didn't know how to farm but were experts at taming wild beasts. Every single person, whether they were old, young man, or woman, knew how to ride a horse. This was so they could make a quick getaway whenever danger showed up. The tribe had elders who were the keepers of all their knowledge, and they also had a myth that was passed down through pictures. Other nearby alliances knew this story too. The elder showed Duda the carvings on a stone tablet that told the tale. The first picture showed an ape born in a valley. This ape grew to be twice as tall as the others of its kind. The second picture showed that because of their huge size, the giant apes couldn't find enough food and started eating their own kind. Because of this, some of the ape men decided to migrate. Before they left, they held a ceremony. Afterward, a landslide happened. Rocks turned to water and a river was formed. The ape men followed this river and began their migration. The third picture showed the migrants had formed many different tribes. Meanwhile, the giant apes back in the valley kept multiplying. They eventually left the valley and started capturing people to eat. Some were even taken to live and hunt alongside them. In the fourth picture, the giant apes led the people they captured to continue hunting and eating humans. The cannibal tribe gradually grew stronger and returned to the snowy mountains. The fifth picture showed that the migrating tribes couldn't handle the attacks from the cannibals, so they banded together to form an alliance. This lined up perfectly with how the Han tribe had to band together to fight the cannibals. The sixth picture was really weird. It showed a man riding a one-horned elephant. The image of this man wearing a crown and hairpin looks a lot like Han Feng, plus the markings on his body are just like the Han character on the Han tribe's flag. The one-horned elephant is the Huishan beast Han Feng's mount. This totally blew Han Feng's mind. The seventh picture showed Han Feng riding the one-horned elephant gathering tons of tribes as the population grew bigger and bigger. The eighth picture showed Han Feng leading his people to the snow mountain, the home of the man-eating tribe, and winning the war. The images ended right there. So many details in this prophecy had already come true, with only one thing left to happen. Han Feng hadn't gone to the snow mountain yet for the final showdown with the man-eating tribe. Han Feng figured this alliance knew about the prophecy, but didn't try to gather the other tribes themselves. It was probably because primitive people lived by hunting and gathering, and their limited food supply couldn't support a bunch of tribes at once. But Han Feng had introduced farming and animal husbandry to the Han tribe, solving their food problem, which made him capable enough to be the leader. Duya was a firm believer in this prophecy. He didn't know whether to keep scouting the man-eating tribe's lair or do something else, so he wrote a letter to get Han Feng's take on it. Han Feng saw this as a golden opportunity. If this alliance believed in the prophecy, it meant Han Feng was the prophesied leader, and they'd most likely join the Han tribe. So Han Feng planned to own it, claim he was the guy from the prophecy, and use it as propaganda to build up his rep before taking the throne and establishing a nation. Right now, the Han tribe was growing fast. Its population had already surpassed 10,000 people, and they had built 2 fortified cities. If they kept growing as a tribe, they'd run into a ton of management problems. That's why establishing a nation was essential. It would help set up a complete system of governance, which was crucial for the tribe's long-term growth. Han Feng wrote back to Duya, telling him to send 2 people from the new scout team, the heads of the tribal alliance, to Hanyang City. He told them to bring the original stone tablet with the prophecy carved on it. If they could get in touch with other alliances that also believed in the prophecy, he should invite their leaders too, telling them it was a summons from the Son of Destiny. Meanwhile, Duya was to take the remaining 10 men and continue scouting the man-eating tribe's lair. They needed to confirm if the details about the snow mountain, the lair, and the river's source mentioned in the prophecy were legit. After sending the letter, Han Feng got serious about planning the Han tribe's development, prepping to establish his nation. He knew the Zhou dynasty's feudal system had a lot of flaws and was a bad idea to copy. So Han Feng decided to take a page from Qin Shi Huang's book and implement a centralized system of power. For now, since the Han tribe's population wasn't that big, the administrative system could be kept pretty simple. The smallest administrative unit would be the city, with each city run by a city lord. Below the cities would be villages. Later on, they'd build up more fortified cities in areas good for farming, using them as central hubs. These hubs would connect into a network with villages built along the routes to act as rest stops. This would beef up communication and connections between the cities and boost development in the surrounding areas. However, they had to make sure the villages were safe during this expansion. This meant relying on the strength of the fortified cities to maintain this development model, which was a lot like a military expansion. Building a city was like building a military fortress. Multiple fortresses would link up to form a controlled territory. They'd wipe out any enemies and wild beasts inside, then bring in people to settle down. They would build villages and tap into the resources. The cities deep inland would only need a small security force, while the rest of the troops would be moved to the frontier to form a border patrol. Once the border defense needs were met, they'd dispatch a field army to keep building more cities beyond the border, expanding their territory step by step. When the territory got big enough, they would restructure, grouping several cities into a county, a few counties into a district, and a few districts into a province. For now, the Han tribe only had 2 cities, so they had to take it one steady step at a time. The bottom line was, the Han tribe's development motto was to be practical and grow steadily using hard work to escape poverty and build wealth through commerce, all to build and protect their nation. Elsewhere, after a long 2-day flight, the eagle finally reached its destination. By chance, it ran into another eagle carrying a small deer back. Duye took the letter and the items the eagle brought, and then read the letter out loud to the leaders of the tribal alliance. He also showed them the Han tribe's flag, the exquisite crown, and the hairpin. He explained in detail that Han Feng's mount was a one-horned elephant, and mentioned how the surrounding tribes were all joining the Han tribe. Everything was slowly fulfilling the prophecy. After hearing Duye's story and seeing these items, the chiefs were completely stunned with looks of disbelief on their faces. One of them doubted what Duye said, thinking it was all just a coincidence. Seeing this, Duye calmly explained, pointing out the similarities between the Han character on the flag and the drawing on the stone tablet. He stressed that the crown and the hairpin were both invented by Han Feng. Duye then proudly added that Han Feng had even created the Han characters, which could represent everything in the world. Now they use these characters to write letters and communicate. Everyone looked curiously at the Han characters on the animal hide, sensing their uniqueness and expressive power. They slowly began to believe in Han Feng's extraordinary nature, and finally agreed to go to Hanyang City to see this legendary son of destiny with their own eyes. At this point, the leaders of the tribal alliance decided to personally visit the Han tribe, but when they learned Duda wasn't planning on returning with them, and wanted to venture deeper into the snowy mountains to find the cannibal tribe one, Brawny Man expressed his doubts about Duda's courage, but also said they would send a guide for him. Duda was stoked. He knew having a guide familiar with the terrain would save a lot of time searching and help him quickly complete the important mission the chief had assigned. The next day, Duda split his 12-man team into 2 groups. 2 men would lead the survey team, from the tribal alliance back to their tribe. One of the 2 was a former member of the Eagle tribe. He could communicate using his ISEKAI'd eagle. The other guy was skilled with a compass and was in charge of navigation. They had to go the long way around to the Plateau Plains region to find a tribal alliance skilled in hunting that also believed in the prophecy on the stone tablet. This alliance was pretty close, which would be convenient for future contact. Meanwhile, Duda led 10 men with an additional 3 local guides. This made them feel way more confident about finding the enemy's lair. At the same time, in the distant Hanyang City, the second rice crop was almost ready for planting, and the young seedlings were already the growth cycle of paddy rice by 10 days. As for wheat, it was planted in the spring and took 5 months to be ready for harvest. That spring, Han Feng had planted a 5-acre test plot of wheat in a newly cleared area on the east bank of the river to figure out the best planting density. He divided the plot into multiple rows each with different spacing and planting densities. The surprising thing was that this 5-acre wheat plot actually produced 3 different varieties. One type had long awns just like the seeds Du Fu brought back. Another had short awns, and a third type had no awns at all. Han Feng began preparing to select seeds for the next wheat season. He carefully selected the healthiest plants with the most grains for seed. After finishing the selection, he started the harvest, keeping the 3 types of wheat separate because he needed to run an experiment to tell the difference between barley and wheat. Han Feng had his men take about 6 pounds of each type of wheat to the oil mill to be ground into flour. Meanwhile, he went to prepare the ingredients to make the dough rise. Since there was no honey, Han Feng sent someone to get sap from the roots of the man-eating tree. Zhao Di brought back the ground flour and curiously asked Han Feng why it had to be milled. Han Feng patiently explained that wheat requires less water, making it suitable for growing on dry land. And on top of that, you can make a ton of delicious dishes with it. Han Feng added the tree sap to the flour as he kneaded the dough. After preparing the 3 types of dough, he covered them with an animal hide and waited for them to rise. After a long wait, Han Feng nervously lifted the hide to check on the fermentation progress. The dough in the first bowl had puffed up to 2 or 3 times its original size, with lots of tiny holes on the surface. That was the one from the wheat with medium-length awns. From this, he confirmed it was definitely wheat. The dough in the second bowl from the wheat with the longest awns had barely risen at all. He identified that as barley. The dough in the third bowl from the awnless wheat had also risen really well. It was also wheat, but it was different from the first kind. One rose up fluffy, while the other was denser, corresponding to bread flour and cake flour. The bread flour was perfect for making dumpling wrappers and noodles, while the cake flour was great for cakes and bread. The tribe members heard the dough had risen and flocked over, wanting to get a taste. However, there wasn't much flour, not nearly enough to share with everyone. Han Feng also used the barley flour to make some stir-fried noodles with egg. Everyone who tried it thought it was a totally new experience, and they all gathered around buzzing with excitement about all the dishes that could be made from wheat. Seeing this, Han Feng was thrilled. He knew wheat had massive potential, not only helping the tribe stock up on more food, but also allowing them to rotate crops with their paddy rice, which would boost productivity. Right at this time, a trade caravan from the Jinxiangyang tribe set out. 120 people bringing 300 cattle and horses were heading to trade with the Han tribe. Meanwhile, the Han tribe's caravan led by Du Fu was on a much grander scale. This caravan was captained by a man from the steppes and had an escort of 2 cavalry banners totaling 76 elite warriors. They were all top-tier fighters. Each man was equipped with 3 war horses and decked out in full armor. Their horse gear was top-notch too. The heavy cavalry was armed with socket bayonets, wore improved armor, and sported newly designed helmets which were even equipped with metal face masks. Over the past month, the Han tribe had produced more than 400 rolls of natural-colored wool cloth. This fabric was thin and light, perfect for wearing in the spring, summer, and fall, and it had become a major export item. The Han tribe used sheep's wool to produce the fabric, and the difference between the cost and selling price was massive. The profits were as high as a full-blown wool industry, and the tribe's quality of life improved dramatically. This time, the trade caravan brought along nearly 300 horses, a dozen or so cattle, 48 carts, 76 heavy cavalrymen, and 80 caravan members, along with a rich variety of goods. They headed south from the east bank of the river to trade. Han Feng also told Du Fu to look for tribes in the south that had bamboo. Depending on the situation, he was to either negotiate with them or drive them off. By the time the trade caravan set out, the rice paddies in the new stronghold had been fully plowed and planted. The irrigation ditches had also been dug. Da Shu led his men to the salt lake to mine lodestone. Meanwhile, south of Hanyang City, Chief Q of the Lu tribe was feeling down. In the past, the spotted wild boars his tribe raised could be sold for a high price, but now that the Han tribe had cattle and sheep, the price of wild boars had tanked. Even if he actively tried to sell his boars, he didn't dare ask for a high price. Q wanted to trade for some white salt, so he went to a neighboring tribe to check on things, but he found the neighboring tribe packing up and moving. After asking around, Q found out that the neighboring tribe had previously thought the Han tribe's white salt was too expensive. But then the Han tribe built a new settlement. The new settlement needed a ton of manpower to build houses and stockpile food, so they started recruiting. Kids could herd sheep, women took care of cooking and childcare, and the men did all the heavy lifting in exchange for white salt. The chief of a neighboring tribe saw how well everyone in the Han tribe was living, so he wanted to bring his own people over to join them. He even said that after they joined, his old tribe could become a clan, and its members could still find each other by their clan name. The elder of the neighboring tribe advised Ku to send people to the Han tribe to work in exchange for white salt, also telling him that all he had to do was follow the dirt road with the wheel tracks to get to the Han tribe. Ku went back to his tribe and started thinking hard about the offer. At the start of the 3rd month of summer, Duya's survey and scout team was about to reach the territory of the cannibal tribe. The 2 scouts sent out earlier had successfully contacted the alliance of hunting tribes on the plateau and convinced them to visit the Han tribe as guests. On the way south through the grasslands, the merchant caravan led by Du Fu ran into several groups of laborers. Meanwhile, the Jin tribe's merchant caravan was also heading for the grasslands, so it was highly likely the 2 groups would cross paths. Han Feng wasn't worried about it, though. He was confident that with their elite gear, the merchant caravan could handle anything that came their way. Even if they ran into trouble, they could make it back safely. In June, the rice planting in the new city was done. This season's harvest was so good that nobody had to worry about starvation. Next up, they started prepping houses and firewood for the winter. The new city had a huge population, and everyone was fired up about building their homes. The schoolhouse in Hanyang City was in the middle of getting its roof put on. This building was made with green bricks and had wide, spacious hallways. It had bright windows and solid doors. The floor was laid with thick wood, and later they'd add tiles. Before, the windows were just wood frames with animal hides stretched over them, which made it super hot and stuffy in the summer. But now the tribe members had tried a new approach. Han Feng planned on using paper for the windows. To pull this off, they had to start making paper and pens, which would also tackle the tribe's education and hygiene issues. Han Feng was a man of action, so right after sorting things out at the school and the weaving workshop, he headed straight to the new city to get paper production started. He brought a few carpenters along, found a newly built house to set up base, and told the workers to build the furniture and equipment needed for making paper. At the same time, Han Feng called over Da Shu and Da Shu to organize the manpower and carts to go collect paper, mulberry trees, and kogon grass. The next day, 2 teams set out to gather the raw materials. The pulp-gathering team headed into the forest, chopped down trees, and collected the pulp. It was super sticky, so they had to mix it with water to thin it out. He noticed the natural pulp fibers weren't the best quality, so he planned to add some leftover bark chips from woodworking and the leftover hemp fibers from spinning. First, he had his guys throw the bark and hemp fibers into a huge pot on a simple brick stove they built in the courtyard. They were cooking it in a square courtyard about 52 feet on each side. Besides the 5 main buildings, the rest of the area was turned into a makeshift paper workshop. The shop had a stove and a massive pot for cooking the raw materials, and also a mortar that was normally used for pounding rice, but was now being used to mash up the paper ingredients. There was also a big shed with a water tank underneath for the papermaking process, and next to that was a table for laying out the finished sheets. Everyone in the courtyard was busy boiling bark, hemp fibers, and hemp stalks. Turns out you can make paper from hemp stalks too, so nothing went to waste. These ingredients had to be boiled for 1 or 2 days. While that was happening, Han Feng had his crew get ready. By making the thin mats used to lift the paper pulp from the water, they split kogon grass leaves into fine strips, soaked them in water and boiled them for an hour to soften them up. After that, they took them out, let them dry, and started weaving the mats. This was detailed work that would take 2 days to finish. Han Feng wasn't just sitting around either. He had his guys build a paper drying wall out of bricks. This thing was designed specifically to dry the paper sheets. They stacked bricks to create 2 thin parallel walls about 2 to 2.5 inches thick. They were spaced about 16 inches apart, creating a narrow channel. Then they used a mix of plaster and kaolin clay to seal all the cracks between the bricks. Finally, they fired it up to harden the whole thing. And just like that, the drying wall was finished. When it was time to use it, they'd burn firewood in the channel to heat up the walls. Then they'd slap the wet paper sheets onto the hot walls to dry. It was crazy fast, taking just a few seconds per sheet. One person could stick 2 sheets at once, alternating between the left and right walls. This was super efficient. It didn't just save time and effort, but also saved wood and drying space, and they didn't have to worry about the weather. 2 days later, all the prep work was done. The mats were finished first. They made a total of 4 of them, each about 35 inches long and 24 inches wide. After the paper was made, they'd trim the rough edges. Folding it in half would make a smaller size, and folding that again would make it about the size of a standard test paper. Folding it one more time would make it the size of a large workbook. They could just fold or cut it to whatever size they needed. Since this was their first time making paper, Han Feng didn't want the workers to make the mats too big. He planned to wait until they got the hang of the technique before making bigger mats. Right now, this was mostly just a test run to see if they could actually make paper. After the mats were done, they built wooden frames to hold them. In the afternoon, the drying wall was also finished. After they smoothed it down, it was ready to go. The next morning, they finally turned off the fire under the cooking pot. When they scooped the materials out, they were super soft and mushy, but they still needed to be mixed with the natural pulp and pounded down until they were fluffy and formed a thin pulp ready for use. A few guys took turns pounding it, and it only took them half a day to get it done. After all, this was just a test run, so they didn't need a ton of materials. In the afternoon, the real papermaking process officially kicked off. Han Feng did the first demonstration. Even though he'd never actually made paper himself, he knew a few key things to watch out for. Like you had to stir the pulp constantly to keep the consistency, even when you scooped it into the frame. You had to tilt the frame and give it a little shake to spread the pulp out evenly. Then you lift the mat out and lay the sheet on a table to drain. He just kept repeating the process, scoop, lay, drain. Han Feng made a few dozen sheets himself, slowly getting the hang of it. Technique before teaching others to boost work efficiency. Forming the paper sheets was a job that could only be mastered through long practice. There were no shortcuts, and for now they could only rely on brute force. The water vat was pretty big enough for 2 people to work at the same time. After showing them the technique, Han Feng stood by and supervised. The 2 papermakers were quick studies, trying their best to spread the pulp evenly. They quickly filled the frame while making sure the quality was on point. The 3 of them managed to make about 200 sheets of paper. Stacking them up, you could see the pulp was ground super fine and the fibers weren't broken. The sheets were pretty uniform. However, when comparing over 100 of them, you could still spot some thick and thin ones. That was because the amount of pulp they scooped each time wasn't consistent. Han Feng pointed it out, and the 2 of them focused on improving. After 4 grueling hours of work, they refilled the water and pulp and kept going. In the end, they had made 600 sheets. The more they worked, the better they got, and their speed picked up. They went from 2 minutes per sheet to 1 minute per sheet, and then 3 sheets every 2 minutes. The quality got way better too, with the thickness becoming almost perfectly uniform. The stack of 600 wet sheets was as thick as a hand, totally waterlogged, and the surface wasn't flat. You could still see the mat's texture on the surface. However, these issues could be fixed by pressing and drying. The pressing method was simple. Just place a wooden plank on top of the wet paper, and then use a heavy object to weigh it down or use sticks and ropes to tighten it. Some guys were worried the sheets would stick together. Turns out that was a pointless worry. When forming the paper, the fibers link up tightly horizontally but vertically. Because of the water flowing through, they become flat and won't stick together. After pressing until no more water dripped out, the initially 10-centimeter thick stack of wet paper was only 4 centimeters thick. The matte texture also vanished, and the paper became flat-looking, just like some white cardboard sheets. The final step was to paste the drained paper onto a drying wall to air dry. Han Feng had Shang Mu make a special pasting tool, kind of like a mop wrapped in tanned antelope hide. He did a demo first. He lit a fire in the drying wall's flue to heat it up. Then he peeled off a wet sheet, held one corner with his hand, and used the tool to support the rest, pasting it onto the wall and smoothing it out just like he was putting up a banner. Big Tree and Big Rat weren't really into the whole paper thing at first. But when Han Feng mentioned it was crucial for the tribe's development, they started paying attention. Han Feng said the paper could be used to cover windows. The 2 guys saw the paper was see-through. Big Rat guessed Han Feng wanted to trade it for animal pelts to make clothes. Meanwhile, Big Tree thought it wasn't sturdy and would get ruined by water. Han Feng explained that coating the paper with tung oil would make it waterproof. Plus, the oiled paper would become even more transparent. The two of them tried it Han Feng's way, and sure enough, it worked. Big Rat got curious and asked if the paper had any other uses. Han Feng replied that it could be used for writing. Characters are super important, he said. They can record and pass on information. Paper is lighter and more convenient than animal hides, and you can even make it yourself. There's no limit to how much you can produce, so you can write down and share a massive amount of information all at once. Big Rat thought writing was no big deal, but Big Tree was thinking more deeply about the potential of paper combined with characters. He figured it could be a better way to pass down the tribe's techniques. Out of the first 600 sheets, over 570 came out perfect after drying. The few ruined sheets were due to mistakes while peeling them off or pasting them on the wall. Han Feng was totally satisfied with the final product. After the successful test run, the paper workshop started working overtime, cranking out more than 1,000 sheets of paper a day. Still, it would take a bit more time to meet the demand for renovating all the windows in Hanyang City. With some downtime, he started researching something new. The paper was taken care of, and with the current production rate, 1 week was enough to cover all the windows. They still had leftover materials, so they just kept making more paper. Now that they had paper, Han Feng started thinking about what kind of writing tool to introduce. Fountain pens and ballpoint pens were out of the question for now. The ones he could actually make were European-style quill pens, Chinese-style writing brushes, and pencils. Since brushes made big characters and wasted a lot of paper, he nixed that idea. That left quill pens and pencils, which were suitable for writing small letters. However, the materials for quill pens were scarce. The Han tribe used most of their large feathers for making arrows. Plus, quills were disposable and needed constant sharpening, which wasn't very cost-effective. The main ingredients for pencils were wood, clay, and graphite. The tribe had plenty of wood and clay. While graphite wasn't available locally, Han Feng had bought some before. On top of that, after the Hoyt tribe joined the Han tribe, he found out where to find both graphite and borax. So Han Feng went to Big Rat and the former chief of the Hoyt tribe, telling them to lead a team to mine the stuff. Big Rat even arranged for an escort, prepared all the tools, packed food, and brought along a falcon for easy communication. With the pencil materials sorted, he also wanted to find a proper pen for official documents. Pencil writing could be easily erased, making it unsuitable for recording important documents. He considered using a pen with ink. Goose quills weren't durable, so he had to go back to the idea of a writing brush. Han Feng knew some calligraphy, though he was just average at it. But in the modern world, there was a type of soft brush pen, a hybrid between a fountain pen and a writing brush. A hard, fine-tipped brush could write small characters, which fit his goal of saving paper. However, Han Feng didn't expect to be able to make a pen with a built-in ink cartridge. He planned to first make small dip brushes for writing. The larger brushes would just be for kids to practice their characters. The Han tribe had no shortage of materials for making brushes. The handles could be made from the thorns of that man-eating plant. Before, those thorns were just chopped up for firewood, but now they could be used as brush handles. The bristles could be made from goat hair, wolf fur, or a mix. The Han tribe had tons of wolf pelts and fur stockpiled from the winter, more than enough to make a whole bunch of brushes. As Han Feng was thinking about making brushes and handling tribal affairs one summer afternoon during his lunch break, he got some great news. The Lak Lang tribe, the one he met while searching for wild rice in the swamp, learned how to build rafts from him. After that, the Lang tribe's people got super into making rafts, and later they discovered bamboo in the swamp, which seriously upgraded their lives. They could use the rafts to travel further out to gather food, boosting their haul every time. They even started using bamboo to make weapons like spears, pikes, bows, arrows, fish gigs, and baskets. Thanks to this, their hunting and defense skills got a major upgrade. They went on to conquer a few smaller tribes around them, and their population blew up to over 1,000 people, making them the top dogs of the swamp. The Lang tribe saw Han Feng as their savior. In their eyes, Han Feng was basically a god. They remembered he had taken a specific type of plant with him, figuring it had to be something special, so they started searching all over for it. Eventually, they found the wild rice. At first, they tried cooking it a bunch of different ways, but it all tasted nasty. Then one day, some dude threw rice and fish into a bamboo tube and boiled it, accidentally making this awesome bamboo tube fish porridge. From that moment, they discovered just how amazing rice was. After tons of experimenting, they realized you could eat rice any which way, but steamed rice especially became the tribe's main food source. They found even more wild rice in the swamp. Even though they hadn't figured out farming yet, they were basically entering their own agricultural age. The river to the east of the Han tribe's new fortress connected to the swamp, and the Lang tribe had already spotted them. They'd noticed people living there a long time ago. At first, the population was small, and the Lang tribe was even thinking about taking the place over. But as time went on, the population there exploded, and they didn't just build walls. They also tamed a ton of wild beasts. The Lang tribe didn't dare make a move, and could only send scouts to check things out. They watched the Han tribe irrigate their fields, plow the land, and plant seeds. These plants grew super fast. After watching closely, the Lang tribe noticed these plants looked a lot like their wild rice, so they guessed this had to be Han Feng's tribe. The leaders of the Lang tribe immediately decided to send a few of the guys who had actually met Han Feng to this new tribe to confirm if it was really them. So Lang Tao and a few tribesmen from the Lang tribe hit the shore opposite the Han tribe's land. The 5 of them waited for the coast to be clear to sneak their bamboo raft across, but just as they were about to land, they got spotted by the guards at the city gate. Dashu, who was leading the patrol, sent a small squad over. He told them to try and take them alive. If they didn't fight back, they were to be brought to him. The Lang tribe's people saw the guards coming with weapons and got scared. One of the guys said if they went ashore, they'd definitely be captured, and the mission would be a bust. Lang Tao said she'd swim over first while the others waited. If she didn't get killed, then the rest of them should follow. Since Lang Tao was the first person in her tribe to learn how to make a raft, she figured Han Feng would recognize her. Her chances of survival were higher. Lang Tao swam to the shore, and the moment she stood up, she had a dozen or so spears pointed right at her. She quickly signaled that she meant no harm, and even pulled out a large black water caltrop shaped like a bull's head, telling the guards to take it to their chief. Even though they didn't understand what Lang Tao was saying, the guards got the gist of it. They took the water caltrop and led her towards the city gate. The squad leader brought Lang Tao to the gate. Dashu looked at her and guessed she must know the chief, so he told the guards not to give Lang Tao a hard time, and went into the city to find Han Feng himself. Lang Tao curiously looked around, finding everything new and strange, like the wooden chairs and the white patterned jars. It was all so exquisite. Dashu found Han Feng and gave him the water caltrop. He explained that some people had come from the other side of the river on some kind of bamboo floaty thing. The woman told them to give this to the chief. The moment Han Feng saw it, he recognized it as a water caltrop. He remembered when he went to the swamp east of the mountain, looking for rice, he'd met a tribe that specialized in harvesting these things and even taught them how to make rafts. He figured they must be from that tribe. Dashu asked if he should meet the woman. Han Feng said yes. Although water caltrops weren't a big deal for the Han tribe, the Lang tribe had bamboo, and bamboo was something Han Feng had been looking for all this time. If he could trade with them or get them to join his tribe, he'd have a steady supply of bamboo. Han Feng and Dashu went out of the city. When Lang Tao saw Han Feng, she got emotional and knelt down to thank him for teaching them how to make rafts. Han Feng had his guards help Lang Tao up, and used gestures to signal that if she had companions, she should tell them to come over. He wouldn't hurt them. Lang Tao thought for a moment and decided to call the other 4 ashore. The 4 of them were thrilled to see that Lang Tao had met the chief. They quickly paddled their raft across the river and followed Lang Tao to the city gate. Han Feng noticed the Lang tribespeople's bamboo weapons and knew for sure they had bamboo, which got him super excited. Lang Tao told Han Feng that they had followed his advice and learned how to make rafts and also found the edible grass. But they didn't know how to grow it and could only gather wild seeds. They wanted Han Feng to teach them how to farm. Han Feng said he could teach them, but it would have to be a trade for goods. For example, the bamboo they used for their weapons. The Han tribe would also use their own stuff for the trade. If they agreed, Han Feng would send people to teach them how to grow rice. After saying that, Han Feng told Dashu to bring out samples of the Han tribe's goods: pottery, white salt, iron pots, iron ladles, farming tools, and so on. The people from the Lang tribe tasted the white salt and checked out the items. In the end, they said they only needed the white salt and farming tools, but they also wanted clothes and lots of animal hides like the Han tribe had. Hearing this, Han Feng understood immediately. The Lang tribe lived in a swamp with few large herbivores, so they were short on cloth and animal hides to wear in the winter. But trading all that stuff just for bamboo was a bad deal for him. He had to change the terms. He thought that the swamp had plenty of water, perfect for raising ducks. Duck feathers could be used for arrows, and duck eggs and meat were edible. Plus, ducks were easy to raise, making them perfect to introduce to the Lang tribe. So Han Feng told Lang Tao he could give them cloth and animal hides, but not just for raw bamboo. They had to trade for bamboo products. For example, mats, conical hats, baskets, pen holders, steamers, and so on. Lang Tao didn't understand what bamboo products were. Han Feng said he would send people to teach them, but their raft probably couldn't be saved. Han Feng would have his people take them back. After saying that, Han Feng had his soldiers take the bamboo raft and disassemble it into individual poles. Then he had the artisans in the city teach the Lang people how to make things from bamboo. The 5 members of the Lang tribe stayed for a few days, during which they learned how to weave bamboo and also learned more about the Han tribe, things like their goods, daily habits, how they ate, and so on. Han Feng even had the elder of the Swa tribe come and teach them about farming, explaining the growth process of rice. At the same time, he told Lang Tao about the benefits and methods of raising ducks. Lang Tao was very interested. Raising ducks wasn't actually that hard. The Lang tribe had both dry land and wetlands, so they just needed to use bamboo to fence off a section along the shore and raise newly hatched ducklings there. They could use bamboo cages or nets to keep the ducks from escaping and could also fatten them up with feed. Han Feng felt this deal was a win-win for both sides. The Han tribe wouldn't have to raise ducks themselves, but would still get duck meat, duck eggs, and duck feathers. The Lang tribe would get the cloth and animal hides they needed. Even if they didn't join the Han tribe, it was like they were working for them. A week Later, Lang Tao and the others had learned how to weave bamboo. Early that morning, Han Feng went to the riverbank to see them off. Since their bamboo raft had been taken apart, the Han tribe used a newly built small boat to take them back. They also sent an additional 15 people led by the chief of the Chai clan. The group included skilled rice farmers, weavers' guards, and a large eagle for sending messages. The Chai clan chief was formerly the leader of the Sua tribe, and their living environment was quite similar to the Lang tribes, so he was the perfect guy to help the Lang tribe choose land and teach them rice cultivation. This group would stay there for over a month to help the Lang tribe plant their rice and plan the duck farming areas. After that, Lang Tao and the others left with the delegation on the small wooden boat. Han Feng had been in the new city for half a month. During this time, he kept in touch with Hanyang City through letters. He learned that the construction there was going well. 2 of the school buildings were finished, and the other 2 were under construction. The layout of the new city was different from Hanyang City. The new city was shaped like the character. The large daily market of Hanyang City was divided into 4 rectangular sections by 2 main roads. Each large section was then subdivided into 4 smaller areas for a total of 16 small areas. But right now, the new city's population was constantly growing. Besides the Han tribesmen, there were also a lot of laborers, approaching 10,000 people in total. The city needed more housing workshops and warehouses like a woodworking mill, a blacksmith forge, a livestock area, and warehouses for food and animal feed. These things already took up 3 areas. Moreover, the housing in the new city took up a huge amount of space. Even if the remaining 13 areas were all turned into residential zones, it still wouldn't be enough for nearly 10,000 people. So they had to expand the city. Han Feng had originally planned to build a rest stop, a small village between the new city and Hanyang City, but that location didn't have enough water. They couldn't grow rice and couldn't be self-sufficient with their food supply. So they had to wait until corn and soybeans, crops that don't need much water, were successfully cultivated and widely grown. Only then could they build that village. For now, they could only stick to the old plan and build another market area north of the current one. It would be the same size, also divided into 16 small areas to ease the pressure on housing. After handing over the construction of the second market to Da Shuhan, Feng continued his research on papermaking. He wanted to find a way to mechanize the process, completely replacing manual labor to increase the speed of paper production. He thought about using woven bamboo to create a long mat to act as a conveyor belt. With a heater placed underneath, the pulp would dry as it moved along the belt, but he still hadn't figured out how to spread the pulp evenly and continuously onto the belt without any breaks. Just then, Hanyang City sent a message by Falcon reporting that 2 survey teams from the La Tribal Alliance had arrived from the north. The delegation consisted of 37 people who were the leaders of 2 alliances. They brought many wild donkeys with them, their backs carrying stone steles engraved with mythological stories. When the survey team arrived outside Hanyang City, they were completely stunned to see a fortress built of blue bricks. The bricks were laid so neatly it looked like the work of gods. As they got closer, they saw children herding sheep and playing on a ball field. Walking around the field, they saw a crystal-clear moat. They felt this city was so well fortified that even 8 men couldn't break through it. The elder and the rat shaman came out of the city gate to welcome them. 2 members of the survey team acted as interpreters. Inside the city, they saw ox carts hauling bricks toward the center. The streets were paved flat with bricks, and underneath them were channels where water flowed. On both sides of the road were houses with smoke rising from their chimneys, carrying the delicious smell of cooking food. When they reached the central area, they saw 2 3-story buildings. A similar building was under construction on the opposite side, with many people hard at work. They were amazed that these buildings were constructed by human hands. The elder led them to their prepared quarters and told them the chief was in the new city and would return tomorrow. For today, they were free to tour the tribe. The members of the survey team curiously asked when the chief would arrive tomorrow and if he really rode a long-nosed beast. The rat shaman said the chief would be riding an elephant back very soon. They then asked, "Can we see your food and how you get it?" The elder replied, "The food is inside on the dining table. You'll know after you eat. This afternoon we will take you on a tour of the tribe to show you how we get our food." Everyone from the survey team entered the house and saw a long ironwood table laid out with rice, stewed meat, stir-fried vegetables, tomato and egg soup, and a set of white porcelain dinnerware and ceramic spoons. They felt that sitting on chairs at a table to eat using such exquisite dinnerware was far too luxurious. One of the visiting elders asked, "Are these stone bowls something only the chief can use?" A member of the Han tribe explained, "This is ceramic. Everyone in the Han tribe has a set, and we can even sell them to other tribes." The people from the survey team were all astonished and grew even more eager to meet Han Feng. After that, they began to enjoy the meal. The rice was fragrant and soft, the egg soup was delicious and sweet, and the stir-fried vegetables were perfectly seasoned. The stir-fried loofah with green peppers was especially popular. Although it was spicy, everyone loved it. As for the mixed mutton stew, they had never eaten meat cooked this way before and found it incredibly delicious. They asked what the Han tribe's daily staple food was. A Han tribesman answered, "It's rice made from the seeds of the wet rice plant. You just have to sow the seeds in the ground and they'll grow into rice plants. But growing wet rice isn't easy. You need flooded fields. The Han tribe's chief has a way to make those fields. The survey team was amazed by this. After finishing their meal, they were eager to go see the rice paddies. 2 members of the Han tribe led the survey team on a tour. First, they went out the east gate to see the rice fields and the man-made river. When they learned that these rivers were dug by people, they were shocked. The visiting elder looked at the rice paddies lost in thought, wondering if his own tribe could grow rice like this. Next, they went to see the peanut and wheat fields, and were very interested in these crops that didn't need to be grown in water. Unfortunately, these plants were still quite new and didn't have stable seeds yet. After touring the fields, they returned to the city to visit the industrial areas, seeing the oil press and the textile mill. In the woodworking shop, they saw a windmill turning gears that controlled an iron saw blade cutting through wood. They felt this was divine technology, something only the gods could create. After the tour, they were filled with admiration for the Han tribe and Han Feng. They believed Han Feng was the very god from the legends carved on their stone steles. They looked forward to meeting him, hoping he would agree to lead them to defeat the cannibal tribe and give them a better life. Furthermore, they also wanted to know how they would be accommodated if they joined the Han tribe. After all, Hanyang City was already packed with people. The next day, 2 groups returned to Hanyang City. One group was the mineral prospecting team led by a member of the Sea clan. They had found easily accessible graphite and borax mines and had already mined 2 cartloads. Graphite and a cart of borax using 3 4-wheeled ox carts, each pulled by 2 oxen, to head back. In the afternoon, the elder and the one-eyed shaman led the survey team to the east gate, waiting for Han Feng. Around 4 p.m., they saw Han Feng riding a 1-tusked elephant on his way back. This time, it was just Han Feng, Rubao, and Hui Shan. The others stayed back at the new stronghold to make paper. Han Feng wanted to pull this tribal alliance into his tribe to boost their strength. He also planned on using the prophecy from the stone tablet for some PR, spinning a story that he was the chosen one, and then establish his own kingdom. The moment the folks from the survey team saw Han Feng, they immediately recognized him as the god from the stone tablet and rushed to kneel and worship him. Han Feng told them to get up and that they'd talk after getting inside the city. He then set up a meeting with the survey team over dinner to discuss the details, and headed home. The second he got back, the one-eyed shaman and the elder showed up to give him an update. The elder reported that the school construction was moving fast. 2 buildings were already finished, the 3rd was up to the 2nd floor, and the 4th was getting its foundation dug. The elder asked Han Feng how big of a house he planned to build on the plot north of the school, and whether they should start on it right away. Han Feng told him to just focus on the quality of the school for now, and that his house could wait since the plans might change anyway. The one-eyed shaman reported that the mining expedition team had returned that morning, having found graphite and borax. Han Feng was stoked and told them to call the mining team over for dinner tonight. He was going to reward them. After that, they discussed the survey team. The survey team had arrived yesterday morning, bringing a bunch of wild llamas from the highlands with several stone tablets loaded onto their backs. They had already given the survey team a tour of Hanyang City. The visitors were super interested in their farming methods, probably hoping the Han tribe would teach them. Han Feng said that if they wanted to learn how to farm, they had to join the tribe first. The 3 of them laughed, totally on board with expanding and developing the tribe. Dinner was held on top of the city wall. This was a first for the survey team, and they saw the fields and the river spread out below. The city, thinking the view was awesome, and also pondering the purpose of the wall. Han Feng, sitting at the head of the table, kicked things off by bringing up the man-eating tribe. He thanked the survey team for helping his men find the man-eater's den and pointing the way for a counterattack. Hearing this, the survey team members immediately lost interest in the view, their faces turning dead serious. After all, this whole thing was tied to the prophecy on the stone tablet, and Han Feng, the guy sitting right in front of them, was the leader prophesied to lead humanity to victory against the ape men. An old elder asked Han Feng about his plan to counterattack the man-eating tribe, looking worried, and saying he thought the man-eaters were way too strong. Han Feng stated firmly that the Han tribe had been attacked by them 3 times, and all 3 times they had won. The man-eating tribe wasn't invincible. They had weaknesses. He pointed out that the slaves inside the city were actually captured man-eaters. Everyone on the survey team was floored, unable to believe the Han tribe could actually defeat the mighty man-eating tribe. Someone asked about their weaknesses. Han Feng explained that the man-eaters are strong and fast, especially in the jungle, so when you fight them, you shouldn't pick a fight in the jungle to nerf their climbing skills. Another guy pointed out that the man-eaters are crazy fast on flat ground and can still chase people down and kill them. Han Feng then brought up the purpose of the city wall. He said the last time the man-eaters attacked Hanyang City, a few dozen of the ape men tried to scale the wall but got wiped out by his warriors before they could even touch it. The folks from the Hunting Alliance sighed, saying a wall that high was impossible for them to build, so they'd still be hunted by the man-eaters. The one-eyed shaman jumped in, saying that if they just joined the Han tribe, the chief would lead them all to a better life, not just with a solid wall, but also hook them up with killer weapons so they could fight back against their enemies themselves. A young guy asked if the Han tribe would really take them. And if we came, where would we stay? What would we eat? Would we have to depend on farming? Han Feng thought it was a little weird. He was trying to convince them to join, so why were they being so proactive about it? But he quickly figured it out. These tribal alliances believed in the prophecy on the stone tablet. After confirming he was the god from the prophecy, they had unconditional faith and loyalty to him. On top of that, the power and wealth of the Han tribe had also blown them away. Growing grass for food, using machines to weave cloth, and all sorts of other strange tools. Han Feng asked them again if they were down to join the Han tribe and launch a counterattack on the man-eater's den together. Hearing this, the survey team members all got quiet and started thinking. They really wanted to join the Han tribe, at least for the safety, but they weren't keen on counterattacking the man-eaters. The enemy was just too strong. However, thinking about how the prophecy on the stone tablet had already started coming true, they ultimately chose to trust Han Feng. Everyone declared they were ready to go with Han Feng and take down the man-eating tribe. Han Feng stood up and gave a powerful speech saying, "We aren't fighting for any gods or for ourselves, but for our descendants, so they can grow up safe, without worrying about hunger, the cold, or being killed by enemies. I will lead everyone to ultimate victory." His words hit home for everyone. Han Feng raised a hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. Since everyone's on board with joining, let's talk about the move. Tell me how many people are in each of your alliances. People started reporting their numbers, but since the alliances had never done a proper census, the reports were a total mess. Han Feng listened patiently, and after putting it all together, he realized these two tribal alliances didn't even have names. They were just a bunch of tribes that had grouped up. They didn't even really get what an alliance was. That was a term Han Feng had made up to make managing them easier. So Han Feng gave them temporary names. One alliance lived in the borderlands between the highland forests and grasslands are known as the Highland Forest Line, and this alliance is the most populous with around 2,400 people. They've amassed over 600 gray-blue highland wild donkeys over the years, and they also have about 1,800 colorful alpacas, which serve as their main source for hides, meat, and milk. They also have nearly 200 elk. This alliance is great at taming wild beasts, but they're not strong fighters. However, with their vast herds and expert riding skills, they've survived against the cannibal tribes by sticking to a simple strategy: if you can't win, you run. He decided to call them the Three Lives Alliance. The other alliance is smaller, with about 1,600 people split into 11 small tribes, each about the same size as those in the Three Lives Alliance. They live on the border between the highland grasslands and the southern mountains, surviving by hunting and raising just a small amount of livestock. Their main targets are saiga antelopes, bighorn sheep, alpacas, and wild donkeys. This alliance mainly hunts bighorn sheep, so we named them the Bighorn Alliance. They have over 200 wild donkeys, which they got through marriage ties and trading with the Three Lives Alliance. After piecing it all together, Han Feng learned that the two alliances consisted of 37 tribes in total. With each tribe sending a leader to join the survey team, the combined population was about 4,000 people. They raised around 900 wild donkeys, nearly 200 elk, and about 1,800 alpacas. These two alliances were pretty formidable. If they joined the Han tribe, Han Feng figured the tribe's total population could hit 20,000 people this year. Hanyang City didn't have an exact count, but it was estimated to have about 5,000 residents. The new city started with over 7,000 people, and in the last few months, after absorbing more workers and nearby tribes, its population has shot past 10,000. It's estimated at around 11,500 people, and that's not even counting the slaves. Add these two alliances to the mix, and the population would for sure blow past 20,000. And if you threw in the Ling tribe and the other laborer tribes south of the new city, the numbers would be even crazier. One of the guys from the survey team asked Han Feng when they could make the move. Han Feng told him it couldn't happen this year because they didn't have enough housing yet. The tribesmen in the new city hadn't even finished their own houses yet, so there was no way they had time to build more for them. Because of that, Han Feng planned for them to move early next spring, right after the snow melts. That would give everyone a full year to get ready, build the city walls, and put up houses. Besides, the construction projects back in Hanyang City would be wrapped up this year. That means next year they could send a crew to help build the new city. By next winter, they'd have safe walls, warm homes, and plenty of food. It doesn't matter where you live, you get all the same rights. On top of that, Han Feng promised, "We'll supply you with everything the Han tribe has, and I'll send a squad of soldiers to teach you our language and our writing." This squad would need to be able to defend themselves, of course. If you guys tried anything sketchy, they could also escape and report back. With everything settled, they all celebrated with a big feast. Duya and his crew, led by a local, had already crossed the river fork and were heading north into the highlands. The evening before, they saw thick, dark clouds rolling in, a clear sign that a big storm was coming. They scrambled to find shelter from the rain, and luckily stumbled upon a cave. The only problem, it was already occupied by a pack of wild wolves. Fortunately, with their superior numbers and armed with bows and crossbows, they made short work of the wolf pack and took over the cave. That night, the rain was insane. Being at such a high altitude, the lightning was absolutely terrifying. They were trapped in a full-blown highland thunderstorm. The thunder was so deafening, it felt like the mountains themselves were shaking, and endless bolts of lightning slammed into the peak where they were hiding out. Debris started falling from the ceiling inside the cave, and they felt like the whole place was about to come down on them. Right then, one of the guys noticed something weird. The river water looked like it was going down. Duya couldn't believe it. With a storm this bad, the river level should be rising, not falling. But when he went to the mouth of the cave to check, the color drained from his face. The river wasn't receding at all. It was clear the mountain itself was getting higher. It was the ground itself felt like it was slowly rising up from deep inside the cave. A huge quartz vein like quartz rock crystal or even metallic crystals. Quartz is extremely sensitive to force and electricity, so piezoelectric effects are a known thing. The lightning must be making the quartz crystals. Down in that chasm was a huge open void. The two men's blood-curdling screams echoed up, sounding like a million people wailing, all mixed with those terrifying roars from deeper in the cave. Duda frantically shouted for everyone to pull back, but as one guy was leading his horse out, lightning zapped him dead instantly. All of a sudden, they were caught in a seriously messed up situation. Good thing the cave was big and safe for the moment. Duda ordered everyone to keep clear of the crack stack firewood at the entrance and split into two teams. The longbowmen watched the deeper parts of the cave, and the shortbowmen guarded the entrance. They planned to wait out the storm before making a move. Everyone followed orders, nervously waiting for morning. At dawn, they realized that every time lightning struck, a light flashed from deep inside the fissure, like lightning inside the mountain itself. After a solid 4 or 5 hours, the storm finally let up. Duda wasted no time ordering everyone to get out of there. Seeing their buddy's corpse at the cave mouth was a gut punch for everyone. Right then, the giant eagle they'd sent out earlier flew back. Duda made the call to retreat for the time being, deciding to wait for the chief's orders after sending a report. The crew handled their fallen comrade's body and butchered the horse meat for supplies before getting the hell off that mountain. They found a safe place to make a temporary camp, where Duda wrote a letter detailing all the weird crap they'd encountered and sent it off with the eagle that very afternoon. When Han Feng received the letter and learned his tribesmen had died, he was devastated. But the bizarre events Duda described sent him deep into thought. He first dismissed the idea that rainwater could make a mountain lift up. The roaring, he figured, could be echoes from an underground flood. But the mountain rising, that could be lightning causing the rock to warp, a textbook inverse piezoelectric effect. Han Feng theorized that deep under the mountain there's a quartz mineral vein. We're talking stuff like crystal quartz or crystallized metal. These crystals are crazy sensitive to force and electricity. That whole piezoelectric and reverse piezoelectric effect is super common. Lightning makes the crystals vibrate and change shape, which would physically lift the mountain. The light flashing inside the crack, that was probably the crystals discharging electricity as they vibrated, with the refracted light illuminating the whole mineral vein. Plus quartz is great at transmitting light and handles high heat, making it perfect for creating optical instruments and lab gear. Han Feng wrote back to Duda, promising he'd take good care of the families of the men who had sacrificed their lives. He instructed them to give the fallen a proper burial and told them about the quartz in the mountain. He ordered them to head back into the cave to grab a sample, but only if it was safe, and to keep scouting for the cannibal tribe's main camp. Han Feng also said he'd send more supplies by eagle. The next morning, when Duda received the letter, the whole crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. He decided to follow the chief's plan and go back into the cave for a sample. He only took 2 other guys with him, leaving the rest to guard the camp. The 3 of them packed light with just weapons, some grub, and water, then ventured back into the cave. At the same time, back in Hanyang City, the survey team from the other tribes was still prepping supplies and getting the lowdown on the Han tribe. Han Feng ordered his guy, Big Rat, to send 2 squads back to Hanyang City. These squads, along with the 2 that had already found the graphite and borax mines, were to be combined into one big unit, then split into 2 teams and dispatched to the 2 tribal alliances set to return next winter. There was a ton of work to be done. The new school building was coming along fine, so he didn't have to worry about that, but getting paper for the windows and making pens was something Han Feng had to personally organize. On top of that, he needed to produce pencils, brushes, inkstones, and even woodblock prints. It was a mountain of work, but thankfully he had a few solid helpers in the tribe. Han Feng split the work between Shou Ya and Mu Dun, giving each of them a major task. Meanwhile, Han Feng himself began to rethink the tribe's entire construction plan. The Han tribe's population was already about to break the 20,000 mark. Han Feng's plan was to expand by building a network of strongholds with villages connecting them. Next year, the 2 allied tribes were set to join, and Han Feng planned to place them in the valley north of the mountain behind Hanyang City. He'd build the first stronghold right at the valley's entrance, which had some killer natural defenses. Building up a town and villages there would be perfect for blocking any enemies coming from the north, acting as a shield for Hanyang City. The valley wasn't too far from the city, and improving the roads would slash travel time. All that wide open land between the 2 spots could then be absorbed into the Han tribe's territory. The Han tribe could move people in to start farming, and could also tap into the mountain's resources. Hell, even the man-eating plants could be protected there. Han Feng decided to call the place Fuma Pass. With 4,000 people at Fuma Pass, Han Feng wouldn't just dump all the newcomers from the 2 allied tribes there.
Instead, he planned to mix them in with his own Han tribesmen. This meant he'd have to move some people out of Hanyang City, which called for a new reward system.
Any family that agreed to move would get their own livestock as private property, plus a bigger plot of land and a house they could hand down to future generations. Land would be distributed per person. A man would get a plot of land 131 feet long and wide. Women would also receive land to give them equal standing. When they came of age and married, their lands would be merged, and even if they divorced, they'd still have a place to stay. Farmland distribution would depend on crop yield, with the specific amount based on this year's wheat yield. Everyone who got land had to pay taxes on their crops, making it clear they were part of the Han tribe and had duties to it. Rolling out this system at Fuma Pass of private ownership was just a trial. If it worked, he'd roll it out to the whole tribe. But to make it happen, he needed managers and a whole new set of laws for stuff like land management, tax collection, and keeping track of households. Han Feng had to start planning a few days before the two alliances arrived. Duda sent a letter by Eagle reporting that he'd found a surviving team member and brought back a bag of stones. Han Feng had also pinpointed the location of a crystal mine. This mine was a piece of cake to exploit. A cave led straight to it. All they had to do was widen a fissure, install a crane, and they could haul the ore up. Plus, the cave opened out to a river, so after mining, they could ship it downstream to Han Duong City by boat. Just then, the mineral transport team from the Salt Lake also returned reporting they'd dug up some associated minerals. Han Feng immediately went to check it out. There was flaky yellow pyrite, a dark gray crystalline mineral, and a light gray stone with a metallic sheen. The dark gray crystalline mineral was a heavy metal ore. Han Feng wasn't sure exactly what it was. The light gray stone was galena, which is lead sulfide. Lead sulfide has a low melting point, so people have known how to smelt lead since ancient times. They even had lead spears. Galena is often found alongside silver sulfide. In the old days, people used it to smelt silver, exploiting the difference in melting points to separate the metals. For Han Feng, besides using lead to make copper alloys and improve the fluidity of the molten metal, its main use was for minting coins. Adding lead to the coins would make their surface smoother and the lettering and patterns clearer. Right now, the Han tribe was producing enough bronze goods, so bronze was no longer a hot commodity. Reclaiming bronze to mint coins was the inevitable next step. And this lead was perfect for minting. More importantly, the silver that came with the galena ore was a huge deal. The heavy dark gray mineral found with the galena was very likely silver sulfide. With copper, lead, and silver, these three materials were basically all the Han tribe needed for a currency system. They could make small denomination copper coins and large denomination silver coins. Before implementing a private ownership system, currency didn't have much use. Everything was distributed uniformly by the tribe. But once private ownership kicked in, personal transactions and deals between individuals and the collective would skyrocket. Currency could solve the problem of value differences in trades, making transactions way more convenient and boosting the market economy's growth. The discovery of these associated minerals on the floating island was perfectly timed. Han Feng could create the currency 6 months before implementing the private ownership system, preparing for both that and external trade. Controlling the issuance of currency meant you held all the cards in any transaction. Thinking this, Han Feng immediately told a tribesman to go inform Dai Luke, telling him to send 50 men to specialize in mining silver and lead. The rest would keep mining iron. The tribesman took his orders. Han Feng then grabbed a few chunks of ore to take home. At the same time, Dupuk was out on the southern grasslands, busy making bank for the tribe. A chief from another tribe, after test driving a 2-wheeled ox cart, couldn't help but complain to Dupuk. Your ox carts are super convenient, but the price is way too steep. I have to trade so many cattle and horses for it. Dupuk began his serious sales pitch. This ox cart isn't simple to make. First, building them so they don't have time to farm. They need cattle and horses to help clear the land. So trading you for 2 oxen and 4 horses really isn't expensive at all. Besides, think about it. Just 4 of them on their spot. But Dufuk wasn't done yet. He started showing off other goods. Tanatu obviously wanted to buy, but he wasn't about to trade for white salt because he could get cheaper salt from the Jin tribe's merchant caravan. When Dufuk heard this, he was secretly pissed off. That damn Jin tribe. He decided he was going to find them and settle the score. After all, they brought 2 heavy cavalry banners with them this time. At the same time, the Jin tribe's trade elder was personally leading his caravan. He wanted to buy a cart from the Han tribe, so he'd brought a ton of supplies. A squad leader rode up to the elder and said, "Elder, up ahead is a tribal chief named Tanatu. We've traded with him before. The guy's not bad." Hearing this, the elder decided to head to Tanatu's tribe to rest for a bit. The squad leader quickly galloped to Tanatu's tribe. From a distance, he could see someone practicing driving a 2-wheeled ox cart. Tanatu was there too. He hurriedly rode back to report the situation to the elder. After hearing the news, the elder got even more hyped up. He immediately decided to pick up the pace and get there fast. If he could buy an ox cart here, he wouldn't even need to go to the Han tribe's territory. But when he got there and asked, there was no way Tanatu was going to sell the cart he'd worked so hard to buy. However, he did tell them that the Han tribe's merchant caravan had just left 2 days ago.
If they went now, they could probably still catch up. Hearing this, the elder, though a bit disappointed, felt a new spark of hope. He figured going directly to the Han tribe to buy a cart might be even better. Who knows, he might even find some unexpected loot. So he asked for the direction the Han tribe's caravan went and hurriedly gave chase. Dufuk's caravan stopped as usual to set up camp and cook. But tribe's caravan. Following the tracks for another hour, they finally saw the Han tribe's caravan in the distance. Dufuk noticed someone was tailing them and immediately sent a warrior from the Eagle clan to scout the situation. At the same time, he ordered the cavalry to mount up and prepare for a fight. The scout returned and reported that he couldn't find anyone else around. It was just over 20 guys from the Jin tribe on their tail. The elder then stepped forward and said, "Friends from the Han tribe, we'd like to buy a few of your carts. What would you require in trade?" Dufuk shot back coldly. "Buy our carts. You really think I'd sell to you guys? We're no friends of yours." The elder, sensing Dufuk's hostility, stayed cool and pulled a bamboo tube from his collar, tossing it over. "This tube is full of grain seeds. All you have to do is agree to trade the carts, and I'll give you a whole lot more of these seeds. There's a yellow grain in here called Kelly. Plant it this season and you can harvest in just 3 months with a massive yield too. The stalks can be used as feed for cattle and sheep, or even as firewood." Dufuk knew they were seeds the moment he saw them. He was dying to get his hands on them, but he played it cool, acting like he didn't care. He even casually hooked the bamboo tube onto his saddle. The elder saw right through him and promised that if Dufuk agreed to the deal, the Kim tribe would supply enough seeds to feed the entire Han tribe for a whole year. Dufuk was tempted by this grain, his face flushed, and he didn't know what to do. Right at that moment, a messenger from the Eagle clan rushed over and whispered a report. "The Scout Eagles have found their main army of the Kim tribe right nearby." An idea instantly sparked in Dufuk's mind. He shot the elder a cold grin and said, "Our scouts have already found your main army. So tell me, why should I bother trading with you? When I can just take it, wouldn't that be quicker? Everything you're carrying now belongs to us." The elder went white as a sheet, terrified. He couldn't believe this punk was so shameless. But one look at the gear on the elite enemy warriors, he knew deep down that even if the Kim tribe won a fight, it would be a devastating victory. So he quickly ordered his men to fall back, but just as he gave the command, Dufuk decisively ordered the charge. In the blink of an eye, 76 heavy cavalrymen shot forward like arrows loosed from a bow. They rapidly formed a single line aimed straight for the Kim tribe's merchant caravan, and charged hard. The Kim tribe warriors were ready for it, letting loose a volley of arrows from their bows. But the arrows just bounced right off the Han tribe's heavy cavalry armor, doing absolutely no damage. The gap between them closed fast. The heavy cavalry gripped their long sabers with both hands and crashed right into the enemy line. All they felt was their blades hitting something over and over. When they finally punched through and turned around, they were completely stunned by the scene. The enemy line was a total bloodbath with bodies and severed limbs scattered everywhere. The fresh blood painted the entire prairie red. Dufuk and everyone else were left speechless by the carnage. The elder and his crew were scared half to death. But Dufuk snapped back to reality fast and ordered his cavalry to surround the elder and the rest of his guys. He told the elder, "Listen up, old man, and remember every word of this. If you're not the one who calls the shots, then you take this message back to your chieftain exactly as I say it. Take your people and get lost. I'm taking these seeds and all this livestock as compensation for you daring to compete with the Han tribe." After he said his piece, the squad leader hauled the elder away as he scrambled to flee. Dufuk and Lang Feng just stood there completely blown away. They couldn't get over how insanely effective the chieftain's long sabers and cavalry tactics were. Afterwards, Dufuk ordered his warriors to clean up the battlefield. They were to butcher the injured horses for meat, bury the dead, and round up all the cattle and goats. Next, he carefully tallied up the spoils of war. They'd captured 321 horses, 47 cattle, 528 sheep, 260 baskets of seeds, 120 baskets of salt, tens of thousands of bamboo arrows, a pile of animal hides, horns, and bamboo bowls. They also got 93 bamboo bows, and even more bamboo arrows along with some rare metal goods. Dufuk wrote a detailed letter, packed a seed sample, and an itemized list of the spoils into a bamboo tube, and sent it back to Han Feng by Eagle. He planned to sell off all the white salt they had seized, and the salt he'd brought along, traded all for more cattle, horses, and sheep, and only then head back to the tribe. That afternoon, the caravan used woolen cloth to make sacks for the seeds, and loaded them onto the ox carts. He also sent a small squad to take some seeds, back ahead of schedule. The following day, a convoy of 6 carts began the journey home. A full squadron of heavy cavalry was tasked with their protection, along with men from the Eagle clan and 10 drivers. On top of that, there were 100 pack horses. Dufuk gave them a grave command. "Men and horses can be sacrificed, but these seeds must make it back to the tribe safely. They're the key to our future." Meanwhile, back on that same day in Hanyang City, a lot was going down. The Han tribe got its first waterproof oil paper windows. The first batch of small calligraphy brushes, solid pine soot ink sticks, and 1,000 pencils were all successfully produced. The first run of black ceramic inkstones was also finished. He brought 50 pencils home with him, where Zhao Di was admiring the new oil paper windows. She told him excitedly, "Now with this oil paper I can just close the windows when the weather sucks and still have enough light to sew inside." He smiled back at her and said, "This paper's good for more than just sewing. You can use it for writing and drawing too." With that, he sat down at a finely crafted white oak table, pulled out a blank sheet of paper, and started sketching a design for an oil lamp with a glass chimney. They already had the raw materials for glass, so the Han tribe was totally capable of making it. Then he thought about those glowing plants from the Valley of Dreams and suddenly had a brilliant idea. What if they planted those glowing things along both sides of the main roads in Hanyang City to make greenways? They'd light up at night, becoming natural street lamps. They could even plant them in pots and bring the glowing plants indoors to use as nightlights. That would be a huge boost to the tribe's morale and happiness. Thinking this, he planned to send men from the Snake Clan to the Valley of Dreams to gather some seedlings and plants. They knew the roots and the lay of the land there like the back of their hand, plus they were pros at studying plants, so they were perfect for the job. He was just about to go find the Snake Clan's chief when an eagle dropped off a letter from Dupuk. Eagle Rui delivered the letter and a bamboo tube. He popped open the tube to find it packed with all sorts of crop seeds, even fennel seeds. He was totally stoked and immediately tore open the letter. In it, Dupuk broke down the details of his showdown with that Kim tribe. The Kim tribe wanted to swap seeds for their carts, but Dupuk shut them down and hit him with 2 demands. First, the Kim tribe had to back off their trade routes, pushing them a full 1-month journey to the south. If they didn't comply, his crew would take him out on sight. Second, they had to jack up the price of their white salt to match the Han tribe's price, not a penny less. Dupuk also gave a detailed play-by-play of the process and effectiveness of the battle against their heavy cavalry. He also brought up the problem with their leather armor getting wrecked. To wrap it up, he said he planned to trade all the goods they jacked for cattle, horses, and sheep before heading back to the tribe. He had already sent a runner ahead with the seeds and told Han Feng to send a party to pick them up. After finishing the letter, Han Feng immediately fired back a reply to Dupuk. First off, he praised how Dupuk handled the whole situation and agreed to send a welcoming party. He also gave them the green light to come back late. The reply was written in black ink on white paper sealed in a bamboo tube and sent off. After sending the message, Han Feng immediately tracked down the Snake Clan's chief to talk to him about heading to Dream Valley to gather saplings and plants for the city. The chief heard him out, thought it was a solid plan, and immediately got to work on the preparations, planning to head out the next day. However, just as the chief was leaving, Big Rat came tearing in, all panicked, and broke the news that Dupuk's merchant caravan had been ambushed. Right then, Duda was leading a recon squad with a few tribesmen into a cave when they got caught in a wild highland thunderstorm. But the crazy part, plants the elder had barely left when Big Rat suddenly rushed over. He ran up clutching a beast-hide scroll with a worried look on his face, saying that Dufu's merchant caravan had been attacked. Hearing this, Han Feng quickly motioned for him to keep it down and took the scroll. The letter said that the night before the merchant caravan was attacked, more than 20 people were injured, and 3 unfortunately died. The carts of salt and livestock were all stolen by bandits. Reading the letter, Han Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The letter says the night before, but gives no specific date. It looks like establishing a proper calendar needs to be fast-tracked, he mentally calculated based on the Aka Eagle's flight speed. The attack on the caravan probably happened the previous evening. Han Feng suddenly remembered that Dufu had previously dispatched a full squadron of heavy cavalry to escort the seeds, so he immediately asked Da Shu about the convoy's location. At the same time, he wondered how the hell the enemy knew where the caravan was camped. He couldn't help but suspect the Jin tribe was pulling some strings after all the spears the enemy used. Very likely came from the Jin tribe. Just then, Da Shu arrived and reported that they had made contact with the seed escort convoy. It was currently at the Lu tribe's territory and should be on its way back now. Only after hearing this did Han Feng feel a bit relieved. After all, the seeds were crucial to the Han tribe's strategic plan to expand into the arid lands next year, especially the corn, a high-yield and drought-resistant crop. Its importance went without saying. Da Shu and Big Rat were both stunned to hear about the attack. Big Rat was confused, wondering how the normally cautious caravan could get ambushed so unprepared. Han Feng explained Dufu is a veteran. He's extremely careful about setting up camp. He used the wagons to form a temporary defensive circle. If he hadn't, the aftermath would have been way worse. Da Shu then asked, but if they were prepared, why were there so many casualties? Han Feng analyzed. The enemy must have been stalking the caravan for a while, they knew. They used spears to attack. While spears are awkward for cavalry, the enemy probably used special tactics, hitting from the front and sides designed specifically to take on heavy cavalry of our Han tribe. The moment Dufu saw the enemy, he instantly set up a defense, ordering the 38 heavy cavalrymen to mount up and get ready to fight while telling the other caravan members to arm themselves with longbows. The enemy cavalry split into 2 squads, charging in with blazing spears, looking fierce as hell. They were planning to torch the seeds and fabrics. For a moment, they threw the enemy's rhythm into chaos. However, the enemy had them outnumbered. The power gap was just too wide. The Han tribe's heavy cavalry could only hit them from the flanks, trying to mess up the enemy's formation. But even with that, a good number of enemies broke through and charged the camp. Naritung was one of them. He was from the Snowfield Wolf tribe. They were there to hit the caravan. Because they got played by some old bamboo-selling dude. This old guy told them the caravan was loaded with white salt and even had these magical carts. He said if they pulled off the heist, all he wanted was one cart and a set of weapons. He even snitched their location. Naritung thought this was going to be an easy job, but when he arrived, he found out the barricade made from the wagons was tough as nails. When the fighting started, Naritung charged in with his clansmen. He saw a squad of cavalry on black horses in black armor, their faces looking like golden demons barreling toward them. These warriors' weapons were insanely sharp. Everywhere they went, men and horses were effortlessly cut in two. Naritung saw the guy in front of him get decapitated and got so spooked he instinctively jerked his neck back. A second later, his scalp felt a cold breeze as a patch of his hair was sliced clean off. More of those demon warriors came charging, and he got so scared he just hugged his horse's back, not daring to even lift his head. In the end, he still got his thigh slashed by the last warrior's sword. Du Fu had already set up an ambush with archers on both sides of the wagons. As soon as the enemy got close, the archers let loose a volley of arrows. The Snowfield Wolf tribe's cavalry, after breaking through the heavy cavalry's line, thought they were home free, only to get hit by a storm of arrows that dropped them in droves. Seeing this, the enemy's javelin squad hurriedly lobbed their flaming javelins, instantly torching several wagons loaded with hides and wool. The bulk of the enemy force blew right through the middle of the camp, heading for the livestock to try and scatter them. They left just a few guys behind to start fires and keep Du Fu busy. Du Fu instantly figured out their plan and yelled for the archers to focus on the enemies in the way, trying to get the livestock back. But just when he was running low on manpower, the heavy cavalry circled back. The lead commander's horse had been killed in the fight, so now Wu Yun was in charge. Wu Yun led the cavalry around behind the herd and managed to block the stampeding cattle and sheep, forcing them back. Still, the enemy made off with a ton of livestock. The raiders who were messing with the camp grabbed the white salt and made a run for it. Although Du Fu took down a few, some of the enemies still got away. After the fight was over, the battlefield was a total wreck with the ground covered in with bodies and wounded everywhere. The cavalry scrambled to find the lost cattle and sheep, while Yu Feng led the merchant caravan, busting his ass to treat the injured and salvage supplies in carts. Luckily, the carts themselves weren't stolen, and not much white salt was taken either. The biggest loss was the supplies that got torched. A ton of cavalrymen and caravan members were wounded, and the cavalry was gassed from the long fight, so a lot of guys got hurt just from being exhausted. The caravan members had no armor or long swords, forced to use the carts as shields, so a lot of them got nailed by arrows and lances, with 3 of them getting run through and dying on the spot. The Han tribe took a serious hit this time, but the enemy didn't exactly walk away with a win. The Snowfield Wolf tribe left over 100 dead and wounded behind. What they did manage to steal was mostly sheep cattle and not many horses, so Yu Feng was pissed and wanted to lead a war party for revenge to get the livestock back. He shot a letter to Han Feng asking for the green light, and Han Feng turned to Da Shu and Big Rat for their take. Da Shu figured Yu Feng should pull the caravan back first, since it was already small, and now full of wounded guys, plus the heavy cavalry was down to just over 30 men. Pushing the fight now would be a seriously bad move for them. Big Rat agreed at first, but then he got all fired up, wanting to lead an army out for payback for the Han tribe. Han Feng just asked him where he was going to get this army, and Big Rat finally remembered all his soldiers had been reassigned. He was basically a general with no army now, but he was too stubborn to back down, still wanting to rally the tribesmen for an attack, but Han Feng shot him down flat. He told Da Shu to break it down for Big Rat. Da Shu explained that it was the end of July, the rice was almost ripe, so all the tribesmen had to be busy with the harvest. After that, they still had to plant the second crop. And before winter hits, they also had to stockpile animal feed and firewood, and build houses for the new tribesmen to make sure they had enough supplies to survive. Basically, there was no way they could mobilize people for a war right now. Han Feng added that the Han tribe had grown too fast, its foundation wasn't solid yet. The one thing they were short on right now was time, but by next year, when Hanyang City was built and the new territory was stable, they'd have time to deal with other crap. And while they couldn't send out an attack force now, their defense was more than solid. The new tribesmen would fight to the death to protect their new homes. Besides, nobody would be dumb enough to attack the new city right now. But Han Feng continued, they couldn't just swallow this insult, revenge was a must. But now wasn't the time for a massive mobilization, so they had to rely on Yu Feng and his crew to handle it. But there was one condition: absolutely no major casualties. He then asked the two of them for ideas. Da Shu suggested they find some of the grassland tribes they'd traded with before, ones who were strong and kept their word, and use white salt to hire their warriors. They could have them guard the wounded, and the supplies, then send the heavy cavalry to raid the enemy, focusing on wiping out their forces to make them absolutely terrified. Han Feng thought the idea was solid, but pointed out the risk: the hired guns had to be trustworthy, or the caravan might just get jacked by them instead. Then Han Feng laid out his own plan. Yu Feng would go find help while the caravan stayed put, and waited for the heavy cavalry to return. The heavy cavalry would chop off the heads of the dead enemies, cure them with salt, dry them quick, and then deliver the package by horseback to the enemy. Along with it, they'd send a diplomatic ultimatum and a flag with the words, "Invaders of Hanland will be hunted down no matter how far they run." The letter would spell it out. The Snowfield Wolf tribe attacked the Han tribe's caravan, and now they had only 2 choices. Either they offer tribute as an apology and willingly submit, or they wait for the 100,000 iron cavalry of the Great Han Empire to flatten them. He also ordered them to make 2 more flags, one to be planted on a skull monument, which was basically a pile of enemy corpses covered in dirt to flex their power. Big Rat looked totally baffled and mumbled, "Isn't this just a bluff? Where are we going to get 100,000 iron cavalry?" Han Feng explained that bluffing was the whole point to scare the enemy into realizing they messed with the wrong people. Dashu worried, what if the enemy can't read Han characters, and there's no guarantee they'll pay up? The guys were sprouting corn. Corn could be planted directly in the fields or sprouted first before being transplanted. Sprouting boosted the germination rate and saved seeds. A group of elders gathered around to watch Han Feng demonstrate how to plant corn, and everyone was buzzing. Some saw how big the kernels were and got curious about the yield and taste. Others figured that a crop you could harvest every 3 months was worth a shot no matter what. Han Feng patiently explained that corn not only tasted great, but was also super filling. You could use it to make porridge grinded into flour for cakes, and if you added a little wheat flour, you could even make steamed buns. The corn stalks were big and strong, with over 10 large leaves growing from the base, and usually 2 or 3 ears of corn would form in the middle. However, to ensure a good yield, they usually only left 1 or 2 ears, breaking off the rest. The yield from corn was just as good as rice. After hearing this, the elders were ecstatic, shouting in unison, "Long live the chieftain! Long live the Han tribe!" Han Feng felt they needed to create a holiday to celebrate and bring everyone together. People love group activities, and it would strengthen the tribe's bond. Before, the tribes that joined the Han tribe had all sorts of ritual activities. After joining, there weren't as many. Holding a festival would not only make the tribe members proud, but also attract those who were still hesitant to join. Han Feng discussed it with the elders and decided that after planting the corn, they would hold a festival called the Labor Festival. They wouldn't set a fixed date for now, but would hold it every year, turning it into an awards ceremony to select the most outstanding workers. They would be given titles and material rewards, so the tribe members would understand that hard work brings glory and rewards. Everyone immediately got to work preparing for the Labor Festival. Each clan had to nominate at least 1 model worker, who needed the approval of at least 5 clan chiefs, after which Han Feng would review the selection. The process had to be strict, to make sure everyone was genuinely impressed, or else it would backfire. The new city was buzzing with activity. The corn had sprouted, the straw in the rice fields had been burned, and they began plowing and harrowing to prepare for planting the corn. Han Feng arranged for supplies from Hanyang City to be used as rewards for the festival. Elsewhere, Dufu received Han Feng's plan and was totally on board. He went to find Su Ritu and hired 60 warriors to guard the merchant caravan. Then in front of everyone, he beheaded their dead enemies, preserved the heads with salt, and assembled the heavy cavalry. He told the uninjured merchants to put on warrior armor and ride with them to collect the debt. The rest of the caravan and the hired warriors were tasked with building a grisly monument. They felt doing this was incredibly satisfying. They believed the monument would send a shockwave through their enemies. The Han tribe's eagle Achuka soared in the sky, guiding Dufu's cavalry. After a 3-day chase, they finally caught up to the Shui-Wan-Lang tribe's forces right before the enemy got home. Previously, when the Shui-Wan-Lang tribe had raided the Han tribe's caravan, they never expected the merchants to be so tough. Those warriors in black armor with their devastatingly powerful weapons had inflicted heavy losses on them. Dufu led the heavy cavalry, carrying a large banner that read, "Those who provoke the Han will be hunted down no matter how far." In the twilight, they blocked the path of the Shui-Wan-Lang tribe's army. Their captain, Teng Gaer, stepped forward. Dufu handed him the banner and said, "Remember the words on it. The Han tribe will definitely not let you off the hook." Right after, the Han warriors threw bags full of enemy heads onto the ground. Teng Gaer was horrified when he saw they were the heads of his own tribesmen. Dufu pulled out a diplomatic letter and read it to Teng Gaer. The letter stated that the Shui-Wan-Lang tribe had attacked the Han tribe's merchant caravan and must pay reparations of 200 able-bodied men, 200 cattle, 1,000 horses, 5,000 sheep, and 10,000 cattle and sheep hides, plus 500 pairs of bull horns. Moreover, it all had to be delivered by next spring, or they would face the full might of the Han tribe's army. Hearing this, Teng Gaer looked troubled and said the amount of compensation was too large for him to decide on his own. He had to report back to his chieftain. Dufu gave him the letter and said, "Take these words back. When the ice and snow melt next season, come to the place where we fought a few days ago. If we don't see the compensation, the Han tribe's grand army will certainly march." Dufu added, "Right at the spot where you attacked our caravan, where the monument and our great banner stand, we will wait there for 1 month. If we don't see the payment by then, the next thing you'll see is our army. And don't even think about packing up and running. The Han tribe's eagles can find you wherever you go." Teng Gaer wanted to lead his troops away, but Dufu demanded they leave their sheep and half their horses as a down payment. Teng Gaer tried to haggle, but Dufu immediately drew his blade, which scared Teng Gaer senseless. In the end, he had to surrender, saying, "I want to join the Han tribe." "I really don't want to go back and face punishment," Dufu impatiently urged him. "Leave the sheep and horses and get your men back to deliver the message." Teng Gaer had no choice but to lead his men away, leaving behind the sheep and 150 horses before hastily departing. Dufu took the livestock and led his army back to camp. Afterward, he hit the road again to sell the remaining goods. If he couldn't sell them, he'd just bring them back. He wrote a letter to Han Feng reporting on the negotiations. A few days later, Han Feng received Du Fu's letter. At the same time, there was other good news. Du Ye had finally found the whereabouts of the cannibal tribe. They were located on a snow-capped mountain. The home of the cannibal tribe is on a snowy mountain. Just as Han Feng finished arranging for the snake tribe's elder to lead a team to Dream Valley to gather glowing info marked on it immediately grabbed his attention. He figured it might be a spring. A sulfur spring. Even though he wasn't sure what it was for yet, he took note of it. The map showed a massive continuous snow-capped mountain range to the north, which included a flat-topped snowy peak, which was most likely a volcano. The cannibal tribe didn't live on the snowy peaks, but at the southern base of the range about a 2 to 3 day journey away. They lived pretty spread out in a tribal setup, scattered all over the foothills looking like a bunch of small villages. The houses in these villages were all different. Some were tents made of animal hides, others were thatched huts built from branches and dry grass, and there were even caves, dug underground, and even tree houses that looked like bird nests. But Duda was certain they were all part of the same cannibal tribe because they all shared the same human skull totem. On top of that, most of the men in the tribe had white markings painted on their bodies, just like the freakishly painted warriors from the cannibal tribe that attacked the Han tribe before. He figured these villages were probably built by prisoners the cannibals had captured. I mean, if they were locals born and raised here, their houses would all look pretty much the same. But the fact that the houses are so diverse most likely meant the prisoners were sticking to their old ways of life from before they got snatched up. When they built new homes, they just kept their original styles. Still, there were some major questions that needed to be answered. Like, what role did the giant apes play in the cannibal tribe? And why hadn't Duda and his crew seen any sign of the red-furred apes in these villages? This whole thing was tied to the enemy's overall structure. If they couldn't get a handle on it, they'd be fighting blind. Besides that, the cannibal tribe mostly survived by hunting mixed with a little bit of small-scale livestock farming. The whole eating people thing was a form of punishment, entertainment, or ritual. Their hunting methods were super varied, including ganging up to surround prey using throwing stones, spears, traps, and even bows, and arrows which they'd only picked up in the last year or two. At the moment, the beef between the Han tribe and the cannibals was heating up, and population size was becoming the key factor in sizing up their strength. This was also what Han Feng was most worried about. That's why Duda had led the scouting team through hell and back, sneaking into enemy territory over and over. They found out that at the base of the snowy mountains. The cannibal villages were packed in tight, stretching from east to west. There had to be hundreds of them. Each village had more than 200 or 300 people, so by that math, the total population of the cannibal tribe had to be at least 10,000. The cannibals' growth rate was way slower than the Han tribes. This population had been built up over thousands of years through natural birth, some members staying behind instead of migrating and snatching people from other tribes. As for the number of grown men in the cannibal tribe, it was still tough to get an exact count. They could only guesstimate around 7,000 to 8,000 men. But this was just a shot in the dark based on the limited info they had. On this recon mission, Duda and his crew didn't see a single ape, the terrifying red-furred ones. This actually made Han Feng even more worried. He figured if the cannibal tribe was just 10,000 regular dudes, the Han tribe wouldn't even break a sweat. But if thousands or even tens of thousands of apes got involved, the situation would get crazy dangerous. Even though based on their past appearances, he could guess their numbers probably weren't huge. There was still no hard evidence. It was all just guesswork. Big Shot nervously asked Han Feng if the apes would go out snatching people again. Han Feng answered grimly, "We absolutely have to watch out for that. We still don't have a good read on the enemy's patterns. The first time we clashed with the apes was in the fall. They hit the tree tribe. The second time was in the spring at the Black Rat tribe's place. The third time was late spring, early summer. That was when the most enemies showed up. Besides winter, it seems like they're active all year round, so there's no telling when they'll strike next. Based on this, Han Feng made a decisive call to ramp up the patrols. They absolutely couldn't let the enemy get right to their doorstep before they knew it. Dashu suggested they follow the same patrol method they used back in Hanyang City. Set up elaborate traps in the woods, then send out a hunting patrol of about 10 guys on strong horses. That way they could effectively block any surprise attacks from the enemy, and they could also hunt while on patrol, boosting the tribe's meat supply. Plus, it would cut down on the threat from wild animals in the forest. Han Feng was on board with the idea, and immediately put Dashu and Chuotlan in charge of building the patrol teams. They had to pick experienced hunters from the city, forming teams of 10. Each person would be geared up with a good horse. To start, they'd form 3 teams. The patrol area would mainly cover the north. To the east, they'd go as far as the swamp's edge, to the north up to the Ba Bao mine area, and to the west, the boundary would be a half-day's ride. The patrol teams had to be back before noon. Han Feng also made it crystal clear that this plan would kick off right after the labor festival. Dashu was in charge of picking the guys, and Chuotlan was responsible for training and gear. Then Dashu asked Han Feng what the plan was for Duda's squad. Should he call them back at first? Han Feng was planning on it. After all, they'd been out there roughing it for months, and had even lost some of their own men. Just finding the enemy's hideout was a huge win. The only problem was they hadn't gathered enough solid intel. But after thinking it over, a moment later, Han Feng came up with a plan and told Big Rat to have his crew try and capture some prisoners of war so they could grill him about the ape men's situation and their relationship with the cannibal tribe. Big Rat immediately looked worried and said, "That's way too risky. The enemy has elephants. Even if Duya and his crew are on horseback, there's no guarantee they can get away clean." Han Feng thought it over for a second, then replied, "If the opportunity's there, take it. If not, get out of there fast. Also tell them to return along the riverbank and scout the waterway while they're at it. See if we can use boats to move troops north." With those matters settled, Han Feng asked about the preparations for the labor festival. Big Rat confidently replied that everything was handled and the people in charge were all trustworthy veterans. Not long after the Han tribe threw its first ever super grand labor festival. This was the second massive community event the tribe had organized right after the big ceremony at the beginning of the year. For most of the new city's residents, it was the first time they'd ever seen something so epic. When word got out that they'd be choosing model workers and handing out fat rewards, everyone got super hyped. Almost everyone participated. Even the workers who hadn't officially joined the tribe were allowed to attend, and they got free food on top of it. By mid-August, the rice was harvested, and Yuwu had finished planting. The long-awaited labor festival finally went down as planned. At the crack of dawn, the tribespeople were already flocking to the square, their eyes all fixed on the high stage that had been built from wooden planks. Rumor had it the chief himself would be up there dishing out prizes to the outstanding workers. Best of all, everyone had the day off, and after the ceremony there were going to be some awesome games where participants had a shot at winning small rewards. Tribespeople who'd learned to line up properly could even get a baby rabbit or a black chicken. Amidst the booming drums and clanging gongs, Han Feng led the chieftains onto the stage, and the crowd below went wild with cheers. Han Feng delivered a fiery speech, saying the Han tribe had provided everyone with the perfect conditions to prosper, and that the awesome achievements they'd made were all down to the hard work of every single member. This festival was all about celebrating everyone's hustle and success. The second he stopped talking, the crowd went nuts, chanting slogans like there was no tomorrow. Then Han Feng announced the selection of the model workers, explaining that these folks were all shining examples of hard work and dedication, people who had contributed big time to the tribe. They totally deserved their rewards. Then he called up Lin Shu, the acting city manager, to announce the list of awardees and their accomplishments. The first model worker to get an award was the head of the construction crew, Zile. Zile was a relative newcomer to the Han tribe, but he was dead serious when it came to learning how to build. Out of all the new members, he was the first one to master the necessary skills. Under his leadership, the construction team worked at lightning speed, putting up a total of 30 houses and solving the housing crisis for a ton of people. On top of that, he wasn't selfish, with his skills freely passing on what he knew to the rest of his crew. Zile received an early model loom and a bunch of other practical rewards. And the best part, all those rewards were his and his alone. Zile was deeply moved. He remembered being sold to the Han tribe over a year ago, and said with emotion, "I have never once regretted coming here. Life in the Han tribe is way better than I ever imagined. I've always had a passion for building. Back in Hanyang City, I busted my butt to learn the trade. So when the new city construction began, I volunteered to get involved. Now my hard work has been recognized, and I swear I'll work even harder in the future." After Zile, other model workers from different fields were announced one by one. There were experts at delivering baby antelopes, master farmers with next-level skills, and even blacksmiths, potters, and carpenters. You name it. The prizes were tailored to each person's job. For instance, the looms were mostly older models that had been phased out in Hanyang City, but for the people receiving them, they were priceless. Once the award ceremony wrapped up, a ton of other awesome activities kicked off one after another. There were intense work competitions, a quiz on the family tree hierarchy, and even some high-energy soccer games. Any tribe member who passed the test on the genealogy test could score 2 rabbits, so you bet a ton of people were lining up for that. For those who weren't into waiting, they could jump into other games like wood chopping and water carrying. The top 3 finishers in each event won a prize. The rewards included things like chicks, baby rabbits, and small tools. Meanwhile, the soccer field outside the city was absolutely wild with action. The festivities went on all day, lasting well into the evening. The tribe had even prepared a feast of 500 antelopes roasted into barbecue for everyone to celebrate together. Since the Han tribe was breeding a massive number of antelopes, culling 500 of the older ones not only let the tribespeople eat their fill, but also helped manage the herd's population. As for the tribe's pigs, there weren't many of them yet. They were still trying to grow the herd, and on top of that, they hadn't figured out the whole castration thing. So the pigs were safe for the time being. The next day, Han Feng headed back to Hanyang City, hauling a huge load of supplies, mainly white paper for teaching and drafting official documents. Right now, he had an even bigger plan brewing in his mind. He was itching to quickly train up a crew of elite teachers and officials to get started on building a new government. Step 1 was to conduct a census. On top of that, with private ownership becoming more and more of a thing, designing their own currency was now a top priority. The second he arrived back in Hanyang City, he immediately went to check on the construction progress of the building, the schoolhouse and the administrative building. The schoolhouse was finished and looked awesome, but the admin building was still just a foundation pit. Initially, Han Feng planned to install glass windows for the school. But after crunching the numbers, he realized the cost was way too high, so he decided to use paper instead. However, it got him thinking he could use crystal to make a magnifying glass for creating coin molds and engravings. This would be a total game changer for future projects. So Han Feng immediately arranged for someone to craft a convex lens mold, while also assigning Ying Rui and the chief of the deer tribe to handle the papering of the windows. Rui and the chief of the deer tribe were in charge of getting the paper on the windows before the end of August. After that, he started to think more deeply about a currency system. After some analysis, he figured the Han tribe was a good fit for using copper and silver coins. But if they adopted a silver standard, they might run into issues with individuals minting their own coins and other nations exchanging currency. These problems could totally screw up the tribe's economic order. So Han Feng made a decisive rule. Internally, all transactions had to use the Han tribe's minted currency. For foreign affairs trade would primarily be bartering, with currency transactions being secondary. Furthermore, any currency-based trades also had to use the Han tribe's money. For the exchange system, Han Feng referenced the decimal system, converting it to yuan, jiao, and wen, and using a copper alloy to mint small denomination copper coins. He'd use pure silver to mint silver coins. To prevent the Jin tribe from making fakes, he would use solid coins and embossing technology to ensure the currency was counterfeit-proof. Once the minting plan was set, the people involved immediately started preparing the coin-pressing equipment. A few days after returning to Hanyang City, the paper windows were all installed. The decoration of the schoolhouse's windows and doors was also finished. At this point, Han Feng began teaching the students from the new fortress in Hanyang City. He divided the students into 4 classes. He taught language arts in the morning and math in the afternoon. In language arts, Han Feng planned to start with common Chinese characters, going from easy to hard, using a Learn 1 Know 3 teaching method to help the students quickly master the characters. As for the afternoon math class, he started with the most basic addition and subtraction, gradually leveling up to multiplication, division, and mixed operations. At the same time, Han Feng personally wrote the textbooks. When selecting ancient poems, he paid special attention to avoiding historical elements to better suit the tribe's current situation. Just then, Da Chui finished making the mold. Han Feng inspected it thoroughly and was very satisfied. He told the students to practice their writing and warned them that there would be a spelling test tomorrow. One wrong character meant copying it 100 times. After that, Han Feng discussed with Da Chui the key points of casting metal with a metal mold. When casting metal with a metal mold, you absolutely have to use clay as a separator. Moreover, you have to make sure the clay is dry, otherwise it will seriously mess with the quality of the finished product. Next, Han Feng asked Da Chui about the apprentice training situation and told him they might build new smelting and processing workshops. He told Da Chui to keep an eye out and select suitable people in advance. This time the mold was for making glass. Glass was actually crystal that had been melted and reshaped. Real glass could be made from other materials, it's just that he hadn't found the right ingredients yet. Da Chui took the crystal, his face a mask of pure shock. Seeing this, Han Feng patiently explained that this was crystal ore which could be made into glass. But not through refining, but by changing its shape. Since they hadn't found the materials for real glass yet, for now they could only use oiled paper to cover the windows. Da Chui had a look of regret. He said, "Smashing such a beautiful crystal is a real shame." Han Feng laughed and replied, "It's more useful as a tool. Once we mine more crystal, you can keep a piece for yourself." And so Da Chui started smashing the crystal. At that moment, Han Feng suddenly thought of reusable writing sheets. He felt this was a great way to save paper and promote universal education. However, the main formula for the surface coating of the writing sheets included silicon dioxide. It also needed waterproof glue, water-retaining powder, and a quick drying powder. Right now, he only had silicon dioxide. All the other ingredients were missing. So he had to temporarily shelve this idea. He refocused on making the magnifying glass. He instructed Da Chui to melt the crystal, adding alkali as a flux agent. Once the molten glass softened, everyone started heating the mold, preparing to pour. Because the molten glass was super sticky, they needed Han Feng's help to pour it into the mold smoothly. After filling the mold, they placed the other half on top, secured it with a copper rod, and then an apprentice pressed the mold with all his might. This squeezed the excess glass out. After waiting a moment for it to cool down a bit, Han Feng told Da Chui to scrape off the excess glass and then use a wet cloth to cool the mold faster. Finally, they opened the mold. The glass lens separated perfectly from the mold, with only a few rough edges remaining. Han Feng carefully chipped off the edges, smoothed them out, and then washed it clean. A super large magnifying glass was finally complete. Han Feng told Da Chui to hold out his hand and use the magnifying glass to look at his palm. Da Chui stared at his enlarged palm, utterly shocked, and exclaimed, "This tool is amazing! What else can it do?" Han Feng smiled and explained, "This is called a magnifying glass. It can enlarge everything, helping us see small things clearly. For example, it'll be a huge help when engraving molds. Plus, it can focus sunlight to start a fire. In the summer when we stand in the sun, We can feel the heat. This proves that sunlight has temperature. A magnifying glass can concentrate the sunlight onto a single point. The temperature gets so high it can even burn wood. After hearing this, everyone looked doubtful. To prove his point, Han Feng led everyone outside to conduct an experiment. It was currently high noon. The sun was blazing hot, so Han Feng smeared a layer of charcoal on a dry branch, then used a magnifying glass to focus the light on it. He carefully adjusted the focus, and as he did, the pinpoint of light gradually shrank and became brighter. When the light hit the branch just right, it quickly started to smoke. An excited apprentice shouted out, and this yell grabbed the attention of a lot of people, including Chief Nai and the one-eyed shaman. Everyone crowded around, curiously trying out the magnifying glass to burn wood and fry ants, having a total blast. Meanwhile, Han Feng climbed to a high spot to look out beyond the walls. By now, the rice paddies had turned a brilliant gold. Autumn was just around the corner. In about 1 week, they could harvest the second rice crop of the year. After the harvest, it would be too late to plant another food crop, but letting the land go to waste was not an option. Han Feng decided to tell the tribe's people to plant a crop of hemp. This plant with a stalk like a sunflower could produce a natural lacquer that was super useful for coating wood or making armor. Plus its seeds, which were like black beans, were edible. You could also press them for oil, and the leftover mash could be used as livestock feed. Han Feng planned to use this hemp seed oil to create printing ink for his woodblock prints. Oil-based ink has a strong grip, making it perfect for smooth materials like pottery. Just then, Han Feng saw Da Shu leading a woman toward him. The woman looked like she was some kind of chief. Just then he received a letter from Duda along with a simple hand-drawn map.